ERN 223359K1 SLC. Amendment No. LLLL Calendar No LLL Purpose, in the nature of a substitute. In the Senate of the United States 117 THCONG, First Sess. H.R. 5376 to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of S-Con Res 14. Referred to the Committee on LLLLLLLLL and ordered to be printed, ordered to lie on the table and to be printed. Amendment in the nature of a substitute intended to be proposed by LLLLLLL viz. 1. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the fall 2 lowing, 3-4 Section 1. Short title. This act may be cited as the Inflation Reduction 5 Act of 2022 6 7 8 9 10 Title I Committee on Finance Subtitle A Deficit Reduction SEC 10001. Amendment of 1986 Code. Except as otherwise expressly provided, whenever in 11 the subtitle an amendment or repeal is expressed in terms 12 of an amendment to, or repeal of, a section or other Prov. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 2-1 Zion, the reference shall be considered to be made to a 2 section or other provision of the Internal Revenue Code 3 of 1986. 4 5 6 7 Part 1 Corporate Tax Reform SEC 10101. Corporate Alternative Minimum Tax. A. Imposition of tax, 1, in general paragraph, 2, of Section 855, b, is amended to read as follows, 9, 2. Corporations 10, a. Applicable corporations. In the 11 case of an applicable corporation, the tentative 12 minimum tax for the taxable year shall be the 13 excess of 14, I, 15% of the adjusted fin and 15 shall statement income for the taxable year 16, as determined under Section 56A, over, 2, the corporate AMT foreign tax 1718 credit for the taxable year. 19, b. Other corporations. In the case 20 of any corporation which is not an applicable 21 corporation, the tentative minimum tax for the 22 taxable year shall be 0. 23, 2. Applicable corporation. Section 59 is 24 amended by adding at the end the following new 25 subsection, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 3-1, K. Applicable corporation for purposes of 2 This Part 3, 1. Applicable corporation defined for, a. In general the term applicable 5 corporation means, with respect to any taxable 6-year, any corporation, other than an S corporation, a regulated investment company, or a real estate investment trust, which meets the over 9 age annual adjusted financial statement income 10 test of subparagraph, b, for 1 or more tax 11 able years which, I, are prior to such taxable year, 12, 13 and 14, 2, and after December 31, 2021. 15, b. Average annual adjusted fin and 16 CIAL statement income test for purposes 17 of the subsection 18, I. A corporation meets the average 19 annual adjusted financial statement income 20 test for a taxable year if the average in 21 annual adjusted financial statement income 22 of such corporation for the 3 taxable year 23 period ending with such taxable year X24 exceeds $1 billion, and ERN 223359K1 SLC. 4-1, 2, in the case of a corporation described in paragraph 2, such corporation 3 meets the average annual adjusted fin and 4 shall statement income test for a taxable 5-year if 6, I, the corporation meets the 7 requirements of clause, I, for such tax 8 able year, determined after the apply 9 cation of paragraph 2, and 10, 2, the average annual adjusted 11 financial statement income of such 12 corporation, determined without 13 regard to the application of paragraph 14, 2, for the 3 taxable year period and 15-16 $100 million or more. With such taxable year is 17, c, exception notwithstanding sub 18 paragraph, a, the term applicable corporation 19 shall not include any corporation which other 20 wise meets the requirements of subparagraph 21, a, if 22, I, such corporation, I, has a change in ownership, 2324 or earn 223359K1 SLC. 5.1, 2, has a specified number, to be determined by the Secretary, and 3 which shall, as appropriate, take into account the facts and circumstances 5 of the taxpayer, of consecutive taxable 6 years, including the most recent tax-able year, in which the corporation 8 does not meet the average annual ad 9 just financial statement income test 10 of subparagraph B, and 11, 2, the Secretary determines that at 12 would not be appropriate to continue to 13. Treat such corporation as an applicable COR 14 corporation. 15. The preceding sentence shall not apply to any 16 corporation if, after the Secretary makes the 17 determination described in clause 2, such COR 18 corporation meets the average annual adjusted financial statement income test of subparagraph 20, b, for any taxable year beginning after the 21 first taxable year for which such determination 22 applies. 23, d, special rules for determining 24 applicable corporation status solely for 25 purposes of determining whether a corporation earned 223359K1 SLC. 6.1 is an applicable corporation under paragraph 2, 1, all adjusted financial statement income of 3 persons treated as a single employer with such 4 corporation under subsection A, or B, of SEC 552 shall be treated as adjusted financial 6 statement of income of such corporation, and 7 adjusted financial statement income of such 8 corporation shall be determined without regard 9 to paragraphs 2, d, I, and 11, of section 1056A, c. 11, e, other special rules 12, I, corporations in existence 13 for less than 3 years if the corporation was in existence for less than 3 tax 15 able years, subparagraph, b, shall be AP 16 plied on the basis of the period during 17 which such corporation was in existence. 18, 2, short taxable years add 19 just financial statement income for any 20 taxable year of less than 12 months shall 21 be annualized by multiplying the adjusted 22 financial statement income for the short 23 period by 12 and dividing the result by the 24 number of months in the short period. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 7, 3. 1. Treatment of predecessors. Any reference in the subpara 3 graph to a corporation shall include a reference to any predecessor of such corporation. 6.7, 2. Special rule for foreign parented corporations 8, a, in general solely for purposes of 9 determining whether a corporation meets the 10 average annual adjusted financial statement in 11 come test under paragraph 1, b, 2, I. In the 12 case of any corporation which for any taxable 13 year is a member of an international financial 14 reporting group the common parent of which is 15 a foreign corporation, such corporation shall in 16 include in the adjusted financial statement in 17 come of such corporation for such taxable year 18 the adjusted financial statement income of all 19 foreign members of such group. Solely for per 20 poses of this subparagraph, adjusted financial 21 statement income shall be determined without 22 regard to paragraphs 2, d, I, 3, 4, and 23, 11, of section 56A, c. 24-25, b, International Financial Reporting Group for purposes of subparagraph earn 223359K1 SLC. 8.1, a. The term International Financial Reporting 2 Group shall have the meaning given such term 3 by section 163, n. 3. 4. C. Common parent for purposes of 5 subparagraph, a. The term common parent 6 has the meaning given such term under section 7163, n. 5. 8. 3. Regulations or other guidance 9. The Secretary shall provide regulations or other 10 guidance for the purposes of carrying out the sub-11 section, including regulations or other guidance 12, a. Providing a simplified method for determining whether a corporation meets the 14 requirements of paragraph 1, and 15, b. addressing the application of the 16 subsection to a corporation that experiences a 17 change in ownership. 18. 3. Reduction for base erosion and anti-19 abuse tax section 55, A, 2, is amended by insert 20 plus, in the case of an applicable corporation, 21 the tax imposed by section 59A before the period 22 at the end. 23, 4, conforming amendments earn 223359K1 SLC. 91, A, section 55, A, is amended by striking 2 in the case of a taxpayer other than a COR3 corporation, there, and inserting there. 4, B, I, section 55, B, 1, is amended 5, I, by striking so much as precedes 6 subparagraph, A, and inserting the fol 7 lowing, 8 9, 1, non-corporate taxpayers in the case of a taxpayer other than a corporation, and, 2, by adding at the end the fol 10 11 lowing new subparagraph, 12, D, alternative minimum taxable in 13 come. The term alternative minimum taxable 14 income means the taxable income of the tax 15 payer for the taxable year 16, I, determined with the adjustments 17 provided in section 56 and section 58, and 18, 2, increased by the amount of the 19 items of tax preference described in section 2057. 21 If a taxpayer is subject to the regular tax, such 22 taxpayer shall be subject to the tax imposed by 23 the section, and, if the regular tax is deterred 24 mined by reference to an amount other than 25 taxable income, such amount shall be treated as earned 223359K1 SLC. 10.1 The taxable income of such taxpayer for per 2 poses of the preceding sentence, 2. Section 860E, A, 4, is amended by 3-4 striking 55, B, 2, 555, B, 1, D. And inserting, 3, Section 897, A, 2, A, I, is amended by 6-7 striking 55, B, 2, 855, B, 1, D. And inserting 9, C, Section 11, D, is amended by striking 10 the tax imposed by subsection, A, and insert 11ing the taxes imposed by subsection, A, and 12 Section 55. D, Section 12 is amended by adding at 1314 the end the following new paragraph, 15, 5, for alternative minimum tax, see Section 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 55. E, Section 882, A, 1, is amended by inserting, 55, after Section 11. F, Section 6425, C, 1, A, is amended to read as follows, A, the sum of 22, I, the tax imposed by Section 11 or 23 subchapter L of Chapter 1, whichever is 24 applicable, plus earn 223359K1 SLC. 11, 2, the tax imposed by Section 55, 123 plus, 3, the tax imposed by Section 59A, 4 over 5, G, Section 6655, E, 2, is amended by inserting, adjusted financial statement income 7, as defined in Section 56A, before and modi 85 taxable income each place it appears in 9 subparagraphs, A, I, and, B, I. 10, H, Section 6655, G, 1, A, is amended by 11 redesignating clauses, 2, and, 3, as clauses 12, 3, and, 4, respectively, and by inserting 13 after clause, I, the following new clause, 1415, 2, the tax imposed by Section 55. B, adjusted financial statement income 16, 1, in general Part 6 of Subchapter A of 17 Chapter 1 is amended by inserting after Section 5618 the following new section, 1920 SEC 56A. Adjusted financial statement income. A, in general for purposes of this part, The 21 term adjusted financial statement income means, with re 22 spec to any corporation for any taxable year, the net in 23 come or loss of the taxpayer set forth on the taxpayer's 24 applicable financial statement for such taxable year, add 25 just as provided in this section. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 12.1. B. Applicable financial statement for two purposes of this section. The term applicable financial 3 statement means, with respect to any taxable year, an AP for applicable financial statement, as defined in section 5451, b. 3, or as specified by the Secretary in Regulation 6 or other guidance, which covers such taxable year 7-8, c. General adjustments. 1. Statements covering different tax years. Appropriate adjustments shall be 9-10 made in adjusted financial statement. Income in any 11 case in which an applicable financial statement COV 12 ERS a period other than the taxable year. 13 14 15, 2. Special rules for related entities. A. Consolidated financial state 16 ments if the financial results of a taxpayer 17 are reported on the applicable financial state 18 meant for a group of entities, rules similar to the 19 rules of section 451, b. 5, shall apply. 20, b. Consolidated returns except 21 as provided in regulations prescribed by the 22 Secretary, if the taxpayer is part of an affiliate 23 aided group of corporations filing a consolidated 24 return for any taxable year, adjusted financial 25 statement income for such group for such tax earn 223359K1 SLC. 13.1 able year shall take into account items on the two groups applicable financial statement which are 3 properly allocable to members of such group. C. Treatment 4 of dividends and 5 other amounts in the case of any corporation which is not included on a consolidated re-7 turn with the taxpayer, adjusted financial state 8 meant income of the taxpayer with respect to 9 such other corporation shall be determined by 10 only taking into account the dividends received 11 from such other corporation, reduced to the X 12 tenth provided by the Secretary in regulations or 13 other guidance, and other amounts which are 14 includable in gross income or deductible as a 15 loss under this chapter, other than amounts re 16 required to be included under sections 951 and 17951A or such other amounts as provided by the 18 Secretary, with respect to such other corpora 19. 2021, d. Treatment of partnerships, I, in general except as pro 22 vided by the Secretary. If the taxpayer is 23 a partner in a partnership, adjusted fin 24 shall statement income of the taxpayer shall 25 be adjusted to only take into account the earn 223359K1 SLC. 14.1 Taxpayer's distributive share of adjusted financial statement income of such partner 3 ship. 4. 2. Adjusted financial state partnerships for 5 meant 6 the purposes of this part. The adjusted financial statement income of a partnership 8 shall be the partnership's net income or 9 loss set forth on such partnerships apply 10 cable financial statement, adjusted under 11 rules similar to the rules of this section. 12. 3. Adjustments to take into account 13 income of certain items of foreign income 14. A. In general if, for any taxable 15 year, a taxpayer is a United States shareholder 16 of one or more controlled foreign corporations. 17 The adjusted financial statement income of such 18 taxpayer shall be adjusted to take into account 19 such taxpayers pro rata share, determined 20 under rules similar to the rules under section 21-951, a. 2, of items taken into account in Com. 22 Puting the net income or loss set forth on the 23 applicable financial statement, as adjusted 24 under rules similar to those that apply in Deter 25 mining adjusted financial statement income, of earn 223359K1 SLC. 15.1 Each such controlled foreign corporation with to respect to which such taxpayer is a United 3 States shareholder. 4. B. Negative adjustments in any 5 case in which the adjustment determined under 6 subparagraph, a, would result in a negative add 7 adjustment for such taxable year 8, I, no adjustment shall be made. 9 under this paragraph for such taxable 10-year, and 11, 2, the amount of the adjustment. 12 determined under this paragraph for the 13 succeeding taxable year, determined with 14 out regard to this paragraph, shall be re 15 ducate by an amount equal to the negative 16 adjustment for such taxable year. 17, 4, effectively connected income. In 18 the case of a foreign corporation, to determine ad 19 just financial statement income, the principles of 20 section 882 shall apply. 21, 5, adjustments for certain taxes. Ad 22 just financial statement income shall be appro 23 privately adjusted to disregard any federal income. 24 taxes or income, war profits or excess profits taxes. 25, within the meaning of section 901, with respect to earn 223,359K1 SLC. 16 1 a foreign country or possession of the United States, 2 which are taken into account on the taxpayer's AP3 applicable financial statement. To the extent provided for by the Secretary, the preceding sentence shall not 5 apply to income, war profits or excess profits taxes. 6, within the meaning of section 901, that are 7 posed by a foreign country or possession of the 8 United States and taken into account on the tax 9 payer's applicable financial statement if the taxpayer 10 does not choose to have the benefits of subpart A of 11 part 3 of subchapter N for the taxable year. The 12 Secretary shall prescribe such regulations or other 13 guidance as may be necessary and appropriate to 14 provide for the proper treatment of current and to 15 fared taxes for purposes of this paragraph, include 16ing the time at which such taxes are properly taken. 17 into account. 18, 6, adjustment with respect to dis 19 regarded entities adjusted financial statement. 20 income shall be adjusted to take into account any 21 adjusted financial statement income of a disregarded 22 entity owned by the taxpayer. 23, 7, special rule for cooperatives. In 24 the case of a cooperative to which section 1381 AP 25 applies, the adjusted financial statement income, deter earn 223,359K1 SLC. 17 1 mind without regard to this paragraph, shall be re-2 ducate by the amounts referred to in section 1382, b. 3, relating to patronage dividends and per unit retained for allocations, to the extent such amounts were not 5 otherwise taken into account in determining ad 6 just financial statement income. 7, 8, rules for Alaska Native corporations adjusted financial statement income shall 9 be appropriately adjusted to allow 10, a, cost recovery and depletion attrib 11 mutable to property the basis of which is deter 12 mind under section 21, c, of the Alaska Native 13 Claims Settlement Act, 43 U.S.C. 1620, c. 14 and 15, b. deductions for amounts payable made 16 pursuant to section 7, I, or section 7, j, of such 17 Act, 43 U.S.C. 1606, I, and 1606, j, only at 18. Such time as the deductions are allowed for tax 19 purposes. 20, 9. Amounts attributable to elections. 21 for direct payment of certain credits. Ad 22 just financial statement income shall be appro 23 privately adjusted to disregard any amount treated as 24 a payment against the tax imposed by subtitle A 25 pursuant to an election under section 6417, to the earn 223,359K1 SLC. 18 extent such amount was not otherwise taken into a C2 count under paragraph 5. 3, 10, consistent treatment of mortgage for servicing income of taxpayer other than A5 regulated investment company. 6, a, in general adjusted financial 7 statement income shall be adjusted so as not to 8 include any item of income in connection with 9 a mortgage servicing contract any earlier than 10 when such income is included in gross income. 11 under any other provision of this chapter. 12, b. Rules for amounts not rep compensation. 13 resenting 14 the Secretary shall provide regulations to prevent the avoidance of taxes imposed by this 16 chapter with respect to amounts not rep. 17 resenting reasonable compensation, as deter 18 mind by the Secretary, with respect to a mort 19 gauge servicing contract. 20, 11, Adjustment 21 Find benefit pensions reasonable with respect to DA 22, a, in general except as otherwise 23 provided in rules prescribed by the Secretary in 24 regulations or other guidance, adjusted FINAN 25 Chale statement income shall be earned 223359K1 SLC. 19.1, I, adjusted to disregard any amount 2 of income, cost, or expense that would auth 3 or wise be included on the applicable FINAN 4 Chale statement in connection with any COV5 aired benefit plan. 6. 2. Increased by any amount of in 7 come in connection with any such covered 8 benefit plan that is included in the gross 9 income of the corporation under any other 10 provision of this chapter, and 11. 3. Reduced by deductions allowed 12 under any other provision of this chapter 13 with respect to any such covered benefit 14 plan. 15. B. Covered benefit plan 4 per 16 poses of this paragraph. The term covered ben 17 FIT plan means 18, I, a defined benefit plan, other than 19 a multi-employer plan described in section 2414, F, if the trust which is part of such 21 plan is an employee's trust described in 22 section 401, A, which is exempt from tax 23 under section 501, A, 2425, 2, any qualified foreign plan, as defined in section 404A, E, or earn 223359K1 SLC. 21, 3, any other defined benefit plan 2 which provides post-employment benefits 3 other than pension benefits. 4, 12, tax-exempt entities in the case of 5 an organization subject to tax under section 511, add 6 just financial statement income shall be APRO 7 privately adjusted to only take into account any add 8 just financial statement income 9, A, of an unrelated trade or business, as 10 defined in section 513, of such organization, or 11, B, derived from debt-financed property 12, as defined in section 514, to the extent that 13 income from such property is treated as UNRA 14 related business taxable income. 15, 13, secretarial authority to adjust 16 items the 17 other guidance to provide for such adjustments to 18 adjusted financial statement income as the Secretary 19 determines necessary to carry out the purposes of 20 the section, including adjustments 21-22 Secretary shall issue regulations or, A, to prevent the omission or duplication of any item, and 23, B, to carry out the principles of Part 224 of Subchapter C of this chapter, relating to COR 25.8. Liquidations, Part 3 of Subchapter C of ERN 223359K1 SLC. 21.1 This chapter, relating to corporate organizations 2 and reorganizations, and Part 2 of Subchapter 3K of this chapter, relating to partnership contributions and distributions. 5. D. Deduction for financial statement net 6 operating loss 7, 1, in general adjusted financial statement income, determined after application of sub 9 section, C, and without regard to the subsection, 10 shall be reduced by an amount equal to the lesser 11 of 12, A, the aggregate amount of financial 13 statement net operating loss carryovers to the 14 taxable year, or 15, B, 80% of adjusted financial 16 statement income computed without regard to 17 the deduction allowable under this subsection. 18, 2, financial statement net operating 19 loss carryover a financial statement net OPER 28ing loss for any taxable year shall be a financial 21 statement net operating loss carryover to each tax 22 able year following the taxable year of the loss. The 23 portion of such loss which shall be carried to subs 24 quent taxable years shall be the amount of such loss earned to 22359K1 SLC. 22.1 remaining, if any, after the application of paragraph 2, 1. 3. Financial statement net operating 3-4 loss defined for purposes of this subsection. 5. The term financial statement net operating loss 6 means the amount of the net loss, if any, set forth 7 on the corporation's applicable financial statement 8, determined after application of subsection, C, and 9 without regard to the subsection, for taxable years 10 ending after December 31, 2019. 11. E. Regulations and other guidance. The 12 Secretary shall provide for such regulations and other 13 guidance as necessary to carry out the purposes of this 14th section, including regulations and other guidance relating 15 to the effect of the rules of this section on partnerships, 16 with income taken into account by an applicable corpora, 17 and 18. 2. Clerical amendment. The table of SEC 19 for Part 6 of Subchapter A of Chapter 1 is 20 amended by inserting after the item relating to SEC 21 and 56 the following new item, SEC 56A. Adjusted financial statement income. 22. C. Corporate AMT foreign tax credit seconds 23 and 59, as amended by this section, is amended by adding 24 at the end. The following new subsection, 25, L. Corporate AMT foreign tax credit earned 223359K1 SLC. 23.1. In general, for purposes of this part, 2. If an applicable corporation chooses to have the Ben 3 effects of Subpart A of Part 3 of Subchapter N for any taxable year, the corporate AMT foreign tax 5 credit for the taxable year of the applicable corpora section is an amount equal to sum of 7, A, the lesser of 8, I, the aggregate of the applicable 9 corporations pro rata share, as determined under Section 56A, C, 3, of the 11 amount of income, war, profits, and excess 12 profits taxes, within the meaning of SEC 13 and 901, imposed by any foreign country 14 or possession of the United States which 15 are 16, I, taken into account on the 17 applicable financial statement of each 18 controlled foreign corporation with Re 19 spec to which the applicable corporate 20 is a United States shareholder, 21 and 22, 2, paid or accrued, forfeit 23 ARL income tax purposes, by each 24 such controlled foreign corporation, or earn 223359K1 SLC. 24.1, 2, the product of the amount of the 2 adjustment under Section 56A, C, 3, and 3 the 455, B, 2, A, I, and 5, B, in the case of an applicable corpora section that is a domestic corporation, the amount 7 of income, war profits, and excess profits taxes 8, within the meaning of Section 901, imposed by 9 any foreign country or possession of the United 10 States to the extent such taxes are percentage specified in Section 11, I, taken into account on the applica. 12 BLE corporations applicable financial state 13 meant, and 14, 2, paid or accrued, for federal and 15 come tax purposes, by the applicable COR 16 poration. 17, 2, carryover of excess tax paid for 18 any taxable year for which an applicable corporation 19 chooses to have the benefits of Subpart A of Part 320 of Subchapter N, the excess of the amount described 21 in paragraph 1, A, I, over the amount described in 22 paragraph 1, A, 2, shall increase the amount to 23 scribed in paragraph 1, A, I, in any of the first 524 succeeding taxable years to the extent not taken into 25 account in a prior taxable year. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 25, 3, Regulations 1 or other guidance 2 the Secretary shall provide for such regulations or 3 other guidance as is necessary to carry out the purposes of this subsection. 5, D. Treatment of General Business Credit 6 Section 38, C, 6, E, is amended to read as follows, E, corporations in the case of a 7 corporation 8 9, I, the first sentence of paragraph 10, 1, shall be applied by substituting 25.11% of the taxpayer's net income tax as 12 exceeds $25,000 for the greater of and 13 all that follows, 14, 2, paragraph 2, A, shall be applied 15 without regard to clause 2, I, thereof, 16 and 17, 3, paragraph 4, A. Shall be AP 18 applied without regard to clause 2, I, there 19 of 2021, e. Credit for prior year minimum tax liability, 1, in general section 53, e, is amended to 2223 read as follows, 24, e, 25 application to applications in the case of a corporation corpora earn 2233559K1 SLC. 26 1, subsection, b, 1, shall be applied by sub 2 statuting the net minimum tax for all prior taxable 3 years beginning after 2022 for the adjusted net for minimum tax imposed for all prior taxable years b5 beginning after 1986, and 6, 2, the amount determined under subsection 7, c, 1, shall be increased by the amount of tax I made posed under section 59A for the taxable year. 910, 2. Conforming amendments section 53, d, is amended 11, a, in paragraph 2, by striking, except 12 that in the case and all that follows through 13 treated as 0, and, b, by striking paragraph 3. 1415, f, effective date the amendments made by 16 this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 17, 31, 2022. 18 Part 2 Closing the carried interest 19 Loophole 20 SEC 10201. Modification of rules for partnership 21 Interests held in connection with the 22 Performance of services. 23, a, in general section 1061 is amended by strike 24 ing subsections, a, and, b, and inserting the following new 25 subsections, earn 223359K1 SLC. 27 1, a, in general if one or more applicable Part 2 ownership interests are held by a taxpayer at any time during the taxable year, the taxpayer's net applicable partnership for gain for such taxable year shall be treated as short-term 5 capital gain 6, b, net applicable partnership gain for 7 purposes of this section 8 9, 1. In general the term net applicable partnership gain means 10, a, the taxpayer's net long-term capital 11 gain determined by only taking into account 12 gains and losses with respect to one or more AP 13 applicable partnership interests described in sub 14 section, a, and 15, b, any other amounts which are 16, I, includable in the gross income of 17 the taxpayer with respect to one or more 18 such applicable partnership interests, and 19, 2, treated as capital gain or subject 20 to tax at the rate applicable to capital 21 gain. 22, 2, holding period exception 23, a, in general net applicable part 24 ownership gain shall be determined without regard earn 223359K1 SLC. 28 1 to any amount which is realized after the date 2 that is 5 years after the latest of 3, I, the date on which the taxpayer for acquired substantially all of the applicable 5 partnership interest with respect to which 6 the amount is realized. 7, 2, the date on which the partner 8 ship in which such applicable partnership 9 interest is held acquired substantially all of 10 the assets held by such partnership. 11, 3, if the partnership described in 12 clause, I, owns, directly or indirectly, inter 13s in one or more other partnerships, the 14 dates determined by applying rules similar 15 to the rules in clauses, I, and, 2, in the 16 case of each such other partnership. 17, b, shorter holding period in circumstances subparagraph, a, 18-19 shall be applied by substituting 3 years for 20 years in the case of 21, I, a taxpayer, other than a trust or 22 estate, with an adjusted gross income, to 23 determined without regard to sections 911, 24 931 and 933, of less than $400,000, and earn 223359K1 SLC. 29 1, 2, any income with respect to any 2 applicable partnership interest that is at 3 tributable to a real property trade or busy for NES 5469, c. 7, c. Within the meaning of section 6, 3, the Secretary is directed to Pro 7 vitae guidance regarding determination of 8 the amount described in subsection A, as 9 applied in paragraph 1, hereof, and any 10 necessary and appropriate reporting by any 11 partnership to carry out the purposes of 12 this section. 13. 3. Section 83 to not apply this section. 14 shall be applied without regard to section 83 and 15 any election in effect under section 83, b. 16. 4. Special rule to the extent provided 17 by the Secretary, subsection A, shall not apply to 18 income or gain attributable to any asset not held for 19 portfolio investment on behalf of third-party invs 20 tours. 21. b. Modifications related to definition of 22 applicable partnership interests. Section 1061, c. 23 is amended. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 31. 1. In paragraph 1, by striking to such other 2 entity and inserting with respect to a trade or 3 business that is not an applicable trade or business. 4. 2. In paragraph 3, by striking an interest in 5 a partnership to the extent of the partnership's Pro 6 portionate interest in any of the foregoing, and in 7 inserting except as otherwise provided by the seconds. 8. Retary an interest in a partnership if such partner 9 ship has a direct or indirect interest in any of the 10 foregoing, and 11. 3. In paragraph 4, 12, a, by striking the term and inserting 13 except as otherwise provided by the Secretary. 14. The term, and, b, in subparagraph a, by striking COR 1516 poration and inserting C corporation. 17. c. Recognition of gain on transfers of AP 18 applicable partnership interests to unrelated 19 parties. Section 1061, d, is amended to read as follows. 20. d. Transfer of applicable partnership in 21 terrorist. If a taxpayer transfers any applicable partner 22 ship interest, gain shall be recognized notwithstanding any 23 other provision of the subtitle. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 31.1, d. Regulations. Section 1061, e, is amended by 2 striking the period at the end and inserting the following. 3. Including regulations or other guidance to 4. 1. To prevent the avoidance of the purposes of 5 this section, including through the distribution of 6 property by a partnership and through carry waive 7 ERS, and 8. 2. To provide for the application of this SEC 9 to financial instruments, contracts, or interests 10 in entities other than partnerships to the extent any C11 necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of 12 this section. 13. e. Effective date. The amendments made by 14 this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 15, 31, 2022. 16. Part 3 Funding the Internal Revenue. 17. Service and improving taxpayer. 18. Pliance. 19. SEC 10301. Enhancement of internal revenue. Serve 20. ICE resources. 21. a. Appropriations. 22. 1. In general, the following sums are AP 23 appropriated, out of any money in the Treasury not 24 otherwise appropriated, for the fiscal year ending 25 September 30, 2022, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 32.1, a. Internal Revenue Service. 2. I. In general. 3. I. Taxpayer services. 4 necessary expenses of the Internal. 5 Revenue Service to provide taxpayer 6 services, including pre-filing assistance. 7 and education, filing, and account 8 services, taxpayer advocacy services, 9 and other services as authorized by 510 U.S.C. 3109, at such rates as may be. 11 Determine 12 $3,181,500,000, to remain available. 13 Until September 30, 2031, provided. 14 That these amounts shall be in addi. 15 to amounts otherwise available. 16 For such purposes. By the Commissioner. 17. 2. Enforcement for any C18 necessary expenses for tax enforcement. 19 Activities of the Internal Revenue. 20 Service to determine and collect owed. 21 Taxes, to provide legal and litigation 22 support, to conduct criminal investigate 23 tions, including investigative tech 24 knowledge, to provide digital asset money 25 touring and compliance activities, to earn 223359K1 SLC. 33.1 Enforce criminal statutes related to 2 violations of internal revenue laws and 3 other financial crimes, to purchase 4 and hire passenger motor vehicles, 31.5 USC 1343, b, and to provide other 6 services as authorized by 5 USC 73109, at such rates as may be deter 8 mind $945,637,400,000, to remain available 10 until September 30, 2031, provided, 11 that these amounts shall be in addi 12 shin to amounts otherwise available 13 for such purposes. 14 by the Commissioner, 3. Operations support 15 for necessary expenses of the Inter 16 NAL Revenue Service to support Tax 17 payer services and enforcement Pro 18 grams, including rent payments, FA 19 Sealities 20 Physical Security, Headquarters and 21 other IRS-wide administration activity 22 ties, Research and Statistics of Income, 23 Telecommunications, Information Tech 24 Knowledge Development, Enhancement, Op 25 Erat Ions, Maintenance and Security. Services, Printing, Postage, Earn 223359K1 SLC. 34.1 The hire of passenger motor vehicles 2, 31 USC 1343, b, the operations of 3 the Internal Revenue Service over 4 Site Board, and other services as 05 authorized by 5 USC 3109, at such 6 rates as may be determined by the 7 Commissioner, $25,326,400,000, to 8 remain available until September 30, 2031, provided, that these amounts 10 shall be in addition to amounts other 11 wise available for such purposes. 12. 4. Business Systems Mod 13 Earnization for necessary expenses 14 of the Internal Revenue Services 15 Business Systems Modernization Pro 16 gram, including development of Call 17 back technology and other technology 18 to provide a more personalized CUS 19 Tomer service but not including the 20 operation and maintenance of legacy 21 systems, $4,750,700,000, to remain 22 available until September 30, 2031, 23 provided, that these amounts shall be 24 in addition to amounts otherwise 25 available for such purposes. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 35.1, 2. Task Force to design an IRS to run free direct e-file tax return 3 system for Internal Revenue Service to deliver to Con 5 GRES, within 9 months following the 6th date of the enactment of this Act, a report 7 on, I, the cost, including options for Div 8 differential coverage based on taxpayer at 9 just gross income and return complexity, 10 of developing and running a free direct 11 e-file tax return system, including costs to 12 build and administer. Each release, with a 13 focus on multilingual and mobile-friendly 14 features and safeguards for taxpayer data, 15, 2, taxpayer opinions, expectations and 16 level of trust, based on surveys, for such a 17 free direct e-file system, and 3, the open 18 ions of an independent third party on the 19 overall feasibility, approach, schedule, cost, 20 organizational design, and internal Rev 21 NU service capacity to deliver such a DID 22 rect e-file tax return system, $15 million, 23 to remain available until September 30, 2023, provided, that these amounts shall necessary expenses of the Earn 223359K1 SLC. 36.1 be in addition to amounts otherwise avail to able for such purposes. 3. B. Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration for necessary expenses 5 of the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Ad 6 Ministration in carrying out the Inspector Gen 7 Aral Act of 1978, as amended, including per 8 chase and hire of passenger motor vehicles, 31(9 U.S.C. 1343, b, and services authorized by 510 U.S.C. 3109, at such rates as may be deter 11 mined by the Inspector General for Tax Admin 12 Istration, $403 million, to remain available 13 until September 30, 2031, provided, that these 14 amounts shall be in addition to amounts other 15 wise available for such purposes. 16. C. Office of Tax Policy for NEC 17 Necessary expenses of the Office of Tax Policy of 18 The Department of the Treasury to carry out 19 functions related to promulgating Regulations 20 under the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, 21,100 and $4,533,803, to remain available until September 30, 2031, provided, that these amounts 23 shall be in addition to amounts otherwise availed 24 able for such purposes. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 37. D. United 1 States Tax Court for 2 necessary expenses of the United States Tax 3 Court, including contract reporting and other 4 services as authorized by 5 U.S.C. 3109, $553 million, to remain available until September 30, 2031, provided, that these amounts 7 shall be in addition to amounts otherwise availed able for such purposes. E. 9 Treasury Departmental of 10 FICES for necessary expenses of the Depart 11 Mental Offices of the Department of the Trees 12 URI to provide for oversight and implementation 13 Support for actions by the Internal Revenue 14 Service to implement this Act and the amend 15 ments made by this Act, $50 million, to re-16 main available until September 30, 2031, Pro 17 Vided, that these amounts shall be in addition 18 to amounts otherwise available for such per 19. Poses. 20. 2. Multi-year operational plan, A. In 21 general not later than 6-22 months after the date of the enactment of this 23 Act, the Commissioner of Internal Revenue 24 shall submit to Congress a plan detailing how 25 the funds appropriated under paragraph ERN 223359K1 SLC. 38.1. A. I. will be spent over the 10-year period 2 ending with fiscal year 2031. 3. B. Quarterly updates for I. In general not later than the 5 last day of each calendar quarter beginning 6 during the applicable period. The Com. 7 Zioner of Internal Revenue shall submit to 8 Congress a report on the plan established 9 under subparagraph A, including 10, I, any updates to the plan, 11, 2, progress made in Impl 1213 mending the plan, and 3, any changes in CIR 14 circumstances or challenges in Impl 15 mending the plan. 16, 2, applicable period for per 17 poses of clause I. The applicable period is 18. The period beginning 1 year after the date 19. The report under subparagraph A is due 20 and ending on September 30, 2031. 21. C. Reduction in appropriation 22. I. In general in the case of any 23 failure to submit a plan required under 24 subparagraph A, or a report required 25 under subparagraph B, by the required ERN 223359K1 SLC. 39.1 Date, the amounts made available under 2 paragraph 1, A, I, shall be reduced by $100,000 for each day after such required for date that report has not been submitted to 5 Congress. 6. 2. Required date for purposes 7 of clause I. The required date is the date 8 that is 60 days after the date the plan or 9 report is required to be submitted under 10 subparagraph A, or B, as the case may 11b. 12. 3. No tax increases on certain tax 13 payers. Nothing in this subsection is intended to 14 increase taxes on any taxpayer with a taxable income come below $400,000. 16. B. Personnel flexibilities. The Secretary of 17 the Treasury, or the Secretary's delegate, may use the 18 funds made available under subsection A, 1, A, Subject 19 to such policies as the Secretary, or the Secretary's Dealey 20 Gate, may establish, to take such personnel actions as the 21 Secretary, or the Secretary's Delegate, determines NEC 22 necessary to administer the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, 23 including 24, 1, utilizing direct hire authority to recruit and 25 appoint qualified applicants, without regard to any ERN 223359K1 SLC. 41 Notice or preference requirements, directly to positutions in the competitive service, 3, 2, in addition to the authority under Section 478(12), 1, of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, AP 5 pointing not more than 200 individuals to position 6 in the Internal Revenue Service under Streamline 7 Critical Pay Authority, except that 8a, the authority to offer streamlined Crit 9 equal pay under this paragraph shall expire on 10 September 30, 2031, and 11b, the positions for which streamlined 12 critical pay is authorized under this paragraph 13 may include positions critical to the purposes 14 described in subclauses I, 2, and 3, of 15 subsection A, 1, A, I, and 16, 3, appointing not more than 300 individuals to 17 positions in the Internal Revenue Service for 18 which 19, A, the rate of basic pay may be established by the Secretary of the Treasury, or the 21 Secretaries Delegate, at a rate that does not exceed 22. C. The salary set in accordance with Section 23-104 of Title III, United States Code, and 24, b. The total annual compensation paid to 25 an employee in such a position, including allow ERN 223359K1 SLC. 41 ANSAs, differentials, bonuses, awards, and semi-2-lar cash payments, may not exceed the max 3 IMM amount of total annual compensation for payable at the salary set in accordance with 5 Section 104 of Title III, United States Code. 6-7 Subtitle B Prescription Drug Pricing Reform 8 Part 1 Lowering Prices Through Drug 9 Price Negotiation 10 SEC 11001. Providing for lower prices for certain 11 high-priced single-source drugs. 12a. Program to lower prices for certain 13 high-priced single-source drugs. Title 11 of the 14 Social Security Act is amended by adding after Section 15 1184, 42 U.S.C. 1320e, 3, the following new Part 16 Part E Price Negotiation Program to 17 lower prices for certain high-priced 18 single-source drugs 1920 SEC 1191. Establishment of Program. A. In general the Secretary shall establish a 21 drug price negotiation program, in this part referred to 22 as the program. Under the program, with respect to 23 each price applicability period, the Secretary shall 24-25, 1, publish a list of selected drugs in accordance with Section 1192, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 42-1, 2, enter into agreements with manufacturers of selected drugs with respect to such period, in AC3 accordance with Section 1193, 4, 3, negotiate and, if applicable, renegotiate 5 maximum fair prices for such selected drugs, in AC6 accordance with Section 1194, 7, 4, carry out the publication and administrative duties and compliance monitoring in accordance 9 with Sections 1195 and 1196. 10, b. Definitions relating to timing for per 11 poses of this part. 12, 1. Initial price applicability year. The 13-term initial price applicability year means a year 14, beginning with 2026. 15, 2. Price applicability period. The term 16 price applicability period means, with respect to a 17 qualifying single-source drug, the period beginning 18 with the first initial price applicability year with re-19 spec to which such drug is a selected drug and end 20ing with the last year during which the drug is a SE21 lect drug. 22, 3. Selected drug publication date 23. The term selected drug publication date means 24 with respect to each initial price applicability year, EARN 223359K1 SLC. 43 1 February 1st of the year that begins 2 years prior to such year. 3. 4. Negotiation period. The term negotiation period means, with respect to an initial price 5 applicability year with respect to a selected drug, the 6 period 7, a, beginning on the sooner of 8, I, the date on which the manufacturer of the drug and the secretary enter 10 into an agreement under section 1193 with 11 respect to such drug, or 12, 2. February 28 following the SE 13 LEC drug publication date with respect to 14 such selected drug, and 15, b, ending on November 1st of the year 16 that begins 2 years prior to the initial price AP 17 applicability year. 18, c, other definitions for purposes of this 19 part, 20, 1. Maximum fair price eligible in D21 visual. The term maximum fair price eligible in 22 individual means, with respect to a selected drug 23, a, in the case such drug is dispensed to 24 the individual at a pharmacy, by a mail order 25 service, or by another dispenser, an individual EARN 223359K1 SLC. 44 1 who is enrolled under a prescription drug plan 2 under Part D of Title 18 or in MA, PD Plan 3 under Part C of such title if coverage is provided under such plan for such selected drug, 5 and 6, b, in the case such drug is furnished or 7 administered to the individual by a hospital, 8 physician or other provider of services or sub 9 plier, an individual who is enrolled under Part 10b of Title 18, including an individual who is 11 enrolled under an MA plan. Under Part C of 12 such title, if such selected drug is covered under 13 such part. 14, 2, maximum fair price. The term max 15 imam fair price means, with respect to a year der 16 ing a price applicability period and with respect to 17 a selected drug, as defined in section 1192, c, with 18 respect to such period, the price negotiated pursuant 19 to section 1194, and updated pursuant to section 201195, b, as applicable, for such drug and year. 21, 3, reference product. The term Ref 22 reference product has the meaning given such term in 23 section 351, I, of the Public Health Service Act. 24, 4, unit. The term unit means, with re 25 spec to a drug or biological product, the lowest EARN 223359K1 SLC. 45 1 identifiable amount, such as a capsule or tablet, mil 2 gram of molecules, or grams, of the drug or biological product that is dispensed or furnished. The for determination of a unit, with respect to a drug or 5 biological product, pursuant to this paragraph shall 6 not be subject to administrative or judicial review. 7, 5, total expenditures. The term total 8 expenditures includes, in the case of expenditures 9 with respect to Part D of Title 18, the total gross 10 covered prescription drug costs, as defined in section 11-1860d, 15, b, 3. The term total expenditures x 12 cluds, in the case of expenditures with respect to 13 Part B of such title, expenditures for a drug or bio 14 logical product that are bundled or packaged into 15 the payment for another service. 16, d, timing for initial price applicability 17 year 2026 notwithstanding the provisions of this part, 18 in the case of initial price applicability year 2026. The FAL 19 lowing rules shall apply for purposes of implementing the 20 program, 21, 1, subsection, b, 3, shall be applied by sub 22 statuting September 1, 2023 4, with respect to 23 each initial price applicability year, February 1st of 24 the year that begins 2 years prior to such year. 25, 2, subsection, b, 4, shall be applied EARN 223359K1 SLC. 46 1, a, in subparagraph, a, 2. By sub 2 statuting October 1, 2023 for February 28 3 following the selected drug publication date for with respect to such selected drug, and 5. B. In subparagraph, B. By substituting 6 August 1, 2024 for November 1 of the year 7 that begins 2 years prior to the initial price AP applicability year. 9. 3. Section 1192 shall be applied 10. A. In subsection, B. 1. A. By sub 11 statuting during the period beginning on June 12 1, 2022 and ending on May 31, 2023 for der 13ing the most recent period of 12 months prior 14 to the selected drug publication date, but end 15ing not later than October 31 of the year prior 16 to the year of such drug publication date, with 17 respect to such year. 18. B. In subsection, D. 1. A. By sub 19 statuting during the period beginning on June 21, 2022 and ending on May 31, 2023 for der 21ing the most recent period for which data are 22 available of at least 12 months prior to the SE23 LEC drug publication date, but ending number 24 later than October 31 of the year prior to the EARN 223359K1 SLC. 47 1 year of such drug publication date, with respect to such year, and 3. C. In subsection, E. 3. B. By sub 4 statuting during the period beginning on June 5 1, 2022 and ending on May 31, 2023 for der 6ing the most recent period for which data are 7 available of at least 12 months prior to the SE8 LEC drug publication date, but ending number 9 later than October 31 of the year prior to the 10 year of such drug publication date, with re 11 spec to such year. 12. 4. Section 1193, A, shall be applied by sub 13 statuting October 1, 2023 for February 28 fall 14 lowing the selected drug publication date with re 15 spec to such selected drug. 16. 5. Section 1194, B, 2, shall be applied 17, A, in subparagraph, A, by substituting 18 October 2, 2023 for March 1 of the year of 19 the selected drug publication date, with respect 20 to the selected drug. 21, B, in subparagraph, B, by substituting 22 February 1, 2024 for the June 1 following 23 the selected drug publication date, and 24, C, in subparagraph, E, by substituting 25 August 1, 2024 for the first day of November EARN 223359K1 SLC. 48 1 following the selected drug publication date, 2 with respect to the initial price applicability 3 year. 4, 6. Section 1195, A, shall be applied 5, A, in paragraph, 1, by substituting 6 September 1, 2024 for November 30 of the 7 year that is 2 years prior to such initial price 8 applicability year, and 9, B, in paragraph, 2, by substituting 10 March 1, 2025 for March 1 of the year prior 11 to such initial price applicability year. 12 SEC 1192. Selection of negotiation eligible drugs 1314 as selected drugs. A. In general not later than the selected drug 15 publication date with respect to an initial price applica 16ability year, in accordance with subsection, B. This sector 17 Rotary shall select and publish a list of 18, 1, with respect to the initial price applica 19ability year 2026, 10 negotiation eligible drugs to 20 scribed in subparagraph, A, of subsection, D, 1, 21 but not subparagraph, B, of such subsection, with 22 respect to such year, or, all, if such number is less 23. Then 10, such negotiation eligible drugs with respect 24 to such year, EARN 223359K1 SLC. 49 1, 2, with respect to the initial price applica 2ability year 2027, 15 negotiation eligible drugs described in subparagraph A of subsection D 1, 4 but not subparagraph B of such subsection, with 5 respect to such year, or all, if such number is less 6 than 15, such negotiation eligible drugs with respect 7 to such year, 8, 3, with respect to the initial price applicability year 2028, 15 negotiation eligible drugs described in subparagraph A, or B, of subsection 11, D, 1, with respect to such year, or all, if such 12 number is less than 15, such negotiation eligible 13 drugs with respect to such year, and 14, 4, with respect to the initial price applicability year 2029 or a subsequent year, 20 negotiation eligible drugs described in subparagraph A, or 17, B, of subsection D, 1, with respect to such year 18, or all, if such number is less than 20, such nego 19 negotiation eligible drugs with respect to such year, and 20 subject to subsection C, 2, and section 1194, F, 5, each 21 drug published on the list pursuant to the previous N22 shall be subject to the negotiation process under SEC 23-1194 for the negotiation period with respect to such 24 initial price applicability year, and the renegotiation PROC EARN 223359K1 SLC 51S under such section as applicable for any subsequent 2-year during the applicable price applicability period. 3. B. Selection of drugs for 1. In general in carrying out subsection 5, A, 1, subject to paragraph 2, the Secretary shall, 6 with respect to an initial price applicability year, do 7 the following, 8, A, rank negotiation eligible drugs described in subsection D, 1, according to the 10 total expenditures for such drugs under Parts B 11 and D of Title 18, as determined by the Seconds 12 Retieri, during the most recent period of 12-13 months prior to the selected drug publication 14 date, but ending not later than October 31st of 15 the year prior to the year of such drug publication date, with respect to such year, for which 17 data are available, with the negotiation eligible 18 drugs with the highest total expenditures being 19 ranked the highest. 20. B. Select from such ranked drugs with 21 respect to such year the negotiation eligible 22 drugs with the highest such rankings. 23. 2. High spend Part D drugs for 2026 and 2027 with respect to the initial price applicability 25 year 2026 and with respect to the initial price EARN 223359K1 SLC. 51 1 Kability year 2027, the Secretary shall apply Para 2 Graph 1, as if the reference to negotiation eligible 3 drugs described in subsection D, 1, were a ref 4 errands to negotiation eligible drugs described in sub 5 section D, 1, A, and as if the reference to total X6 expenditures for such drugs under Parts B and D of 7 Title 18 were a reference to total expenditures 8 for such drugs under Part D of Title 18. 9. C. Selected drug 10, 1, in general for purposes of this part, 11 in accordance with subsection E, 2, and subject to 12 paragraph 2, each negotiation eligible drug in 13 clud on the list published under subsection A, 14 with respect to an initial price applicability year 15 shall be referred to as a selected drug with respect 16 to such year and each subsequent year beginning B17 for the first year that begins at least 9 months 18 after the date on which the Secretary determines at 19 least one drug or biological product 2021, A, is approved or licensed, as applicable, 22, I, under Section 505, J, of the Fed 23 Aral Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act using 24 such drug as the listed drug, or EARN 223359K1 SLC. 52 1, 2, under Section 351, K, of the Public Health Service Act using such drug as 3. The reference product, and 4. B. is marketed pursuant to such a P5 privilege or licensure. 6. 2. 7. Clarification and negotiation eligible drug 8. A. that is included on the list published 9 under subsection A, with respect to an initial 10 price applicability year, and 11. B. for which the Secretary makes a D12 termination described in paragraph 1, before 13 or during the negotiation period with respect to 14 such initial price applicability year. 15 shall not be subject to the negotiation process under 16 section 1194 with respect to such negotiation period. 17 and shall continue to be considered a selected drug. 18 under this part with respect to the number of Nego 19 Tiatution eligible drugs published on the list under sub 20 section A, with respect to such initial price applicate 21 ability year. 22. D. Negotiation eligible drug 23. 1. In general for purposes of this part. 24 subject to paragraph 2. The term negotiation eligible 25 BLE drug means, with respect to the selected drug ERN 223359K1 SLC. 53 1 Publication date with respect to an initial price AP2 applicability year, a qualifying single source drug, as 3 defined in subsection E, that is described in either 4 of the following subparagraphs, or, with respect to 5 the initial price applicability year 2026 or 2027, that 6 is described in subparagraph A, 7, A, Part D. High spend drugs. The 8 qualifying single source drug is, determined in 9 accordance with subsection E, 2, among the 1050 qualifying single source drugs with the high 11s total expenditures under Part D of Title 1218, as determined by the Secretary in AC 13 accordance with paragraph 3, during the most 14 recent period for which data are available of at 15 least 12 months prior to the selected drug pub 16 location date, but ending no later than October 1731 of the year prior to the year of such drug 18 publication date, with respect to such year. 19. B. Part B. High spend drugs. The 20 qualifying single source drug is, determined in 21 accordance with subsection E, 2, among the 2250 qualifying single source drugs with the high 23s total expenditures under Part B of Title 2418, as determined by the Secretary in AC ERN 223359K1 SLC. 54 1 accordance with paragraph 3, during such most 2 recent period, as described in clause I. 3, 2, 4 drugs exception for small biotech 5, A, in general subject to subpara 6 graph, C, the term negotiation eligible drug 7 shall not include, with respect to the initial 8 price applicability years 2026, 2027, and 2028, 9 a qualifying single source drug that meets EI tender of the following, 11, I. Part D drugs. The total X12 penditures for the qualifying single source 13 drug under Part D of Title 18, as deter 14 mined by the Secretary in accordance with 15 paragraph 3, B, during 2021-16, I, are equal to or less than 1/17% of the total expenditures 18 under such Part D, as so determined, 19 for all covered Part D drugs, as de 20 find in section 1860 D, 2, E, during 21 such year, and 22, 2, are equal to at least 80 per 23 cent of the total expenditures under 24 such Part D, as so determined, for all 25 covered Part D drugs for which the ERN 223359K1 SLC. 55 1 Manufacturer of the drug has an II agreement in effect under section 3 D, 14A during such year. 4, 2, Part B drugs. The total X5 penditures for the qualifying single source 6 drug under Part B of Title 18, as deter 7 mined by the Secretary in accordance with 8 paragraph 3, B, during 2021-9, I, are equal to or less than 1/10% of the total expenditures 11 under such Part B, as so determined, 12 for all qualifying single source drugs 13 covered under such Part B during 14 such year, and 15, 2, are equal to at least 80 per 16 cent of the total expenditures under 17 such Part B, as so determined, for all 18 qualifying single-source drugs of the 19 manufacturer that are covered under 20 such Part B during such year. 21, 22, 23, b. Clarifications relating to manufacturers. I. Aggregation rule: all per 24 sons treated as a single employer under 25 subsection A, or B, of section 52 of the ERN 22339K1 SLC. 56.1 Internal Revenue Code of 1986 shall be treated as one manufacturer for purposes 3 of this paragraph. 4. 2. Limitation: a drug shall not 5 be considered to be a qualifying single source drug described in clause I, or 2, 7 of subparagraph A, if the manufacturer 8 of such drug is acquired after 2021 by an 9 other manufacturer that does not meet the 10 definition of a specified manufacturer. 11 under section 1860D, 14C, G, 4, B, 2, F12 effective at the beginning of the plan year. 13 immediately following such acquisition, or 14 in the case of an acquisition before 2025, 15 effective January 1, 2025. 16, C, drugs. 17 biotech drugs. The 18 considered a qualifying single-source drug. The 19 scribed in subparagraph A not included as small following shall not be 20, I, a vaccine that is licensed under 21 Section 351 of the Public Health Service 22 Act and is marketed pursuant to such SEC 23 Shan. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 57.1, 2, a new formulation, such as an 2 extended release formulation, of a qualifying single-source drug. 4, 3, clarifications and determinations. 5, a. Previously selected drugs and 6 small biotech drugs excluded in Apply 7 ing subparagraphs A, and B, of paragraph 8, 1. The Secretary shall not consider or count 9, I, drugs that are already selected. 10 drugs, and 11, 2, for initial price applicability 12 years 2026, 2027, and 2028, qualifying 13 single-source drugs described in paragraph 14, 2, a. 15, b. Use of data in determining 16 whether a qualifying single-source drug satisfies 17 any of the criteria described in paragraph 1, 18 or 2. The Secretary shall use data that is AG19 aggregated across dosage forms and strengths of 20 the drug, including new formulations of the 21 drug, such as an extended release formulation, 22 and not based on the specific formulation or 23 package size or package type of the drug. 24, e. Qualifying single-source drug ERN 223359K1 SLC. 58.1, 1. In general, for purposes of this part, 2. The term qualifying single-source drug means, with respect to an initial price applicability year, subject 4 to paragraphs 2 and 3, a covered Part D drug. 5, as defined in section 1860D, 2, e, that is described 6 in any of the following, or a drug or biological prod. 7 covered under Part B of Title 18 that is de 8 scribed in any of the following. 9, a, drug products. A drug. 10, I, that is approved under section 11505, c, of the Federal Food, Drug, and 12 Cosmetic Act and is marketed pursuant to 13 such approval. 14, 2, for which, as of the selected drug 15 publication date with respect to such initial 16 price applicability year, at least 7 years 17 will have elapsed since the date of such AP 18 approval, and 19, 3, that is not the listed drug. For 20 any drug that is approved and marketed. 21 under section 505, J, of such act. 22, b. Biological products. A biology. 23 Cal product. 24, I, that is licensed under section 25351, a, of the Public Health Service Act ERN 223359K1 SLC. 59.1 and is marketed under section 351 of such 2 Act. 3, 2, for which, as of the selected drug for publication date with respect to such initial 5 price applicability year, at least 11 years 6 will have elapsed since the date of such Li 7 censure, and 8, 3, that is not the reference product 9 for any biological product that is licensed 10 and marketed under Section 351, K, of such 11 Act. 1213, 2, Treatment of authorized generic drugs 14, a. In general in the case of a qualifying single-source drug described in subpara 16 graph, a, or, b, of paragraph 1, that is the 17 listed drug, as such term is used in section 18505, j, of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cost 19 Medic Act, or a product described in clause 2, 20 of subparagraph, b, with respect to an author 21ized generic drug, in applying the provisions of 22 this part, such authorized generic drug and 23 such listed drug or such product shall be treat 24 ed as the same qualifying single source drug. EARN 223359K1 SLC. 61, b. Authorized generic drug to find for 3 term authorized generic drug means the purposes of this paragraph, the 4, I, in the case of a drug, an author 5ized generic drug, as such term is defined 6 in section 505, t, 3, of the Federal Food, 7 Drug, and Cosmetic Act, and 8-9, 2, in the case of a biological product, a product that, I, has been licensed under SEC 1011 Chin 351, a, of such act, and 12, 2, is marketed, sold, or dis 13 tribute, directly or indirectly to retail 14 class of trade under a different label 15 ing, packaging, other than repack 16 aging as the reference product in BLE 17 terpacks, unit doses, or similar pack 18 aging for use in institutions, product 19 code, labeler code, trade name, or 20 trademark than the reference prod 21 uct. 22, 3, exclusions in this part. The term 23 qualifying single source drug does not include any 24 of the following, EARN 223359K1 SLC. 61-1, a. Certain orphan drugs. A drug 2 that is designated as a drug for only one rare 3 disease or condition under Section 526 of the 4 Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act and for 5 which the only approved indication, or indications, is for such disease or condition. 7, b. Low-spend Medicare drugs. A 8 drug or biological product with respect to which 9 the total expenditures under Parts B and D of 10 Title 18, as determined by the Secretary, 11 during the most recent period for which data 12 are available of at least 12 months prior to the 13 selected drug publication date, but ending number 14 later than October 31st of the year prior to the 15 year of such drug publication date, with 316 spec to such year, is less than 1718, I. With respect to 2021, $200 million, or 19, 2, with respect to a subsequent 20 year, the dollar amount specified in this 21 subparagraph for the previous year in 22 increased by the annual percentage increase 23 in the Consumer Price Index for all urban 24 consumers, all items, United States City EARN 223359K1 SLC. 62-1 average, for the 12-month period ending 2 with September of such previous year. 3, c. Plasma-derived products. A biopharmaceutical product that is derived from human 5 whole blood or plasma. 6, f. No administrative or judicial review. 7 The determination of negotiation eligible drugs under sub-8 section, d. The determination of qualifying single source 9 drugs under subsection, e, and the selection of drugs 10 under this section are not subject to administrative or Ju 11 judicial review. 1213 SEC 1193. Manufacturer agreements. A. In general for purposes of section 141191, a. 2. The Secretary shall enter into agreements with 15 manufacturers of selected drugs with respect to a price 16 applicability period, by not later than February 28 fall 17 lowing the selected drug publication date with respect to 18 such selected drug, under which 19, 1. During the negotiation period for the initial 20 price applicability year for the selected drug, the 21 secretary and the manufacturer, in accordance with 22. Section 1194, negotiate to determine, and, by not 23 later than the last date of such period, agree to, a 24 maximum fair price for such selected drug of the ERN 223359K1 SLC. 63.1 Manufacturer in order for the manufacturer to provide access to such price 3, a, to maximum fair price eligible Indi for individuals who with respect to such drug are described 61191, c. 1, and are dispensed such drug, and to 7 pharmacies, mail order services, and other dispensers, with respect to such maximum fair 9 price eligible individuals who are dispensed such 10 drugs, during, subject to paragraph 2, the 11 price applicability period, and in subparagraph a of section 12, b, to hospitals, physicians, and other 13 providers of services and suppliers with respect 14 to maximum fair price eligible individuals who 15 with respect to such drug are described in sub 16 paragraph b of such section and are for 17 nished or administered such drug during sub 18 ject to paragraph 2, the price applicability PE 19 Riad 20, 2, the secretary and the manufacturer shall, 21 in accordance with section 1194, renegotiate, and, 22 by not later than the last date of such period, agree 23 to, the maximum fair price for such drug, in order 24 for the manufacturer to provide access to such max 25 imam fair price, as so renegotiated, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 64.1, a, to maximum fair price eligible Indi 2 individuals who with respect to such drug are described for 1191, c. 1, and are dispensed such drug, and to 5 pharmacies, mail order services, and other dispensers, with respect to such maximum fair 7 price eligible individuals who are dispensed such 8 drugs, during any year during the price applicability period, beginning after such renegotiation, with respect to such selected drug, and 11, b, to hospitals, physicians, and other 12 providers of services and suppliers with respect 13 to maximum fair price eligible individuals who 14 with respect to such drug are described in sub 15 paragraph, b, of such section and are for 16 nished or administered such drug during any 17 year described in sub paragraph, a, 18, 3, subject to subsection, d, access to the 19 maximum fair price, including as renegotiated per 20 suant to paragraph 2, with respect to such a SE21 lect drug, shall be provided by the manufacturer 22 to in subparagraph a of section 23, a, maximum fair price eligible individ 24 ULs, who with respect to such drug are de 25 scribed in subparagraph a of section ERN 223359K1 SLC. 65.1.1191, c. 1, at the pharmacy, mail order service, 2 or other dispenser at the point of sale of such 3 drug, and shall be provided by the manufacturer to the pharmacy, mail order service, or 5 other dispenser, with respect to such maximum 6 fair price eligible individuals who are dispensed 7 such drugs, as described in paragraph 1, a, 8 or 2, a, as applicable, and 9, b, hospitals, physicians, and other providers of services and suppliers with respect to 11. Maximum fair price eligible individuals who 12 with respect to such drug are described in sub 13 paragraph, b, of such section and are for 14 nished or administered such drug, as described 15 in paragraph 1, b, or 2, b, as applicable, 16, 4, the manufacturer submits to the second 17 Rotary, in a form and manner specified by the second's 18 Rotary, for the negotiation period for the price appli 19 capability period, and, if applicable, before any period 20 of renegotiation. Pursuant to section 1194, f, with 21 respect to such drug. 22. A. Information on the non-federal over 23 age manufacturer price, as defined in section 2481-26, H. 5, of Title 38, United States Code, 425 the drug for the applicable year or period, and earn 223359K1 SLC. 66.1. B. Information that the Secretary requires to carry out the negotiation, or renegotiation process, under this part, and 4. 5. The manufacturer complies with require 5 ments determined by the Secretary to be necessary. 6. For purposes of administering the program and Mon 7 item compliance with the program. 8. B. Agreement in effect until drug is number 9 longer a selected drug. An agreement entered into 10 under this section shall be effective, with respect to a SE11 lect drug, until such drug is no longer considered a SE12 lect drug under section 1192, c. 13, c. Confidentiality of information in form of 14 submitted to the Secretary under this part by a manufacturer of a selected drug that is proprietary in form a 16 of such manufacturer, as determined by the Sector 17 Retary, shall be used only by the Secretary or disclosed 18 to and used by the Comptroller General of the United 19 States for purposes of carrying out this part. 20. D. Non-duplication with 340B sealing 21 price under an agreement entered into under this SEC 22. The manufacturer of a selected drug shall not be 23 required to provide access to the maximum fair price under 24 subsection A. 3, with respect to such selected drug, and 25 maximum fair price eligible individuals who are eligible to earn 223359K1 SLC. 67.1 Be furnished, administered, or dispensed such selected 2 drug at a covered entity described in section 340B, A. 4, 3 of the Public Health Service Act, to such covered entity 4 if such selected drug is subject to an agreement described 5 in section 340B, A. 1, of such act, and the sealing price 6, defined in section 340B, A. 1, of such act, is lower than 7 the maximum fair price for such selected drug, except that 8 the manufacturer shall provide for the maximum fair price 9 to such covered entity with respect to maximum fair price 10 eligible individuals who are eligible to be furnished, admin 11 istered or dispensed such selected drug at such entity at 12 such sealing price in a non-duplicated amount to the sealing 13 price if the maximum fair price is below the sealing price 14 for such selected drug. 1516 SEC 1194. Negotiation and renegotiation process. A. In general, for purposes of this part, under 17 an agreement under section 1193 between the Secretary 18 and a manufacturer of a selected drug, or selected drugs, 19 with respect to the period for which such agreement is 20 in effect and in accordance with subsections B, C, and 21, D. The Secretary and the manufacturer 22, 1, shall during the negotiation period with re-23 respect to such drug, in accordance with this section, 24 negotiate a maximum fair price for such drug. 425 The purpose described in section 1193, A. 1, and earn 223359K1 SLC. 68.1, 2, renegotiate, in accordance with the process 2 specified pursuant to subsection F, such maximum 3 fair price for such drug for the purpose described in 4 section 1193, A. 2, if such drug is a renegotiation L5 eligible drug under such subsection. 6. B. Negotiation process requirements 7, 1. Methodology and process. The seconds 8 Retary shall develop and use a consistent method 9ology and process, in accordance with paragraph 2, 10 for negotiations under subsection A, that aims to 11 achieve the lowest maximum fair price for each SE12 lect drug. 13, 2, specific elements of negotiation 14 process as part of the negotiation process under 15 this section, with respect to a selected drug, and the 16 negotiation period with respect to the initial price 17 applicability year with respect to such drug, the fall 18 lowing shall apply. 19, A. Submission of information not 20 later than March 1 of the year of the selected 21 drug publication date, with respect to the SE22 LEC drug, the manufacturer of the drug. Shall 23 submit to the Secretary, in accordance with SEC 24/1193, A. 4, the information described in 25 such section. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 69-1, B. Initial offer by Secretary not too later than the June 1 following the selected 3 drug publication date. The Secretary shall provide the manufacturer of a selected drug with 5 a written initial offer that contains the second Secretary's proposal for the maximum fair price of 7 the drug and a list of the factors described in 8 Section 1194, E, that were used in developing 9 such offer. 10, C. Response to initial offer 11, I. In general not later than 12 days after the date of receipt of an initial 13 offer under subparagraph, B. The Manu 14 facturer shall either accept such offer or 15 propose a counter offer to such offer. 16, 2. Counter offer 17 mens if 18 counter offer, such counter offer require a manufacturer proposes a 19, I, shall be in writing, and 20, 2, shall be justified based on 21 the factors described in subsection, E. 22, D. Response to counter offer 23 after receiving a counter offer under subpart 24 graph, C. The Secretary shall respond in writ 25ing to such counter offer. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 71, E. Deadline all negotiations between the Secretary and the manufacturer of the SE3 LEC drug shall end prior to the first day of 4 November following the selected drug publication date, with respect to the initial price appli 6 capability year. 7, F. Limitations on offer amount 8 in negotiating the maximum fair price of a SE9 LEC drug, with respect to an initial price AP10 applicability year for the selected drug, and, as 11 applicable, in renegotiating the maximum fair 12 price for such drug, with respect to a subs 13 quent year during the price applicability period 14 for such drug, the Secretary shall not offer, or 15 agree to a counter offer for, a maximum fair 16 price for the selected drug that 17 I. Exceeds the ceiling determined 18 under subsection, C, for the selected drug 19 and year, or 20, 2, as applicable, is less than the 21 floor determined under subsection, D, for 22 the selected drug and year. 23, G. Treatment of determination 24 the determination of a maximum fair price ERN 223359K1 SLC. 71-1 under this section is not subject to administrative or judicial review. 345, C. Ceiling for maximum fair price, 1. General ceiling, A. In general the maximum fair 6 price negotiated under this section for a SE7 LEC drug, with respect to the first year of the 8 price applicability period with respect to such 9 drug, shall not exceed the lower of the amount 10 under subparagraph, B, or the amount under 11 subparagraph, C. 1213, B, subparagraph, B, amount and amount equal to the following, 14, I, covered Part D drug in the 15 case of a covered Part D drug, as defined 16 in section 1860 D, 2, E, the sum of the 17 plan-specific enrollment weighted amounts 18 for each prescription drug plan or MA, PD 19 plan, as determined under paragraph 2. 20, 2, Part B drug or biological 21 in the case of a drug or biological product 22 covered under Part B of Title 18, the 23 payment 24 1847A, B, 4, for the drug or biological 25 product for the year prior to the year of amount under section ERN 223359K1 SLC. 72-1 the selected drug publication date with respect to the initial price applicability year 3 for the drug or biological product. 4. C. Subparagraph, C. Amount and 5 amount equal to the applicable percent described in paragraph 3, with respect to such 7 drug, of the following, 8, I, Initial price applicability 9-year 2026 in the case of a selected drug 10 with respect to which such initial price AP11 applicability year is 2026, the average non-12 federal average manufacturer price for 13 such drug for 2021, or, in the case that 14 there is not an average non-federal over 15 age. Manufacturer price available for such 16 drug for 2021, for the first full year fall 17 lowering the market entry for such drug, in 18 increased by the percentage increase in the 19 consumer price index for all urban con 20 consumers, all items, United States city over 21 age, from September 2021, or December 22 of such first full year following the market 23 entry, as applicable, to September of the 24 year prior to the year of the selected drug earn 223359K1 SLC. 73 1 publication date with respect to such initial 2 price applicability year. 3. 2. Initial price applicability for year 2027 and subsequent years. In 5 the case of a selected drug with respect to 6 which such initial price applicability year is 7/2027 or a subsequent year, the lower of 8. The average non-federal AV9 average manufacturer price for such 10 drug for 2021, or, in the case that 11 there is not an average non-federal 12 average manufacturer price available 13 for such drug for 2021, for the first 14 full year following the market entry 15 for such drug, increased by the per 16 centage increase in the consumer price 17 index for all urban consumers, all 18 items, United States city average, 19 from September 2021, or December 20 of such first full year following the 21 market entry, as applicable, to Sep 22 September of the year prior to the year of 23 the selected drug publication date 24 with respect to such initial price apply 25 capability year, or earn 223359K1 SLC. 74 1, 2. The average non-federal AV2 average manufacturer price for such 3 drug for the year prior to the selected 4 drug publication date with respect to 5 such initial price applicability year. 6. 2. Plan-specific enrollment weighted 7 amount for purposes of paragraph 1, b, I. The 8 plan-specific enrollment weighted amount for a pre-9scription drug plan or an MA. PD plan with respect 10 to a covered Part D drug is an amount equal to the 11 product of 12, a. The negotiated price of the drug 13 under such plan under Part D of Title 18, 14 net of all price concessions received by such 15 plan or pharmacy benefit managers on behalf of 16 such plan, for the most recent year for which 17 data is available, and 18, b. A fraction 19, I. The numerator of which is the 20 total number of individuals enrolled in 21 such plan in such year, and 22, 2, the denominator of which is the 23 total number of individuals enrolled in a 24 prescription drug plan or an MA, PD plan 25 in such year. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 75 1, 3, applicable percent described for 2 purposes of this subsection. The applicable percent 3 described in this paragraph is the following: 4, a. Short monopoly drugs and VAC 5 cines with respect to a selected drug, other 6 than an extended monopoly drug and a long 7 monopoly drug, 75%. 8, b. Extended monopoly drugs 9 with respect to an extended monopoly drug, 65-10%. 11, c. Long monopoly drugs with Re12 spec to a long monopoly drug, 40%. 13, 4, extended monopoly drug defined 14, a, in general in this part, subject 15 to subparagraph, b, the term extended MO16 monopoly drug means, with respect to an initial 17 price applicability year, a selected drug for 18 which at least 12 years, but fewer than 16-19 years, have elapsed since the date of approval 20 of such drug under Section 505, c, of the Fed 21 Aral Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act or since the 22 date of licensure of such drug under Section 23. 351, a, of the Public Health Service Act, as AP 24 applicable. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 76(1), b. Exclusions. The term extended to monopoly drug shall not include any of the following 3 lowing, 4, I. A vaccine that is licensed under 5 Section 351 of the Public Health Service 6 Act and marketed pursuant to such SEC 7 8. 2. A selected drug for which a manufacturer had an agreement under this 10 part with the Secretary with respect to an 11 initial price applicability year that is before 12/20/30. 13. C. Clarification. Nothing in sub 14 paragraph b. 2 shall limit the transition of a 15 selected drug described in paragraph 3 a to 16 a long monopoly drug if the selected drug meets 17 the definition of a long monopoly drug. 18. 5. Long monopoly drug defined 19 a. In general in this part, subject 20 to subparagraph b. The term long monopoly 21 drug means, with respect to an initial price AP 22 applicability year, a selected drug for which at 23 least 16 years have elapsed since the date of 24 approval of such drug under Section 505, c. of 25 the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act or ERN 223359K1 SLC. 77(1) Since the date of licensure of such drug under 2 Section 351, a. of the Public Health Service Act, 3 as applicable. 4. b. Exclusion. The term long monopoly drug shall not include a vaccine that is licensed under Section 351 of the Public Health Service Act and marketed pursuant to such SEC 9. 6. Average non-federal average manufacturer price. In this part, the term average 11 non-federal average manufacturer price means the 12 average of the non-federal average manufacturer 13 price, as defined in Section 8126, H. 5, of Title 38, 14 United States Code, for the 4 calendar quarters of 15 the year involved. 16. D. Temporary floor for small biotech 17 drugs in the case of a selected drug that is a qualifying single source drug described in Section 1192, D. 2, 19 and with respect to which the first initial price applicability year of the price applicability period with respect to 21 such drug is 2029 or 2030, the maximum fair price nego 22 tiated under the section for such drug for such initial 23 price applicability year may not be less than 66% 24 of the average non-federal average manufacturer price for 25 such drug, as defined in subsection C. 6, for 2021, or, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 78(1) In the case that there is not an average non-federal over 2 age manufacturer price available for such drug for 2021, 3 for the first full year following the market entry for such 4 drug, increased by the percentage increase in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, all items, 6 United States city average, from September 2021, or to December of such first full year following the market entry, 8 as applicable, to September of the year prior to the SE9 LEC drug publication. Date with respect to the initial 10 price applicability year. 11. E. Factors for purposes of negotiating the 12 maximum fair price of a selected drug under this part with 13 the manufacturer of the drug. The Secretary shall consider 14 the following factors, and, with respect to extended MO15 monopoly drugs and long monopoly drugs, shall not, except 16 in making a determination of a material change under 17 subsection, F, 2, D, consider factors other than those 18 scribed in subparagraphs, B, and, C, of paragraph, 1, 19, 1, manufacturer. Specific informa 20 TIO and the 21 such selected drug, including as submitted by the 22 manufacturer, following information, with respect to 23, a. Research and development costs of 24 the manufacturer for the drug and the extent to ERN 223359K1 SLC. 79(1) which the manufacturer has recouped research to and development costs. 3. B. Market data for the drug. 4. C. Unit costs of production and distribution of the drug. 6. D. Prior federal financial support for 7 novel therapeutic discovery and development aid with respect to the drug. 9-10. E. Data on patents and on existing and pending exclusivity for the drug. 11. F. National sales data for the drug. 12. G. Information on clinical trials for the 13 drug. 14. 2. Information on alternative treat. 15 ments the following information, with respect to 16 such selected drug and therapeutic alternatives to 17 such drug. 18. A. The extent to which such drug Rep 19 presents a therapeutic advance as compared to 20 existing therapeutic alternatives, and, to the X21 such information is available, the costs of 22 such existing therapeutic alternatives. 23. B. Approval by the Food and Drug Ad 24 administration of such drug and therapeutic alter 25 natives of such drug. EARN 223359K1 SLC. 81. C. Comparative effectiveness of such 2 drug and therapeutic alternatives to such drug. 3. Taking into consideration the effects of such 4 drug and therapeutic alternatives of such drug. 5. On specific populations, such as individuals with 6 disabilities, the elderly, the terminally ill, Chiel 7 Dren, and other patient populations. 8. D. The extent to which such drug and 9 therapeutic alternatives to such drug address 10 unmet medical needs for a condition for which 11 treatment or diagnosis is not addressed. 8. 12 quarterly by available therapy. 13. In considering information described in subpara 14 graph, C. The Secretary shall not use evidence or 15 findings from comparative clinical effectiveness re 16 search in a manner that treats extending the life of 17 an elderly, disabled, or terminally ill individual as of 18 lower value than extending the life of an individual 19 who is younger, non-disabled, or not terminally ill. 20. F. Renegotiation process 21. 1. In general, in the case of a renegotiation 22 eligible drug, as defined in paragraph 2, that 23 is selected under paragraph 3, the Secretary shall 24 provide for a process of renegotiation, 4 years, B25 beginning with 2028, during the price applicability PE EARN 223359K1 SLC. 81 1 Riad, with respect to such drug, of the maximum fair to price for such drug consistent with paragraph 4. 3. 2. Renegotiation eligible drug defined in this section. The term renegotiation Eli 5 Gibble drug means a selected drug that is any of the 6 following. 7. A. Addition of new indication A8 selected drug for which a new indication is 9 added to the drug. 10. B. Change 11 tended monopoly 12 that 13-14 of status drug A to an X selected drug, I, is not an extended monopoly or a long monopoly drug, and 15. 2. For which there is a change in 16 status to that of an extended monopoly 17 drug. 18. C. Change of status to a long MO19 monopoly drug. A selected drug that 20. I. Is not a long monopoly drug, and 21. 2. For which there is a change in 22 status to that of a long monopoly drug. 23. D. Material changes. A selected 24 drug for which the Secretary determines there 25 has been a material change of any of the FAC EARN 223359K1 SLC. 82 1 tours described in paragraph 1, or 2, of sub 2 section, E. 3. 3. Selection of drugs for renegotiation. Each year the Secretary shall select among 5 renegotiation eligible drugs for renegotiation as follows. 6 lows. 7. A. All extended monopoly negotiation eligible. 9 select all renegotiation eligible drugs described 10 in paragraph 2, B. 11 drugs the Secretary shall, B. All long monopoly negotiation. 12 eligible drugs the Secretary shall select. 13 all renegotiation eligible drugs described in 14 paragraph 2, C. 15, C. Remaining drugs among the re-16 remaining renegotiation eligible drugs described 17 in subparagraphs A and D of paragraph 2, 18. The Secretary shall select renegotiation-eligible 19 drugs for which the Secretary expects renegotiation is likely to result in a significant change. 21. In the maximum fair price otherwise negotiated. 22. 4. Renegotiation process. The Secretary 23 shall specify the process for renegotiation of max 24 minimum fair prices with the manufacturer of a Renego 25 Tiatution eligible drug selected for renegotiation under ERN 223359K1 SLC. 83.1. This subsection. Such process shall, to the extent too practicable, be consistent with the methodology and 3 process established under subsection B, and in AC for accordance with subsections C and D, and for per 5 poses of applying subsections C and D, the Ref 6 errands to the first initial price applicability year of 7. The price applicability period with respect to such 8 drug shall be treated as the first initial price applicability year of such period for which the maximum 10 fair price established pursuant to such renegotiation 11 applies, including for applying subsection C, 3, B, 12 in the case of renegotiation eligible drugs described 13 in paragraph 3, A, of this subsection and sub 14 section, C, 3, C, in the case of renegotiation eligible 15 drugs described in paragraph 3, B, of this sub 16 section. 17, 5. Clarification. A renegotiation eligible 18 drug for which the Secretary makes a determination 19 described in section 1192, c. 1, before or during the 20 period of renegotiation shall not be subject to the RE21 negotiation process under this section. 22, 6. No administrative or judicial RE23 view the determination of renegotiation eligible 24 drugs under paragraph 2, and the selection of RE-ERN 223359K1 SLC. 84.1 Negotiation eligible drugs under paragraph 3 are not subject to administrative or judicial review. 3. G. Limitation 4. 1. In general, in no case shall the max 5 minimum fair price negotiated under this section for a 6 selected drug that is a qualifying single source drug 7 described in section 1192, E. 1. Apply before 8, A, in the case the selected drug is a 9 qualifying single source drug described in sub 10 paragraph, A, of section 1192, E, 1, the date 11 that is 9 years after the day on which the drug 12 was approved under section 505, C, of the FED 13 Aerol Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, and 14, B, in the case the selected drug is a 15 qualifying single source drug described in sub 16 paragraph, B, of section 1192, E, 1, the date 17 that is 13 years after the day on which the 18 drug was licensed under section 351, A, of the 19 Public Health Service Act. 20, 2. Clarification. The maximum fair price 21 for a selected drug described in subparagraph, A, or 22, b, of paragraph 1, shall take effect no later than 23 the first day of the first calendar quarter that begins 24 after the date described in subparagraph, A, or, b, 25 as applicable. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 8512 SEC 1195. Publication of maximum fair prices. A. In general with respect to an initial price 3 applicability year and a selected drug with respect to such for year 5, 1, not later than November 30th of the year 6 that is 2 years prior to such initial price applicability 7 year, the Secretary shall publish the maximum fair 8 price for such drug negotiated with the manufacturer of such drug under this part, and 10, 2, not later than March 1st of the year prior 11 to such initial price applicability year, the Secretary. 12 shall publish, subject to section 1193, c, the expli 13 nation for the maximum fair price with respect to 14 the factors as applied under section 1194, e, for such 15 drug described in paragraph 1. 16, b, update 17, 1, Subsequent year maximum fair 18 prices for a selected drug, for each year subs 19 quent to the first initial price applicability year of 20 the price applicability period with respect to such 21 drug, with respect to which an agreement for such 22 drug is in effect under section 1193, not later than 23 November 30th of the year that is 2 years prior to 24 such subsequent year, the Secretary shall publish 25 the maximum fair price applicable to such drug and 26 year, which shall be earned to 22359 K1 SLC. 86 A, subject to subparagraph, B, the two amount equal to the maximum fair price pub 3 list for such drug for the previous year, in 4 creased by the annual percentage increase in 5 the consumer price index for all urban consumers, all items, United States city average, 7 for the 12-month period ending with September 8 of such previous year, or 9, B, in the case the maximum fair price 10 for such drug was renegotiated, for the first 11 year for which such price as so renegotiated AP 12 plies, such renegotiated maximum fair price. 13. 2. Prices negotiated after deadline 14 in the case of a selected drug with respect to an ENI 15 tile price applicability year for which the maximum 16 fair price is determined under this part after the 17 date of publication under this section, the Secretary 18 shall publish such maximum fair price by not later 19 than 30 days after the date such maximum price is 20 so determined. 21 22 23 SEC 1196. Administrative duties and compliance monitoring. A. Administrative duties for purposes of 24 Section 1191, A. 4. The administrative duties described in 25 this section are the following: earn 223359 K1 SLC. 87 1. The establishment of procedures to ensure 2 that the maximum fair price for a selected drug is 3 applied before 4, A. Any coverage or financial assistance 5 under other health benefit plans or programs 6 that provide coverage or financial assistance for 7 the purchase or provision of prescription drug 8 coverage on behalf of maximum fair price eligible 9 BLE individuals, and 10, B, any other discounts. 11, 2. The establishment of procedures to COM12 put and apply the maximum fair price across DIP 13 ferrant strengths and dosage forms of a selected drug 14 and not based on the specific formulation or package 15 size or package type of such drug. 16, 3. The establishment of procedures to carry 17 out the provisions of this part, as applicable, with 18 respect to 19, A. Maximum fair price eligible individ 20 ULs who are enrolled under a prescription drug 21 plan under Part D of Title 18 or in MA, PD 22 plan under Part C of such title, and 23, B. Maximum fair price eligible individ 24 ULs who are enrolled under Part B of such earn 223359 K1 SLC. 88 1 title, including who are enrolled under an MA 2 plan under Part C of such title. 3, 4. The establishment of a negotiation process for and renegotiation process in accordance with Section 5 1194. 6, 5. The establishment of a process for MANU 7 facturers to submit information described in Section 8 1194, B, 2, A. 9, 6. The sharing with the Secretary of the 10 Treasury of such information as is necessary to determine the tax imposed by Section 4192 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, relating to enforce 13 ment of this part. 14, 7. The establishment of procedures for per 15 poses of applying Section 1192, D, 2, B. 16, B. Compliance monitoring. The Secretary 17 shall monitor compliance by a manufacturer with the 18 terms of an agreement under Section 1193 and establish 19 a mechanism through which violations of such terms shall 20 be reported. 21 SEC 1197. Civil monetary penalties. 22, A. Violations relating to offering of max 23 IMUM fair price. Any manufacturer of a selected drug 24 that has entered into an agreement under Section 1193, 25 with respect to a year during the price applicability period earn 223359K1 SLC. 89 1 with respect to such drug, that does not provide access to a price that is not more than the maximum fair price 3, or a lesser price, for such drug for such year 4, 1, to a maximum fair price eligible individual 5 who with respect to such drug is described in sub 6 paragraph, A, of section 1191, C, 1, and who is dis 7 pensed such drug during such year, and to far 8 Macy's, mail order services, and other dispensers, 9 with respect to such maximum fair price eligible in 10 individuals who are dispensed such drugs, or 11, 2, to a hospital, physician, or other provider 12 of services or supplier with respect to maximum fair 13 price eligible individuals who with respect to such 14 drug is described in subparagraph, B, of such SEC 15 and is furnished or administered such drug by 16 such hospital, physician, or provider or supplier der 17 ing such year, 18 shall be subject to a civil monetary penalty equal to 1019 times the amount equal to the product of the number of 20 units of such drug so furnished, dispensed, or administered 21 tiered during such year and the difference between the 22 price for such drug made available for such year by such 23 manufacturer with respect to such individual or hospital, 24 physician, provider of services or supplier and the max 25 imam fair price for such drug for such year. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 91, b. Violations of certain terms of agree to meant any manufacturer of a selected drug that has N3 tiered into an agreement under section 1193, with respect 4 to a year during the price applicability period with respect 5 to such drug, that is in violation of a requirement imposed 6 pursuant to section 1193, a. 5, including the requirement 7 to submit information pursuant to section 1193, a. 4, 8 shall be subject to a civil monetary penalty equal to $91 million for each day of such violation. 10, c. False information. Any manufacturer that 11 knowingly provides false information pursuant to section 121196, a. 7, shall be subject to a civil monetary penalty 13 equal to $100 million for each item of such false informa. 14 and 15, d. Application. The provisions of section 1128A16, other than subsections A and B, shall apply to a civil 17 monetary penalty under the section in the same manner 18 as such provisions apply to a penalty or proceeding under 19 section 1128A, A. 20, b. Application of maximum fair prices and 21 conforming amendments 22, 1, under Medicare 23, a. Application to payments under 24 Part B Section 1847A, B, 1, b, of the Social 25 Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 3A, B, 1, b, is earned 223359K1 SLC. 91 amended by inserting or in the case of such a 2 drug or biological product that is a selected 3 drug, as referred to in section 1192, c, with for respect to a price applicability period, as defined in section 1191, b, 2, 106% of the 6 maximum fair price, as defined in section 71191, c, 2, applicable for such drug and a year 8 during such period after paragraph 4. 9, b. Application under MA of cost 10 sharing for Part B drugs based off of 11 negotiated 12-1852, A, 1, B, 4, of the Social Security Act 13, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 22, A, 1, B, 4, is amend 14 at 15 16 17 18 price section, I, by redesignating subclause, 7, as subclause, 8, and 2, by inserting after subclause, 6, the following subclause, 19, 7, a drug or biological prod 20 that is a selected drug, as referred 21 to in section 1192, c. 22, c. exception to Part D non-inter 23 ferens Section 1860 D, 11, I, of the Social 24 Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 111, I, is 25 amended ERN 223359 K1 SLC. 92, I, in paragraph 1, by striking 1 2 n at the end, 3, 2, in paragraph 2, by striking the 4 period at the end and inserting, except 5 as 6 4, b, 3, l, n, and under section 1860 d, 3, by adding at the end the fol 7 8 provided lowing new paragraph, 9, 3, may not institute a price structure for the 10 reimbursement of covered Part D drugs, except as 11 provided under Part E of Title 11. 12, d, application as negotiated price 13 under Part D Section 1860 d, 2, d, 1, of the 14 Social 15102, d, 1, is amended Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W16, I, in subparagraph, b, by inserting 17, subject to subparagraph, d, after 18 negotiated prices, and 19, 2, by adding at the end the following 20 new subparagraph, 21, d, application of maximum fair 22 price for selected drugs in applying this 23 section, in the case of a covered Part D drug 24 that is a selected drug, as referred to in section 251192, c, with respect to a price applicability ERN 223359 K1 SLC. 93 1 period, as defined in section 1191, b, 2, the two negotiated prices used for payment, as described in the subsection, shall be no greater for than the maximum fair price, as defined in SEC 5 Shin 1191, c, 2, for such drug and for each 6 year during such period plus any dispensing 7 fees for such drug. 8, e, coverage of selected drugs 9 Section 1860 d, 4, b, 3, of the Social Security 10 Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 104, b, 3, is amended 11 by adding at the end the following new sub-12 paragraph, 13 14 15, I, required inclusion of selected drugs, I, in general for 2026 and 16 each subsequent year, the PDP sponsor of 17 furring a prescription drug plan shall in 18 include each covered Part D drug that is a 19 selected drug under Section 1192 for which 20 an agreement for such drug is in effect 21 under Section 1193 with respect to the 22 year. 23, 2. Clarification nothing in 24 clause, I, shall be construed as prohibiting 25 a PDP sponsor from removing such a SE ERN 223359 K1 SLC. 94 1 elect drug from a formulary if such removal would be permitted under Section 3423.120, b, 5, 4, of Title 42, Code of Fed 4 Aerol Regulations, or any successor Regula 5 Shin. 6, f, information from prescription 7 drug plans and MA, PD plans required 8, I, prescription drug plans seconds 9 Shin 1860 d, 12, b, of the Social Security 10 Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 112, b, is amended 11 by adding at the end the following new 12 paragraph, 13, 8, provision of information related to 14 maximum fair prices each contract entered into 15 with a PDP sponsor under this part with respect to 16 a prescription drug plan offered by such sponsor 17 shall require the sponsor to provide information to 18 the Secretary as requested by the Secretary in AC 19 accordance with Section 1194, G. 20, 2, MA, PD Plans Section 21 1857, F, 3, of the Social Security Act, 4222 U.S.C. 1395 W, 27, F, 3, is amended by 23 adding at the end the following new sub-24 paragraph, ERN 223359 K1 SLC. 95, E, Provision 1 of Information Reprices Section 2 Lated 3 1860 D, 12, B, 8, dot. 4, 2, 5 Prices 6 1927, C, 1, C, of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 7 1396 R, 8, C, 1, C, is amended to drug maximum price included in Fair Negotiation Best Program Price Section 8, A, in Clause I, 6, by striking any 9 prices charged and inserting subject to Clause 10, 2, V, any prices charged, and 11, B, in Clause 2, I, in Subclause 3, by striking 12 13 and at the end, 14, 2, in Subclause 4, by striking the 15 period at the end and inserting, n, 16 and 17 18, 3, by adding at the end the following new subclause, 19, v, in the case of a rebate PE20 riot and a covered outpatient drug 21 that is a selected drug, as referred to 22 in section 1192, c, during such rebate 23 period, shall be inclusive of the max 24 imam fair price, as defined in section ERN 223359K1 SLC. 96 1 1191, c, 2, for such drug with respect to such period. 3, maximum fair prices excluded from price section 4 average 5 1927, K, 1, B, I, of the Social Security Act, 42 6 U.S.C. 1396 R, 8, K, 1, B, I, is amended 7 8 9 10 11 12 Manufacturer, A, in subclause 4, by striking, and at the end, B, in subclause, V, by striking the period at the end and inserting, N, and, C, by adding at the end the following new subclause, 13, 6, any reduction in price paid 14 during the rebate period to the Manu 15 facturer for a drug by reason of Appli 16 cation of Part E of Title 11. 17, C. Implementation for 2026 through 2028 18 The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall impl 19 ment this section, including the amendments made by this 20 section, for 2026, 2027, and 2028 by Program Instruction 21 or other forms of program guidance. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 97 1 SEC 11002. Special Rule to delay selection and negotiation of biologics for biosimilar 3 market entry. 4. A. In General Part E of Title 11 of the Social 5 Security Act, as added by Section 11001, is amended 6. 1. In Section 1192-7, A. In subsection, A. In the flush matter 8 following paragraph, 2. By inserting and sub 9 section, B. 3, after the previous sentence, B, in subsection, B, 10, I, in paragraph, 1, by adding at the 11-12 end the following new subparagraph, 13, C, in the case of a biological product for 14 which the inclusion of the biological product as 15 a selected drug on a list published under sub 16 section, A, has been delayed under subsection 17, F, 2, remove such biological product from the 18 rankings under subparagraph, A, before MAC 19ing the selections under subparagraph, B, dot, 20 and 21-22, 2, by adding at the end the following new paragraph, 23, 3, inclusion 24 products pursuant 25 and, C, I, of subsection, F, 2, the Secretary shall 26 select and include on the list published under sub of delayed biological to subparagraphs, B, 2, I, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 98 1 Section, A, the biological products described in such 2 subparagraphs. Such biological products shall count 3 towards the required number of drugs to be selected for under subsection, A, 1, dot, C, by redesignating subsection, F, as sub 5-6 section, G, D, by inserting after subsection, E, the 7, 8, 9, 10 following new subsection, F, special rule to delay selection and negotiation of biologics for biosimilar market 11 entry 12, 1, application 13, A, in general subject to subpara 14 graph, B, in the case of a biological product 15. That would, but for this subsection, be an X16 tended monopoly drug, as defined in section 171194, c. 4, included as a selected drug on the 18 list published under subsection, A, with respect 19 to an initial price applicability year, the rules 20 described in paragraph 2, shall apply if the 21 Secretary determines that there is a high likely 22 hood, as described in paragraph 3, that a Bio-23 similar biological product, for which such Bio-24 logical product will be. The reference product, 25 will be licensed and marketed under section ERN 223359K1 SLC 991351, K, of the Public Health Service Act before 2 the date that is 2 years after the selected drug 3 publication date with respect to such initial 4 price applicability year. 567, B, request required, I, in general the Secretary shall not provide for a delay under 8, I, paragraph 2, A, unless a 9 request is made for such a delay by a 10 manufacturer of a biosimilar biological 11 product prior to the selected drug 12 publication date for the list published 13 under subsection, A, with respect to 14 the initial price applicability year for 15 which the biological product would 16 have been included as a selected drug 17 on such list but for subparagraph 18, 2, A, or 19, 2, paragraph 2, B, 3, unless 20 a request is made for such a delay by 21 such a manufacturer prior to the SE22 LEC drug publication date for the 23 list published under subsection, A, 24 with respect to the initial price appli 25 K-ability year that is 1 year after the ERN 223359K1 SLC. 101 initial price applicability year for 2 which the biological product described 3 in subsection, A, would have been in 4 clubbed as a selected drug on such list 5 but for paragraph 2, A. 6, 2, 7 mens 8 information, I, in and DOCU General A request 9 made under clause, I, shall be sub 10 mit to the Secretary by such man 11 manufacturer at a time and in a form and 12 manner specified by the Secretary, 13 and contain 14, A, information and docu 15 ments necessary for the second 16 retary to make determinations 17 under the subsection, as specie 18 fied by the Secretary, and 19, BB, all agreements related 20 to the biosimilar. Biological Prod 21 Uct filed with the Federal Trade 22 Commission or the Assistant at 23 Attorney General pursuant to sub 24 sections, A, and, C, of Section 25 1112 of the Medicare Prescript ERN 223359K1 SLC. 101 Wunchan Drug, Improvement, and 2 Modernization Act of 2003. 3, 2. Additional information documents after the seconds 4 and 5 retary has reviewed the request and 6 materials submitted under subclause 7, I, the manufacturer shall submit 8 any additional information and docu 9 ments requested by the Secretary NEC 10 necessary to make determinations under 11 this subsection. 12, C, Aggregation Rule 13, I, in general all persons treat 14 ed as a single employer under subsection 15, A, or, B, of Section 52 of the Internal 16 Revenue Code of 1986, or in a partnership, 17 shall be treated as one manufacturer for 18 purposes of paragraph 2, D, 4. 19, 2, partnership defined in 20 clause, I, the term partnership means a 21 syndicate, group, pool, joint venture, or 22 other organization through or by means of 23 which any business, financial operation, or 24 venture is carried on by the manufacturer ERN 223359K1 SLC. 102 1 of the biological product and the manufacturer of the biosimilar biological product. 3. 2. Rules described. The rules described for in this paragraph are the following. 5. A. Delayed selection and negotia 6 tion for 1 year if a determination of high 7 likelihood is made under paragraph 3. The 8 secretary shall delay the inclusion of the bio 9 logical product as a selected drug on the list 10 published under subsection A, until such list is 11 published with respect to the initial price appli 12 capability year, that is 1 year after the initial price 13. Applicability year for which the biological prod 14 UCT would have been included as a selected drug 15 on such list. 16 17 18, b. If not licensed and marketed during the initial delay, I, in general if, during the 19 time period between the selected drug pub 20 location date on which the biological prod 21 UCT would have been included on the list as 22 a selected drug pursuant to subsection A, 23 but for subparagraph A, and the selected 24 drug publication date with respect to the 25 initial price applicability year, that is 1 ERN 223359 K1 SLC. 103 1 year after the initial price applicability 2 year for which such biological product 3 would have been included as a selected 4 drug on such list. The Secretary determines 5 that the biosimilar biological product for 6 which the manufacturer submitted the Re7 quest under paragraph 1, b, I, 2, and 8 for which the Secretary previously made a 9 high likelihood determination under para 10 graph 3, has not been licensed and MAR 11 kept under such section 351, k. This seconds 12 Rotary shall, at the request of such Manu 13 Factura 14, I, re-evaluate whether there is a 15 high likelihood, as described in para 16 graph 3, that such biosimilar bio 17 logical product will be licensed and 18 marketed under such section 351, k. 19 before the selected drug publication 20 date, that is 2 years after the selected 21 drug publication date for which such 22 biological product would have been in 23 clubbed as a selected drug on such list. 24 published but for subparagraph A, 25 and ERN 223359 K1 SLC. 104 1, 2, evaluate whether, on the 2 basis of clear and convincing evidence, 3. The manufacturer of such biosimilar for biological product has made a signify 5 cant amount of progress, as deter 6 mind by the Secretary, towards both 7 such licensure and the marketing of 8 such 9, based on the items described in para 10 graph 3, b, since the receipt by the 11 Secretary of the request made by such 12 manufacturer 13, 1, b, I, 14, 2, 15 tion if 16 there is not a high likelihood that such bio 17 similar biological product will be licensed 18 and marketed as described in clause I, 19 or there has not been a significant amount 20 of progress as described in clause I, 21, the Secretary shall include 22 the biological product as a selected 23 drug on the list published under sub 24 section A, with respect to the initial 25 price applicability year, that is 1 year biosimilar. Biological under selection and product paragraph negotia the Secretary determines that ERN 223359 K1 SLC. 105 1 after the initial price applicability year 2 for which such biological product 3 would have been included as a selected 4 drug on such list but for subpara 5 graph A, and 6, 2. The manufacturer of such 7 biological product shall pay a rebate 8 under paragraph 4, with respect to 9 the year for which such manufacturer 10 would have provided access to a max 11 imam fair price for such biological 12 product but for subparagraph A. 13, 3, second 1 year delay if the 14 Secretary determines that there is a high 15 likelihood that such biosimilar biological 16 product will be licensed and marketed, as 17 described in clause I, and a significant 18 amount of progress has been made by the 19 manufacturer of such biosimilar biological 20 product towards such licensure and MAR 21 keating, as described in clause I, 2, the 22 Secretary shall delay the inclusion of the 23 biological product as a selected drug on the 24 list published under subsection A, until 25 the selected drug publication date of such ERN 223359K1 SLC. 106 1 list with respect to the initial price applicability year, that is 2 years after the initial 3 price applicability year for which such biological product would have been included. 5 as a selected drug on such list but for the 6th subsection. 7. C. If not licensed and marketed. 8 during the year 2 delay if, during the 9 time period between the selected drug public attention date of the list for which the biological 11 product would have been included as a selected 12 drug but for subparagraph B. 3, and the SE 13 lect drug publication date with respect to the 14 initial price applicability year, that is 2 years 15 after the initial price applicability year for 16 which such biological product would have been 17 included as a selected drug on such list but for 18 this subsection, the Secretary determines that 19 such biosimilar biological product has not been 20 licensed and marketed. 21. I. The Secretary shall include such 22 biological product as a selected drug on 23 such list with respect to the initial price 24 applicability year, that is 2 years after the 25 initial price applicability year for which ERN 223359K1 SLC. 107 1 such biological product would have been included as a selected drug on such list, and 3. 2. The manufacturer of such biology 4 cal product shall pay a rebate under para 5 graph 4, with respect to the years for 6 which such manufacturer would have pro 7 vited access to a maximum fair price for 8 such biological product but for the sub 9 section. 10. D. Limitations on delays. 11. I. Limited to 2 years in number. 12 case shall the Secretary delay the inclusion 13 of a biological product on the list published 14 under subsection A, for more than 15 years. 16. 2. Exclusion of biological 17 products. 18 long monopoly. 19 delay in the case of a biological prod 20 UCT for which the inclusion on the list pub 21 list pursuant to subsection A, was de 22 laid by 1 year under subparagraph A, 23 and for which there would have been a 24 change in status to a long monopoly drug. 25, as defined in section 1194, c. 5, if such that transition drug during to a the ERN 223359K1 SLC. 108 1 biological product had been a selected 2 drug, in no case may the Secretary provide 3 for a second 1 year delay under subpara 4 graph B. 3. 5. 3. Exclusion of biological 6 products if more than 1 year since 7 licensure. In 8 retary delay the inclusion of a biological 9 product on the list published under sub 10 section A, if more than 1 year has elapsed. 11 since the biosimilar biological product has 12 been licensed under section 351 K, and 13 marketing has not commenced for such 14 biosimilar biological product. 15 no case shall the seconds, 4. Certain manufacturers of X16 biosimilar biological 17 included. In no case shall the Secretary. 18 delay the inclusion of a biological product 19 as a selected drug on the list published 20 under subsection A, if the manufacturer 21 of the biosimilar biological product de 22 scribed in paragraph 1 A, products 23 I, is the same as the manufact 24 tourer of the reference product de 25 scribed in such paragraph or is treat. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 109 1 ed as being the same pursuant to 2 paragraph 1 C 3 2 has 4 A in the past 5 years 5 and subject to exclusion under 6 section 1128 B 7 or to the IM 7 position of civil monetary pen 8 alties under section 1128A, or 9, BB, an integrity agreement 10 in effect with the Inspector Gen 11 Errol of the Department of Health 12 and Human Services that was 13 entered into in lieu of exclusion 14 under section 1128, B, 7, 15, 3, is currently Subject to a 16 cease and desist order or an injunct 17 in a proceeding or civil action 18 brought by the Federal Trade Com 19 mission except for proceedings or AC 20 related solely to a merger or AC 21 quisition, or 22, 4, has entered into any agreed 23 ment described in paragraph 24, 1, b, 2, I, bb, with the manufact 25 tourer of the reference product the EARN 223359K1 SLC. 110 scribed in paragraph 1, a, that requires or incentivizes the manufact 3 tourer of the biosimilar biological prod 4 UC to submit a request described in 5 paragraph 1, b. 6, e. Public notification if the second 7 retary delays the inclusion of a biological prod 8 UCT as a selected drug on the list published 9 under the section pursuant to subparagraph 10, a, or, b, 3, the Secretary shall, within 11 days of making the determination with respect 12 to such delay, provide notification to the public 13 of such delay in a form and manner determined 14 by the Secretary. 15, 3. High likelihood 16, a. In general for purposes of this 17 subsection, there is a high likelihood described 18 in paragraph 1, or paragraph 2, as applica 19 bli, if the Secretary finds that 20, I, an application for licensure under 21 such section 351, k, for the biosimilar Bio 22 logical product has been accepted for RE23 view or approved by the Food and Drug 24 Administration, and EARN 223359K1 SLC. 111 2. Information from documents to 2 scribed in paragraph 1, b, 2, submitted 3 by the manufacturer requesting a delay 4 under paragraph 1, b, to the Secretary 5 provides clear and convincing evidence that 6 such biosimilar biological product will, 7 within the time period specified under 8 paragraph 1, a, or 2, b, I, b mar 9 kept. 10, b, items described. The items to 11 scribed in this subparagraph are the following: 12, I, the manufacturing schedule for 13 such biosimilar biological products. Sub 14 mid to the Food and Drug Administration during its review of the application. 16 under such section 351, k. 17, 2, disclosures, in filings by the 18 manufacturer of such biosimilar biological 19 product with the Securities and Exchange 20 Commission required under section 12, b, 2112, g, 13, a, or 15, d, of the Securities X-22 Change Act of 1934 about capital invest 23 meant revenue expectations and actions 24 taken by the manufacturer that are typical 25 of the normal course of business in the EARN 223359K1 SLC. 112 1 year, or the 2 years, as applicable, before 2 marketing of a biosimilar biological prod 3 UCT, that pertain to the marketing of such 4 biosimilar biological product, or COM 5 parable documentation that is distributed 6 to the shareholders of privately held COM 7 pennies. 8, 3, agreements filed with the Fed 9 Aral Trade Commission or the Assistant 10 Attorney General pursuant to subsections 11, a, and c, of Section 1112 of the Medicare 12 Prescription 13 Modernization Act of 2003. 14 drug, improvement, and, 4, rebate 15, a, in general for purposes of sub 16 paragraphs, b, 2, 2, and, c, 2, of paragraph 17, 2, in the case of a biological product for which 18 the inclusion on the list under subsection, a, 19 was delayed under this subsection and for 20 which the Secretary has negotiated and entered 21 into an agreement under section 1193 with RE22 spec to such biological product, the manufact 23 tourer shall be required to pay a rebate to the 24 Secretary at such time and in such manner as 25 determined by the Secretary. EARN 223359K1 SLC. 113 1, b, amount subject to subparagraph 2, c, the amount of the rebate under subpara 3 graph A, with respect to a biological product 4 shall be equal to the estimated amount 5, I, in the case of a biological product 6 that is a covered Part D drug, as defined 7 in section 1860 D, 2, E, that is the sum of 8 the products of 9 10, I, 75% of the amount by which 11, A, the average manufacturer price, as reported by the 13 manufacturer of such covered 14 Part D drug under section 1927-15, or, if not reported by such man 16 manufacturer under section 1927, as 17 reported by such manufacturer to 18 the Secretary pursuant to the 19 Agreement 2011-93, A, for such biological prod 21 UCT, with respect to each of the 22 calendar quarters of the price AP 23 applicability period that would have 24 applied but for this subsection, 25 exceeds under section ERN 223359 K1 SLC. 114.1, BB, in the initial price AP2 applicability year that would have 3 applied but for a delay under 4, A, paragraph 5, 2, A, the maximum fair 6 price negotiated under SEC 7 1194 for such biological aid product under such agree 9 meant, or 10, BB, paragraph 11, 2, B, 3, such maximum 12 fair price, increased by the 13 annual percentage increase 14 in the consumer price index 15 for all urban consumers, all 16 items, United States City AV 17. Arage, for the 12-month PE18 riot ending with September 19 of such previous year, and 20, 2, the number of units dis 21 pensed under Part D of Title 1822 for such covered Part D drug during 23 each such quarter of such price apply 24 Kability period, and earn 223359 K1 SLC. 115.1, 2, in the case of a biological prod 2 UCT covered under Part B of Title 18, 3 that is the sum of the products of 4 5, I, 80% of the amount by which 6, A, the payment amount 7 for such biological product under 8 section 1847A, B, with respect to 9 each of the calendar quarters of 10 the price applicability period that 11 would have applied but for this 12 subsection, exceeds 13, BB, in the initial price AP 14 applicability year that would have 15 applied but for a delay under 16, A, paragraph 17, 2, A, the maximum fair 18 price negotiated under SEC 19 1194 for such biological 20 product under such agreed 21 meant, or 22, BB, paragraph 23, 2, B, 3, such maximum 24 fair price, increased by the 25 annual percentage increase earned 223359 K1 SLC. 116.1 in the Consumer Price Index 2 for all urban consumers, all 3 items, United States City AV4 Arage, for the 12-month PE5 riot ending with September 6 of such previous year, and 7, 2, the number of units, x8 cludding units that are packaged into 9 the payment amount for an item or 10 service and are not separately payable 11 under such Part B, of the billing and 12 payment code of such biological prod 13 UCT administered or furnished under 14 such Part B. During each such Cal 15 and dark quarter of such price applica 16 bility period. 17, C, special rule for delayed bio 18 logical products that are long mono 19 only drugs 20, I, in general in the case of a 21 biological product with respect to which a 22 rebate is required to be paid under this 23 paragraph, if such biological product quali 24 fees as a long monopoly drug, as defined in 25 section 1194, c. 5, at the time of its inclusion 223359 K1 SLC. 117 1 Zion on the list published under subsection 2, A. In determining the amount of the rebate for such biological product under sub 4 paragraph, B, the amount described in 5 clause, 2, shall be substituted for the max 6 imam fair price described in clause, I, 7 or, 2, I, of such subparagraph, B, as AP applicable. 9, 2, Amount described. The 10 amount described in this clause is an 11 amount equal to 65% of the average 12 non-federal average manufacturer price 13 for the biological product for 2021, or, in 14 the case that there is not an average non-15 federal average manufacturer price avail 16 able for such biological product for 2021, 17 for the first full year following the market 18 entry for such biological product, in 19 increased by the percentage increase in the 20 Consumer Price Index for all urban con 21 consumers, all items, United States city of or 22 age, from September 2021, or December 23 of such first full year following the market 24 entry, as applicable, to September of the 25 year prior to the selected drug publication earn 223359K1 SLC. 118 1 date with respect to the initial price applicability year that would have applied but 3 for this subsection. 4. D. Rebate deposits amounts paid 5 as rebates under this paragraph shall be depot 6 it into 7, I, in the case payment is made for 8 such biological product under Part B of 9 Title 18, the Federal Supplementary 10 Medical Insurance Trust Fund established 11 under Section 1841, and 12, 2. In the case such biological prod 13 UCT is a covered Part D drug, as defined in 14 Section 1860 D, 2, E, the Medicare Pre-15 Scription Drug Account under Section 16. 1860 D, 16 in such trust fund. 17, 5. Determinations. The determinations of 18 high likelihood and significant amount of progress 19 under this subsection and the determinations re 20 required under paragraph 2, D, 4, shall be based on 21 information available to the Secretary, including in 22 formation required by the Secretary from the MONU 23 factura of the biosimilar biological product making 24 a request for a delay under this subsection. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 119 1, 6, definitions of biosimilar biological 2 product in this subsection. The term biosimilar 3 biological product has the meanings given such term 4 in section 1847a, c, 6, dot, and 5, e, in subsection, g, as redesignated by 6 subparagraph, c, by inserting the application 7 of subsection, f, after subsection, e, 8, 2, in section 1193, a, 4, 9, a, in the matter preceding subparagraph 10, a, by inserting and for section 1192, f, 11 after section 1194, f, 12 13 14 15, b, in subparagraph, a, by striking an at the end, c, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph, 16, c, information that the Secretary re 17 requires to carry out section 1192, f, including 18 rebates under paragraph 4 of such section, 19 and 20, 3, in section 1196, a, 7, by inserting 21 1192, f, 1, c, after sections 1192, d, 2, b, and 22, 4, in section 1197 23, a, by redesignating subsections, b, c, 24 and d, as subsections, c, d, and e, respect 25 Tivoli, and earn 223359K1 SLC. 120, b, by inserting after subsection, a, the 1-2 following new subsection, 3, b, violations relating to providing rebates. Any manufacturer that fails to comply with the 5 rebate requirements under section 1192, f, 4, shall be subject to a civil monetary penalty equal to 10 times the 7 amount of the rebate the manufacturer failed to pay under 8 such section. b, conforming amendments for disclosure 910 of certain information section 1927, b, 3, d, of 11 the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 R, 8, b, 3, d, is 12 amended 13, 1, in clause 6. By striking an at the end. 14. 2. In clause 7. By striking the period at the 15, 16, 17 end and inserting an and. 3. By inserting after clause 7 the following new clause 18. 8. As the Secretary determines 19 necessary to carry out Section 1192, f. in 20 clothing rebates. Under paragraph 4 of 21 such section. 22. C. Implementation for 2026 through 2028-23. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall implement 24 meant this section, including the amendments made by the CERN 223359K1 SLC. 121 1 section, for 2026, 2027, and 2028 by Program Instruction 2 or other forms of program guidance. 3 SEC 11003. Selected drug manufacturer excise tax 4 imposed during non-compliance peri 5 ODs. 6. A. In general subtitle D of the Internal Rev 7 NU Code of 1986 is amended by adding at the end the 8 following new chapter, 9 Chapter 50A Selected Drugs SEC 5000D. Selected drugs during non-compliance periods. 10 11 12 SEC 5000D. Selected drugs during non-compliance periods. A. In general there is hereby imposed on the 13 sale by the manufacturer, producer, or importer of any 14 selected drug during a day described in subsection B, a 15 tax in an amount such that the applicable percentage is 16 equal to the ratio of 17, 1, such tax, divided by 18, 2, the sum of such tax and the price for 19 which so sold. 20. B. Non-compliance periods. A day is described 21 in this subsection with respect to a selected drug if it is 22 a day during one of the following periods. 23, 1, the period beginning on the March 1, 24, or, in the case of initial price applicability year EARN 223359K1 SLC. 122 1 2026, the October 2nd, immediately following the 2 selected drug publication date and ending on the 3 first date during which the manufacturer of the drug 4 has in place an agreement described in subsection 5a of section 1193 of the Social Security Act with 6 respect to such drug. 7. 2. The period beginning on the November 8 2nd immediately following the March 1 described 9 in paragraph 1, or, in the case of initial price AP10 applicability year 2026, the August 2nd immediately 11 following the October 2nd described in such part 12 graph, and ending on the first date during which the 13 manufacturer of the drug and the Secretary of 14 Health and Human Services have agreed to a max 15 IMM fair price under such agreement. 16. 3. In the case of a selected drug with respect 17 to which the Secretary of Health and Human Services 18 ICES has specified a renegotiation period under such 19 agreement, the period beginning on the first date 20 after the last date of such renegotiation period and 21 ending on the first date during which the manufact 22 tourer of the drug has agreed to a renegotiated max 23 IMM fair price under such agreement. 24. 4. With respect to information that is re-25 required to be submitted to the Secretary of Health EARN 223359K1 SLC. 123 1 and Human Services under such agreement, the PE2 RIAD beginning on the date on which such Secretary 3 certifies that such information is overdue and ending 4 on the date that such information is so submitted. 5. C. Applicable percentage for purposes of 6 this section. The term applicable percentage means 7, 1, in the case of sales of a selected drug during the first 90 days described in subsection B, with 9 respect to such drug, 65%, 10, 2, in the case of sales of such drug during 11 the 91st day through the 180th day described in 12 subsection B, with respect to such drug, 75%, 13, 3, in the case of sales of such drug during 14 the 181st day through the 270th day described in 15 subsection B, with respect to such drug, 85%, 16 and 4, in the case of sales of such drug during 17/18 any subsequent day, 95%. 19. D. Selected drug for purposes of this SEC 20/21, 1. In general the term selected drug 22 means any selected drug, within the meaning of SEC 23/1192, c. of the Social Security Act, which is 24 manufactured or produced in the United States or earned 223359K1 SLC. 124 1 entered into the United States for consumption, use, 2 or warehousing. 3. 2. United States. The term United for States has the meaning given such term by Section 546(12) a. 4. 6. 3. Coordination with rules for posses 7 Scions of the United States rules similar to 8 the rules of paragraphs 2 and 4 of Section 941(32) c. shall apply for purposes of this section. 10. E. Other definitions for purposes of this 11 section, the terms initial price applicability year, selected 12 drug publication date, and maximum fair price have the 13 meaning given such terms in Section 1191 of the Social 14 Security Act 15, f. Special Rule 16, 1, Anti-Abuse Rule in the case of a sale 17 which was timed for the purpose of avoiding the tax 18 imposed by this section, the Secretary may treat 19 such sale as occurring during a day described in 20. Subsection B. 21, 2. Prohibition on administrative AP 22 appeals. Any tax controversy with respect to the tax 23 imposed by this section shall not be referred to, or 24 considered by, the Internal Revenue Service in 25 pendent Office of Appeals. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 125(1) G. Exports rules similar to the rules of Section 246(62) E. Other than Section 46(62) E. 2, A. 2, 2, shall 3 apply for purposes of this Chapter 4, H. Regulations. The Secretary shall prescribe 5 such regulations and other guidance as may be necessary 6 or appropriate to carry out this Section 7, B. No deduction for excise tax payments 8 Section 275, A. 6, of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 9 is amended by inserting 50A, after 46, 10, c. Civil actions for refund. Section 7422 of 11 the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by insert 12ing after subsection G, the following new subsection, 13, H. Special rules for excise tax imposed by 14 Chapter 50A. No suit or proceeding shall be made 15 tained in any court for the recovery of any tax imposed 16 under Section 5000D until payment has been made by the 17 taxpayer in an amount equal to the full amount of the 18 tax imposed under such section, including any interest or 19 penalties in connection with such tax, with respect to any 20 sales of a selected drug, as defined in Section 21 5000D, D, 1, during the period for which a return is required to be made with respect to such tax, as determined 23 under regulations prescribed by the Secretary. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 126(1), D. Clerical amendment. The table of chapters 2 for subtitle D of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is 3 amended by adding at the end the following new item, Chapter 50A Selected Drugs. 4. E. Effective date. The amendments made by 5 this section shall apply to sales after the date of the enactment of this Act. 7-8 SEC 11004. Funding. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is 9 appropriated to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Serve 10 ICEs, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise AP 11 appropriated, $3 billion for fiscal year 2022, to remain 12 available until expended, to carry out the provisions of 13 including the amendments made by this part. 14 Part 2 Prescription Drug Inflation 15 Rebates 16 SEC 11101. Medicare Part B Rebate by Manufacturer 1718 ERS. A. in general Section 1847A of the Social SECU 19 Righty Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 3A, is amended 21, by redesignating subsection I, as subsection 21, J, and by inserting after subsection H, the FOL 22 lowing subsection 23, I, rebate by manufacturers for single 24-source drugs and biologicals with prices in 25 creasing faster than inflation earn 223359K1 SLC. 127.12, 1. Requirements, A. Secretarial provision of in for 3 Mation not later than 6 months after the end of each calendar quarter beginning on or 5 after January 1, 2023, the Secretary shall, for 6 each Part B rebatable drug, report to each 7 manufacturer of such Part B rebatable drug the 8 following for such calendar quarter. 9. I. Information on the total number 10 of billing units of the Billing and Payment 11 code described in subparagraph A. I. of 12. Paragraph 3, with respect to such drug 13 and calendar quarter. 14. 2. Information on the amount, if 15 any, of the excess average sales price in 16 crease described in subparagraph A. 2, of 17 such paragraph for such drug and calendar 18 quarter. 19. 3. The rebate amount specified 20 under such paragraph for such Part B 21 rebatable drug and calendar quarter. 22. B. Manufacturer requirement 23 for each calendar quarter beginning on or after 24 January 1, 2023, the manufacturer of a Part B 25 rebatable drug shall, for such drug, not later earn 223359K1 SLC. 128 1 than 30 days after the date of receipt from the Secretary of the information described in sub 3 paragraph A, for such calendar quarter, pro forvide to the Secretary a rebate that is equal to 5 the amount specified in paragraph 3, for such 6 drug for such calendar quarter. 7. C. Transition rule for reporting the Secretary may, for each Part B9 rebatable drug, delay the time frame for reporting the information described in subparagraph 11, A, for calendar quarters beginning in 2023-12 and 2024 until not later than September 30, 2025. 14. 2. Part B rebatable drug defined 15, A, in general in this subsection, the 16-term Part B rebatable drug means a single 17-source drug or biological, as defined in sub-18 paragraph D, of subsection C, 6, including a 19 biosimilar biological product, as defined in sub-20 paragraph H, of such subsection, but exclude 21ing a qualifying biosimilar biological product 22, as defined in subsection B, 8, B, 3, that 23 would be payable under this part if such drug 24 were furnished to an individual enrolled under EARN 223359K1 SLC. 129 1 This part, except such term shall not include to such a drug or biological 3, I, if, as determined by the seconds forwardary, the average total allowed charges 5 for such drug or biological under this part 6 for a year per individual that uses such a 7 drug or biological are less than, subject to 8 subparagraph B, $100, or 9, 2, that is a vaccine described in 10 subparagraph 11 1861, S, 10. 12, B, increase the dollar amount AP 13, A, or, B, of section plied under subparagraph A, I, 14, I, for 2024, shall be the $15 amount specified under such subparagraph 16 for 2023, increased by the percentage in 17 crease in the Consumer Price Index for all 18 urban consumers, United States city over 19 age, for the 12-month period ending with 20 June of the previous year, and 21, 2, for a subsequent year, shall be 22 the dollar amount specified in this clause 23, or clause I, for the previous year, with 24 out application of subparagraph C, in 25 creased by the percentage increase in the EARN 223359K1 SLC. 131 Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, United States City Average, for 3 the 12-month period ending with June of 4 the previous year. 5. C. Rounding any dollar amount to 6 determined under subparagraph B, that is not a 7 multiple of $10 shall be rounded to the nearest 8 multiple of $10. 9. 3. Rebate amount 10, A. In general for purposes of Para 11 graph, 1. The amount specified in this Para 12 graph for a Part B rebatable drug assigned to 13 a billing and payment code for a calendar quar 14 ter is, subject to subparagraphs, B, and, G, 15 and paragraph, 4, the estimated amount equals 16 to the product of 17, I, the total number of billing units 18 determined under subparagraph, B, for 19 the billing and payment code of such drug, 20 and 21. 2. The amount, if any, by which 22, I, the amount equal to 23, A, in the case of a Part B 24 rebatable drug described in Para 25 graph, 1, B, of section EARN 223359K1 SLC. 131 11847A, B, 106% of the 2 amount determined under Para 3 graph, 4, of such section for such drug during the calendar 5 quarter, or 6, BB, in the case of a Part B 7 rebatable drug described in Para 8 graph, 1, C, of such section, the 9 payment 10 paragraph for such drug during 11 the calendar quarter, exceeds 12, 2. The inflation-adjusted pay 13 meant amount determined under sub 14 paragraph, C, for such Part B 15 rebatable drug during the calendar 16 quarter. 17, B, total amount number under of such billing 18 units for purposes of subparagraph, A, I, 19 the total number of billing units with respect to 20 a Part B rebatable drug is determined as follows: 21 lows, 22-23, I, determine the total number of units equal to 24, I, the total number of units, as 25 reported under subsection, C, 1, B, EARN 223359K1 SLC. 132 1 for each national drug code of such 2 drug during the calendar quarter that 3 is 2 calendar quarters prior to the 4 calendar quarter as described in sub 5 paragraph, A, -6, 2. The total number of units 7 with respect to each national drug 8 code of such drug for which payment 9 was made under a state plan under 10 Title 19, or waiver of such plan, as 11 reported by states under Section 12-1927, B, 2, A, for the rebate period 13 that is the same calendar quarter as 14 described in subclause, I. 15, 2, convert the units determined 16 under clause, I, to billing units for the bill 17ing and payment code of such drug, using 18 a methodology similar to the methodology 19 used under the section, by dividing the 20 units determined under clause, I, for each 21 national drug code of such drug by the 22 billing unit for the billing and payment 23 code of such drug. EARN 223359K1 SLC. 133 1, 3. Compute the sum of the billing 2 units for each national drug code of such 3 drug in clause, 2. 4. C. Determination of inflation at 5 justed payment amount. The inflation at 6 just payment amount determined under the 7 subparagraph for a Part B rebatable drug for 8 a calendar quarter is 9, I. The payment amount for the bill 10ing and payment code for such drug in the 11 payment amount benchmark quarter, as 12 defined in subparagraph, D, increased by 13, 2, the percentage by which the re-14 bait period CPI, U, as defined in subpara 15 graph, F, 4. The calendar quarter x16 seeds the benchmark period CPI, U, as to 17 find in subparagraph, E. 18, D, payment amount benchmark 19 quarter. The term payment amount bench 20 mark quarter means the calendar quarter B21 beginning July 1, 2021. 22, E, Benchmark period CPI, U. The 23-term benchmark period CPI, U means the CON 24 Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers 25, United States City Average, for January 2021. EARN 223359K1 SLC. 134 F. Rebate period CPI, U. The term 2 rebate period CPI, U means, with respect to a 3-calendar quarter described in subparagraph 4, C, the greater of the benchmark period CPI 5U and the Consumer Price Index for all urban 6 consumers, United States City Average, for the 7 first month of the calendar quarter, that is 2 8-calendar quarters prior to such described Cal 9 and AR quarter. 10. G. Reduction or waiver for short disrupt 11 ages 12 shins the 13 the amount under subparagraph A, with Re 14 spec to a Part B rebatable drug and a calendar 15 quarter and severe supply chain secretary shall reduce or waive 16, I, in the case of a Part B rebatable 17 drug that is described as currently in 18 shortage on the shortage list in effect 19 under Section 506E of the Federal Food 20 Drug and Cosmetic Act at any point der 21ing the calendar quarter, or 22, 2, in the case of a biosimilar Bio 23 logical product, when the Secretary deter 24 minds there is a severe supply chain dis 25 ruption during the calendar quarter, such EARN 223359K1 SLC. 135 1 as that caused by a natural disaster or 2 other unique or unexpected event. 34, 4, special treatment of certain drugs and exemption 5, A, subsequently approved drugs 6 in the case of a Part B rebatable drug first AP7 proved or licensed by the Food and Drug Administration after December 1, 2020, Clause I, 9 of paragraph 3, C, shall be applied as if the 10-term payment amount benchmark quarter 11 were defined under paragraph 3, D, as the 12th full calendar quarter after the day on 13 which the drug was first marketed, and clause 14, 2, of paragraph 3, C, shall be applied as if 15 the term benchmark period CPI, U were to 16 find under paragraph 3, E, as if the Ref 17 errands to January 2021 under such paragraph 18 were a reference to the first month of the first 19 full calendar quarter after the day on which the 20 drug was first marketed. 21, B, timeline for provision of Re 22 Bates 23 drugs in the case of a Part B rebatable drug 24 first approved or licensed by the Food and 25 Drug Administration after December 1, 2020, for subsequently approved EARN 223359K1 SLC. 136 1 paragraph 1, B, shall be applied as if the Ref 2 errands to January 1, 2023 under such para 3 graph were a reference to the later of the 6th for full calendar quarter after the day on which the 5 drug was first marketed or January 1, 2023. 6, C, selected drugs in the case of a 7 Part B rebatable drug that is a selected drug 8, as defined in section 1192, C, with respect to 9 a price applicability period, as defined in SEC tension 1191, B, 2, in the case such drug is number 11 longer considered to be a selected drug under 12 section 1192, C, for each applicable period, as 13 defined under subsection, G, 7, beginning after 14 the price applicability period with respect to 15 such drug, clause I, of paragraph 3, C, shall 16 be applied as if the term payment amount 17 benchmark quarter were defined under para 18 graph 3, D, as the calendar quarter beginning 19 January 1 of the last year during such price 20 applicability period with respect to such selected 21 drug, and clause 2, of paragraph 3, C, shall 22 be applied as if the term benchmark period 23 CPI, U were defined under paragraph 3, E, 24 as if the reference to January 2021 under EARN 223359K1 SLC. 137 1 such paragraph were a reference to the July of 2 the year preceding such last year. 3, 5, Application to beneficiary coinsure for ENS in the case of a Part B rebatable drug for 5 NIST on or after April 1, 2023, if the payment 6 amount described in paragraph 3a, 2I, or, in 7 the case of a Part B rebatable drug that is a selected 8 drug, as defined in section 1192, c, the payment 9 amount described in subsection b, 1b, for such 10 drug, for a calendar quarter exceeds the inflation 11 adjusted payment for such quarter 12a, in computing the amount of any coin 13 surance applicable under this part to an Indi 14 individual to whom such drug is furnished, the 15 computation of such co-insurance shall be equal 16 to 20% of the inflation adjusted payment 17 amount determined under paragraph 3, c, for 18 such Part B rebatable drug, and 19, b, the amount of such co-insurance for 20 such calendar quarter, as computed under sub 21 paragraph a, shall be applied as a percent, as 22 determined by the Secretary, to the payment 23 amount that would otherwise apply under sub 24 paragraphs b, or c, of subsection b, 1. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 138 1, 6, rebate deposits amounts paid as rebates under paragraph 1, b, shall be deposited into 3 the Federal Supplementary Medical Insurance Trust 4 fund established under section 1841. 5, 7, civil money penalty if a manufacturer of a Part B rebatable drug has failed to comply with the requirements under paragraph 1, b, 8 for such drug for a calendar quarter, the manufacturer shall be subject to, in accordance with a PROC 10S established by the Secretary pursuant to Regula 11, a civil money penalty in an amount equal to 12 at least 125% of the amount specified in Para 13 Graph 3, for such drug for such calendar quarter. 14 The provisions of Section 1128A, other than sub 15 sections, a, with respect to amounts of penalties or 16 additional assessments, and b, shall apply to a 17 civil money penalty under this paragraph in the 18 same manner as such provisions apply to a penalty 19 or proceeding under section 1128a, a, dot, and 2021-22-23, 2, in subsection j, as redesignated by paragraph 1, a, in paragraph 4, by striking at the end n, 24, b, in paragraph 5, by striking at the 25, and the period and inserting a semicolon, and earn 223359K1 SLC. 139, c, by adding at the end the following new 1-2 paragraphs, 3, 6, the determination of units under sub 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 section, I, 7, the determination of whether a drug is a Part B rebatable drug under subsection, I, 8, the calculation of the rebate amount under subsection, I, and, 9, the computation of co-insurance under subsection, I, 5, and, 10, the computation of amounts paid under 12 section 1833, a, 1, e, dot. 13, b, amounts payable, cost sharing section 14 1833 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 L, is 15 amended 1617, 1, in subsection, a, 1, a, in subparagraph, g, by inserting, 18 subject to subsection 19 amounts paid, I, 9, after the 20, b, in subparagraph, s, by striking with 21 respect to and inserting subject to subpara 22 graph, e, with respect to, 23-24, c, by striking n, dd, and inserting, dd, and earn 223359K1 SLC. 141, d, by inserting before the semicolon at to the end the following, and, e, with respect 3 to a Part B rebatable drug, as defined in Para 4 Graph 2, of Section 1847A, I, furnished on or 5 after April 1, 2023, for which the payment 6 amount for a calendar quarter under paragraph 7, 3, a, 2, I, of such section, or, in the case of 8 a Part B rebatable drug that is a selected drug 9, as defined in section 1192, c, for which, the 10 payment 11-1847a, b, 1, b, for such drug for such quarter 12 exceeds the inflation-adjusted payment under 13 paragraph 3, a, 2, 2, of such section for 14 such quarter, the amounts paid shall be equal 15 to the % of the payment amount under 16 paragraph 3, a, 2, I, of such section or SEC 17 1847a, b, 1, b, as applicable, that equals 18 the difference between, I, 100%, and, 2, 19 the 1847a, I, 5, b, 21, 2, in subsection, I, by adding at the end the amount % described. Applied in under section 22 following new paragraph, 23, 9, in the case of a Part B rebatable drug, as de 24 find in paragraph, 2, of section 1847a, I, for which pay 25 meant under the subsection is not packaged into a payment earned 223359K1 SLC. 141 for a service furnished on or after April 1, 2023, under 2 the revised payment system under the subsection, in lieu 3 of calculation of coinsurance and the amount of payment for otherwise applicable under the subsection, the provisions 5 of section 1847a, I, 5, and paragraph 1, e, of sub 6 section, a, shall, as determined appropriate by the Sector 7 Retary, apply under the subsection in the same manner 8 as such provisions of section 1847a, I, 5, and subsection 9, a, apply under such section. And subsection, and 1011, 3, in subsection, t, 8, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph, 12, f, Part B rebatable drugs in the 13 case of a Part B rebatable drug, as defined in 14 paragraph, 2, of section 1847a, I, except if 15 such drug does not have a co-payment amount 16 as a result of application of subparagraph, e, 17 for which payment under this part is not PAC 18 aged into a payment for a covered OPD service 19, or group of services, furnished on or after 20 April 1, 2023, and the payment for such drug 21 under the subsection is the same as the 22 amount for a calendar quarter under paragraph 23, 3, a, 2, I, of section 1847a, I, under the SYS 24 TEM under the subsection, in lieu of calculation 25 of the co-payment amount and the amount of earned 223359K1 SLC. 142 one payment otherwise applicable under the sub 2 section, other than the application of the limitation described in subparagraph, c, the Provi 4 Zions of section 1847a, I, 5, and paragraph 5, 1, e, of subsection, a, shall, as determined 6 appropriate by the Secretary, apply under the 7 subsection in the same manner as such Provi 8 Zions of section 1847a, I, 5, and subsection, a, 9 apply under such section and subsection. 10, c, conforming amendments 11, 1, to Part B ASP calculation section 12 1847a, c, 3, of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 13-1395 W, 3a, c, 3, is amended by inserting sub 14 section, I, or before section 1927. 15, 2, excluding Part B drug inflation reprice section 16 Bait 17 1927, c, 1, c, 2, I, of the Social Security Act, 42 18 U.S.C. 1396 R, 8, c, 1, c, 2, I, is amended by in 19 inserting or section 1847a, I, after this section. From Best 20, 3. Coordination with Medicaid rebate in 21 Formation Disclosure Section 1927, b. 3, d. I. 22 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 R. 23-8, b. 3, d. I. is amended by inserting and the re 24 bait after the payment amount. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 143-1, 4, excluding Part B drug inflation rebates from average manufacturer price 3 Section 1927, K, 1, B, I, of the Social Security Act 4, 42 U.S.C. 1396 R, 8, K, 1, B, I, as amended by 5 Section 11001, B, 3, is amended 6-7, A, in subclause, V, by striking N at the end, 8, B, in subclause, 6, by striking the PE9 riot at the end and inserting a semicolon, and 10, C, by adding at the end the following new 11 subclause, 7, rebates paid by Manufact 12-13-14. Tourists under Section 1847A, I, N, D, funding in addition to amounts otherwise 15 available, there are appropriated to the Centers for Medi-16 Care and Medicaid Services, out of any money in the Trees 17 URI not otherwise appropriated, $80 million for fiscal 18 year 2022, including $12,500,000 to carry out the Pro V19 Zions of, including the amendments made by, this Section 20 in fiscal year 2022, and $7,500,000 to carry out the Pro V21 Zions of, including the amendments made by, this Section 22 in each of fiscal years 2023 through 2031, to remain avail 23 able until expended. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 144-123 SEC 11102. Medicare Part D rebate by manufacturers. A. In general, Part D of Title 18 of the Social Security Act is amended by inserting after Section 1860 D514A, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 114A, the following new section, 6 SEC 1860 D, 14B. Manufacturer rebate for certain 7 drugs with prices increasing faster 8 than inflation. 9. A. Requirements 10, 1. Secretarial provision of Informa 11 TION not later than 9 months after the end of 12 each applicable period, as defined in subsection 13, G, 7, subject to paragraph 3, the Secretary 14 shall, for each Part D rebatable drug, report to each 15 manufacturer of such Part D rebatable drug the fall 16 lowing for such period. 17, A, the amount, if any, of the excess and 18 annual manufacturer price increase described in 19 subsection, B, 1. A, 2, for each dosage form 20 and strength with respect to such drug and PE21 riod. 22, B, the rebate amount specified under 23 subsection, B, for each dosage form and 24 strength with respect to such drug and period. 25, 2. 26 manufacturer requirements for each applicable period. The manufacturer of a Part D earn 223359K1 SLC. 145 1 rebatable drug, for each dosage form and strength 2 with respect to such drug, not later than 30 days 3 after the date of receipt from the Secretary of the for information described in paragraph 1, for such PE5 riod, shall provide to the Secretary a rebate that is 6 equal to the amount specified in subsection, B, for 7 such dosage form and strength with respect to such 8 drug for such period. 9. 3. Transition rule for reporting the 10 Secretary may, for each rebatable covered Part D 11 drug, delay the time frame for reporting the Informa 12 SHN and rebate amount described in subparagraphs 13, A, and B, of such paragraph for the applicable PE14 riods beginning October 1, 2022, and October 1, 15, 2023, until not later than December 31, 2025. 16, B, Rebate amount 17, 1, in general 18, a, calculation for purposes of this 19 section, the amount specified in this subsection 20 for a dosage form and strength with respect to 21 a Part D rebatable drug and applicable period 22 is, subject to subparagraph, c, paragraph 23, 5, b, and paragraph, 6, the estimated 24 amount equal to the product of ERN 223359K1 SLC. 146 1, I, subject to subparagraph, b, of to this paragraph, the total number of units 3 that are used to calculate the average manufacturer price of such dosage form and 5 strength with respect to such Part D6 rebatable drug, as reported by the manufacturer of such drug under section 1927-8 for each month, with respect to such PE9 Ryod, and 10, 2, the amount, if any, by which 11, I, the annual manufacturer 12 price, as determined in paragraph 13, 2. Paid for such dosage form and 14 strength with respect to such Part D15 rebatable drug for the period, exceed 16, 2, the inflation-adjusted pay 17 meant amount determined under para 18 graph, 3, for such dosage form and 19 strength with respect to such Part D20 rebatable drug for the period. 21, b, excluded units for purposes of 22 subparagraph, a, I, the Secretary shall exclude 23 from the total number of units for a dosage 24 form and strength with respect to a Part D ERN 223359K1 SLC. 147 1 rebatable drug, with respect to an applicable PE2 Ryod, the following, 3, I, units of each dosage form and 4 strength of such Part D rebatable drug for 5 which payment was made under a State 6 plan under Title 19, or waiver of such 7 plan, as reported by states under Section 8 1927, b, 2, a. 9, 2, units of each dosage form and 10 strength of such Part D rebatable drug for 11 which a rebate is paid under Section 12 1847a, I. 13, c, reduction or waiver for short disrupt 14 ages 15 the 16 the amount under subparagraph, a, with re 17 spec to a Part D rebatable drug and an apply 18 cable period and severe supply chain secretary shall reduce or waive 19, I, in the case of a Part D rebatable 20 drug that is described as currently in 21 shortage on the shortage list in effect 22 under Section 506E of the Federal Food 23 Drug and Cosmetic Act at any point der 24 ing the applicable period, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 148 1, 2, in the case of a generic Part D2 rebatable drug, described in subsection 3, G, 1, C, 2, or a biosimilar, defined as a for biological product licensed under Section 5351, K, of the Public Health Service Act, 6 when the Secretary determines there is a 7 severe supply chain disruption during the 8 applicable period, such as that caused by a 9 natural disaster or other unique or unexpected event, and 11, 3, in the case of a generic Part D12 rebatable drug, as so described, if the 13th Secretary determines that without such re-14 duction or waiver, the drug is likely to be 15 described as in shortage on such shortage 16 list during a subsequent applicable period. 17, 2. Determination of annual manufacturer price. The annual manufacturer price to 19 determined under this paragraph for a dosage form 20 and strength, with respect to a Part D rebatable 21 drug and an applicable period, is the sum of the 22 products of 23, a, the average manufacturer price, as 24 defined in subsection, G, 6, of such dosage 25 form and strength, as calculated for a unit of ERN 223359K1 SLC. 149 1 such drug, with respect to each of the calendar 2 quarters of such period, and 3, b, the ratio of 4, I, the total number of units of such 5 dosage form and strength reported under 6 section 1927 with respect to each such cal 7 and dark quarter of such period, to 8, 2, the total number of units of such 9 dosage form and strength reported under 10 Section 1927 with respect to such period, 11 as determined by the Secretary. 12. 3. Determination of inflation-adjusted 13 payment amount. The inflation-adjusted payment 14 amount determined under this paragraph for a dose 15 age form and strength with respect to a Part D 16 rebatable drug for an applicable period, subject to 17 paragraph 5, is 18, a. The benchmark period manufacturer 19 price determined under paragraph 4, for such 20 dosage form and strength with respect to such 21 drug and period, increased by 22, b. The percentage by which the applicant 23 BLE period CPI, U, as defined in subsection 24, G, 5, for the period exceeds the benchmark 25 period CPI, U, as defined in subsection, G, 4. EARN 223359K1 SLC. 151, 4. Determination of benchmark period price. The benchmark period 2 manufacturer 3 manufacturer price determined under this paragraph 4 for a dosage form and strength, with respect to a 5 Part D rebatable drug and an applicable period, is 6. The sum of the products of 7, a. The average manufacturer price, as 8 defined in subsection, G, 6, of such dosage 9 form and strength, as calculated for a unit of 10 such drug, with respect to each of the calendar 11 quarters of the payment amount benchmark PE 12 Ryod, as defined in subsection, G, 3, and 13, b. The ratio of 14, I. The total number of units Re 15 ported under section 1927 of such dosage 16 form and strength with respect to each 17 such calendar quarter of such payment 18 amount benchmark period, to 19, 2. The total number of units Re 20 ported under section 1927 of such dosage 21 form and strength with respect to such 22 payment amount benchmark period. 23, 5. Special treatment of certain drugs 24 and exemption EARN 223359K1 SLC. 151 1, a. Subsequently approved drugs 2 in the case of a Part D rebatable drug first AP3 proved or licensed by the Food and Drug Administration after October 1, 2021, subpara 5 graphs, a, and, b, of paragraph 4, shall be 6 applied as if the term payment amount bench 7 mark period were defined under subsection 8, G, 3, as the first calendar year beginning after 9 the day on which the drug was first marketed 10 and subparagraph, b, of paragraph 3, shall be 11. Applied as if the term benchmark period CPI 12U were defined under subsection, G, 4, as if 13 the reference to January 2021 under such 14 subsection were a reference to January of the 15 first year beginning after the date on which the 16 drug was first marketed. 17, b. Treatment 18 of new formulations 19, I. In general in the case of a 20 Part D rebatable drug that is a Linexten 21 Zion of a Part D rebatable drug that is in 22 oral solid dosage form, the Secretary shall 23 establish a formula for determining the Re 24 bait amount under paragraph 1, and the 25 inflation adjusted payment amount under EARN 223359K1 SLC. 152 1 paragraph 3, with respect to such Part D2 rebatable drug and an applicable period, 3 consistent with the formula applied under 4 subsection, c, 2, c, of section 1927 for 5 determining a rebate obligation for a Re 6 bait period under such section. 7, 2, line extension defined in 8 the subparagraph, the term Linexten 9 Zion means, with respect to a Part D10 rebatable drug, a new formulation of the 11 drug, such as an extended release formula 12-tion, but does not include an abuse deter 13 rent formulation of the drug, as deter 14 mined by the Secretary, regardless of 15 whether such abuse deterrent formulation 16 is an extended release formulation. 17, c. Selected drugs in the case of a 18 Part D rebatable drug that is a selected drug 19, as defined in section 1192, c, with respect to 20 a price applicability period, as defined in SEC 21-1191, b. 2, in the case such drug is number 22 longer considered to be a selected drug under 23 Section 1192, c. for each applicable period, as 24 defined under subsection G. 7, beginning after 25 the price applicability period with respect to EARN 223359K1 SLC. 153 One such drug, subparagraphs, A, and, B, of para 2 graph, 4, shall be applied as if the term pay 3 meant amount benchmark period were defined for under subsection G. 3, as the last year begin 5 ning during such price applicability period with 6 respect to such selected drug and subparagraph 7, b, of paragraph 3, shall be applied as if the 8-term benchmark period CPI, U were defined 9 under subsection G. 4, as if the reference to 10 January 2021 under such subsection were a 11 reference to January of the last year beginning 12 during such price applicability period with re 13 spec to such drug. 14. 6. Reconciliation in case of revised 15 AMP reports the Secretary shall provide for a 16 method and process under which, in the case of a 17 manufacturer of a Part D rebatable drug that sub-18 mits revisions to information submitted under SEC 19/1927 by the manufacturer with respect to such 20 drug, the Secretary determines, pursuant to such re 21 visions, adjustments, if any, to the calculation of the 22 amount specified in this subsection for a dosage 23. Form and strength with respect to such Part D 24 rebatable drug and an applicable period and Rec 25 onsels any overpayments or underpayments in EARN 223359K1 SLC. 154 1 amounts paid as rebates under this subsection. Any 2 identified underpayment shall be rectified by the 3 manufacturer not later than 30 days after the date 4 of receipt from the Secretary of Information on such 5 underpayment. 6. C. Rebate deposits amounts paid as rebates 7 under subsection B, shall be deposited into the Medicare 8 prescription drug account in the Federal Supplementary 9 Medical Insurance Trust Fund established under Section 10-1841-11, D. Information for purposes of carrying out 12 this section, the Secretary shall use information submitted 13 by manufacturers under Section 1927, B. 3, and inform of 14 submitted by states under Section 1927, b. 2, a. 15, e. Civil money penalty if a manufacturer of 16 a Part D rebatable drug has failed to comply with the re 17 requirement under subsection a. 2, with respect to such 18 drug for an applicable period, the manufacturer shall be 19 subject to, in accordance with the process established by the 20 Secretary pursuant to regulations, a civil money penalty 21 in an amount equal to 125% of the amount specified 22 in subsection B, for such drug for such period. The Prov 23 Zions of Section 1128A, other than subsections A, with 24 respect to amounts of penalties or additional assessments, 25 and B, shall apply to a civil money penalty under this EARN 223359K1 SLC. 155 1 subsection in the same manner as such provisions apply to a penalty or proceeding under Section 1128A, A. 3, F. No administrative or judicial review for there shall be no administrative or judicial review of the 5 following: 1. The determination of units under this SEC 6789 tension. 2. The determination of whether a drug is a Part D rebatable drug under this section. 3. The calculation of the rebate amount 11 under this section. 12. G. Definitions in this section. 13. 1. Part D rebatable drug 14. A. In general except as provided in 15 subparagraph B. The term Part D rebatable 16 drug means, with respect to an applicable PE17 riod, a drug or biological described in subpara 18 graph C, that would, without application of 19 this section, be a covered Part D drug, as such 20 term is defined under section 1860d, 2, e. 21, b, exclusion 22, I, in general such term shall, 23 with respect to an applicable period, not 24 include a drug or biological if the average 25 annual total cost under this part for such earn 223,359K1 SLC. 156 1 period per individual who uses such a drug to or biological, as determined by the seconds 3 ritary, is less than, subject to clause 2, for $100, as determined by the Secretary 5 using the most recent data available or, if 6 data is not available, as estimated by the 7 Secretary. 8.9, 2, increase the dollar amount applied under clause I, 10, I, for the applicable period B11 beginning October 1, 2023, shall be the $12 amount specified under such 13 clause for the applicable period begin 14ing October 1, 2022, increased by 15 the percentage increase in the CON 16 Sumer Price Index for all urban CON 17 Sumers, United States City average, 18 for the 12-month period beginning 19 with October of 2023, and 20, 2, for a subsequent applicable 21 period, shall be the dollar amount 22 specified in this clause for the pre-23 vias applicable period, increased by 24 the percentage increase in the CON 25 Sumer Price Index for all urban CON earn 223,359K1 SLC. 157 1 Sumers, United States City average, 2 for the 12-month period beginning 3 with October of the previous period. For any dollar amount specified under this 5 clause that is not a multiple of $10 shall 6 be rounded to the nearest multiple of $10. 7. C. Drug or biological described 8. A drug or biological described in the subpara 9 graph is a drug or biological that, as of the first 10 day of the applicable period involved, is 11. I. A drug approved under a new 12 drug application under Section 505, C, of 13 the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic 14 Act, 15, 2. A drug approved under an ABRI 16 viated new drug application under Section 17505, J, of the Federal Food, Drug, and 18 Cosmetic Act, in the case where 19, I, the reference listed drug AP 20 proved under Section 505, C, of the 21 Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic 22 Act, including any authorized generic 23 drug, as that term is defined in SEC 24-505, T, 3, of the Federal Food 25 Drug and Cosmetic Act, is not being earned 223,359K1 SLC. 158 1 marketed, as identified in the Food 2 and Drug Administration's National 3 Drug Code Directory, 4, 2, there is no other drug AP5 proved under Section 505, J, of the 6 Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic 7 Act that is rated as therapeutically 8 equivalent, under the Food and Drug 9 Administration's most recent public attention of approved drug products with 11 therapeutic equivalence evaluations, 12 and that is being marketed, as identi-13-fied in the Food and Drug Adminis 14 Trations National Drug Code Direct 15 Tory, 16, 3. The manufacturer is not a 17 first applicant during the 180-day 18 exclusivity period, as those terms are 19 defined in Section 505, J, 5, B, 4, of 20 the Federal Food, Drug, and Cost 21 Medic Act, and 22, 4, the manufacturer is not a 23 first approved applicant for a COM24 petitive generic therapy, as that term 25 is defined in Section 505, J, 5, B, V, earn 223,359K1 SLC. 159 1 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cost 2 Medic Act, or 3, 3, a biological licensed under SEC Fortune 351 of the Public Health Service Act. 5, 2, unit. The term unit means, with respect to a Part D rebatable drug, the lowest dispensable amount, such as a capsule or tablet, milligram 8 of molecules, or grams, of the Part D rebatable 9 drug, as reported under Section 1927. 10. 3. Payment amount benchmark PE11 RIOD. The term payment amount benchmark PE12 RIOD means the period beginning January 1, 2021, 13, and ending in the month immediately prior to Octo 14 Ber 1, 2021. 15. 4. Benchmark period CPI, U. The term 16 benchmark period CPI, U means the Consumer 17 Price Index for all urban consumers, United States 18 city average, for January 2021. 19. 5. Applicable period CPI, U. The term 20 applicable period CPI, U means, with respect to an 21 applicable period, the Consumer Price Index for all 22 urban consumers, United States city average, for 23 the first month of such applicable period. 24-25, 6. Average manufacturer price. The term average manufacturer price has the meaning, EARN 223359K1 SLC. 161 with respect to a Part D rebatable drug of a Manu 2 facturer, given such term in Section 1927, K. 1, with 3 respect to a covered outpatient drug of a manufacturer for a rebate period under Section 1927. 5. 7. Applicable period. The term applica 6 BLE period means a 12-month period beginning with 7 October 1 of a year, beginning with October 1, 8 2022. 9. H. Implementation for 2022, 2023, and 10 2024. The Secretary shall implement this section for 11 2022, 2023, and 2024 by program instruction or other 12 forms of program guidance. 13. B. Conforming amendments. 14. 1. To Part B ASP calculation Section 15 1847A, C. 3, of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 16-1395 W, 3A, C. 3, 17-11101, C. 1, is amended by striking subsection I, 18 or Section 1927 and inserting subsection I, SEC 1927, or Section 1860D, 14B. 20 as amended by Section 2, excluding Part D drug inflation reprice Section 21B 22 1927, C. 1, C. 2, I, of the Social Security Act, 4223 U.S.C. 1396 R, 8, C. 1, C. 2, I, as amended by SEC 24-1101, C. 2, is amended by striking or section from Best Earn 223359K1 SLC. 161 1847A, I, and inserting, Section 1847A, I, or SEC Tuition 1860D, 14B. 3. Coordination with Medicaid rebate in for formation disclosure Section 1927, B, 3, D, I, 5 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 R68, B, 3, D, I, as amended by Section 11101, C, 3, 7 is amended by striking or to carry out Section 8 1847B and inserting or to carry out Section 9 1847B or Section 1860D, 14B. 10. 4. Excluding Part D drug inflation re 11 bates from average manufacturer price 12 Section 1927, K, 1, B, I, of the Social Security Act 13, 42 U.S.C. 1396 R, 8, K, 1, B, I, as amended by 14 Section 11001, B, 3, and Section 11101, C, 4, is 15 amended by adding at the end the following new 16 subclause, 1718, A, in subclause, 6, by striking N at the end, 19, B, in subclause, 7, by striking the PE20 riot at the end and inserting a semicolon, and 21, C, by Adding at the end the following new 22, 23, 24 subclause. 8. Rebates paid by manufacturers under Section 1860D, 14B. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 162.1, c. Funding. In addition to amounts otherwise to available, there are appropriated to the Centers for Medi-3 Care and Medicaid Services, out of any money in the Trees for URI not otherwise appropriated, $80 million for fiscal 5 year 2022, including $12,500,000 to carry out the Pro V6 Zions of, including the amendments made by, this Section 7 in fiscal year 2022, and $7,500,000 to carry out the Pro V8 Zions of, including the amendments made by, this Section 9 in each of fiscal years 2023 through 2031, to remain avail 10 able until expended. 11 Part 3 Part D Improvements and Maximum 12 Out-of-Pocket Cap for Medicare Bainey 13 Fisheries 1415 SEC 11201. Medicare Part D Benefit Redesign. A. Benefit Structure Redesign Section 16 1860D, 2, B, of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W 17102, B, is amended 18, 1, in paragraph 2, 19, A, in subparagraph A, in the matter 20 preceding clause, I, by inserting for a year 21 preceding 2025 and for costs above the annual 22 deductible specified in paragraph 1, and up to 23 the annual out-of-pocket threshold specified in 24 paragraph 4, B, for 2025 and each subsequent 25 year after paragraph 3. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 163.1, B, in subparagraph C, 2, I, in clause I, in the matter preceding subclause I, by inserting for a 4-year preceding 2025, after paragraph 5, 4, and 6, 2, in clause 2, 3, by striking 7 and each subsequent year and inserting 8 through 2024 and 9, c, in subparagraph D, 10, I, in clause I, 11, I, in the matter preceding sub-12 clause I, by inserting for a year 13 preceding 2025, after paragraph 14, 4, and 15, 2. In subclause I, BB, by 16 striking a year after 2018 and in 17 inserting each of years 2019 through 18 2024 and 19, 2, in clause 2, V, by striking 2019 and each subsequent year and in 21 inserting each of years 2019 through 22 2024 23, 2, in paragraph 3, A, earn 223359K1 SLC. 164.1, A, in the matter preceding clause, I, by 2 inserting for a year preceding 2025, after 3 and 4, and 4, B, in clause 2, by striking for a subs 5 quent year and inserting for each of years 6 2007 through 2024 and 7, 3, in paragraph 4, 8, A, in subparagraph A, 9, I, in clause I, 10, I, by redesignating subclauses 11, I, and 2, as items A, and BB, 12 respectively, and moving the margin 13 of each such redesignated item to EMS 14. To the right, 15, 2, in the matter preceding item 16, A, as redesignated by subclause I, 17 by striking is equal to the greater 18 of and inserting is equal to, I, for a year preceding 2024, 1920 the greater of, 21, 3, by striking the period at the 22 end of item, BB, as redesignated by 23 subclause, I, and inserting, N, 24 and earn 223359K1 SLC. 165 123, 4, by adding at the end the following, 2, for 2024 and each SUC4 seeding year, $0 and 5, 2, in clause 2, 6, 7, I, by striking clause I, and inserting clause I, A, and 8, 2, by adding at the end the following new sentence, the Secretary 10 shall continue to calculate the $11 amounts specified in clause I, A, 12 including with the adjustment under 13 this clause, after 2023 for purposes of 14 Section 1860d, 14, A, 1, D, 3, dot, 15, B, in subparagraph, B, 16, I, in clause, I, 17, 18, 19, I, in subclause, V, by striking or at the end, 2, in subclause, 6, 20, A, by striking for a sub-21 sequent year and inserting for 22 each of years 2021 through 23 2024 and earn 223,359K1 SLC. 166-1, BB, by striking the period 2 at the end and inserting a semi-3 : and 4, 3, by adding at the end the 5 following new subclauses, 7, for 2025, is equal to $672,000, or 8, for a subsequent year, is 9 equal to the amount specified in this 10 subparagraph for the previous year, 11 increased by the annual percentage in 12 crease described in paragraph 6, for 13 the year involved, and 14, 2, in clause 2, by striking clause 15, I, 2, and inserting clause I, 16, C, in subparagraph, C, 17, I, in clause, I, by striking and for 18 amounts and inserting an, for a year 19 preceding 2025, for amounts, and 20, 2, in clause, 3, I, by redesignating subclauses 21, 22, I, through, 4, as items, A, 23 through, DD, and indenting APRO 24 priately, earn 223,359K1 SLC. 167-1, 2, by striking if such costs are to borne or paid and inserting if such 3 costs for, I, are borne or paid, and 5, 3, in item, DD, by striking the 6 period at the end and inserting, or, 7 and 8, 9, 4, by adding at the end the following new subclause, 10, 2, for 2025 and subsequent 11 years, are reimbursed through insert 12 ANS, a group health plan, or certain 13 other third-party payment arrange 14 MENS, but not including the coverage 15. Provided by a prescription drug plan 16 or an MA, PD plan that is basic pre-17 scription drug coverage, as defined in 18 subsection, A, 3, or any payments by 19 a manufacturer under the Manufact 22 discount program under section 21 1860D, 14C, and 22D, in subparagraph, E, by striking in 23 applying and inserting for each of years 24 2011 through 2024, in applying. Earn 223,359K1 SLC. 168-1, B, Reinsurance Payment Amount Section 2 1860D, 15, B, of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 31395 W, 115, B, is amended 45678, 1, in paragraph 1, A, by striking equal to 80% and inserting equal to, A, for a year preceding 2025, 80%, 9, B, in subparagraph, A, as added by sub-10 paragraph, A, by striking the period at the 11 end and inserting, N, and 12, 13, 14, 15, C, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph, B, for 2025 end. Each subsequent year, the sum of 16, I, with respect to applicable drugs 17, as defined in section 1860D, 14C, G, 2, 18 an amount equal to 20% of such AL 19 lowable reinsurance costs attributable to 20 that portion of gross covered prescription 21 drug costs as specified in paragraph 3. In 22 incurred in the coverage year after such Indi 23 individual has incurred costs that exceed the 24 annual out-of-pocket threshold specified in 25 section 1860d, 2, b, 4, b, and earn 223359K1 SLC. 169 1, 2, with respect to covered Part D2 drugs that are not applicable drugs, as so 3 defined, an amount equal to 40% of for such allowable reinsurance costs attributable to that portion of gross covered prescription drug costs as specified in Para 7 Graph 3, incurred in the coverage year 8 after such individual has incurred costs 9 that 10 threshold specified in section 1860 D11 2, b, 4, b, dot, 12, 2, in paragraph 2, 13 14 15 16 17 18 exceed the annual out-of-pocket, a, by striking costs. For purposes and inserting costs. A, in general subject to subparagraph, b, for purposes, and, b, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph, 19, b, inclusion of manufacturer dis 20 counts on applicable drugs for purposes 21 of applying subparagraph, a, the term allow 22 able reinsurance costs shall include the portion 23 of the negotiated price, as defined in section 24 1860d, 14c, g, 6, of an applicable drug, as 25 defined in section 1860d, 14c, g, 2, that was earned 223359K1 SLC. 171 paid by a manufacturer under the Manufacturer 2 discount program under section 1860d, 14c, 3 and 4, 3, in paragraph 3, 5, a, in the first sentence, by striking for 6 purposes and inserting subject to paragraph 7, 2, b, for purposes and 8, b, in the second sentence, by inserting 9, or, with respect to 2025 and subsequent 10 years, in the case of an applicable drug, as de 11 find in section 1860d, 14c, g, 2, by a Manu 12 facturer, after by the individual or under the 13 plan. 14, c, Manufacturer Discount Program 15, 1, in General Part D of Title 18 of the 16 Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 101 through 1742 U.S.C. 1395 W, 153, as amended by Section 1811102, is amended by inserting after Section 19 1860d, 14b the following new sections, 2021 SEC 1860d, 14c. Manufacturer Discount Program. A. Establishment. The Secretary shall establish 22 Lisha Manufacturer Discount Program, in this section re 23 referred to as the program. Under the program, this Sector 24 Rotary shall enter into agreements described in subsection ERN 223359K1 SLC. 171 b, with manufacturers and provide for the performance 2 of the duties described in subsection c. 3. b, terms of agreement for, 1, in general 5, a, agreement. An agreement under 6 this section shall require the manufacturer to 7 provide, in accordance with this section, dis 8 counted prices for applicable drugs of the manufacturer that are dispensed to applicable Baini 10 fisheries on or after January 1, 2025. 11-12, b, clarification. Nothing in this section shall be construed as affecting 13, I, the application of a co-insurance 14 of 25% of the negotiated price, as 15 applied under paragraph 2, a, of section 16 1860d, 2, b, for costs described in such 17 paragraph, or 18, 2, the application of the co-payment 19 amount described in paragraph 4, a, of 20 such section, with respect to costs to 21 scribed in such paragraph. 22, c. Timing of agreement 23, I. Special rule for 2025 in 24 order for an agreement with a Manufact 25 tourer to be in effect under this section with ERN 223359K1 SLC. 172 1 Respect to the period beginning on January 1, 2025 and ending on December 31, 2025, the manufacturer shall enter into for such agreement not later than March 1, 2024. 6. 2. 2026 and subsequent 7 years in order for an agreement with the 8 manufacturer to be in effect under this 9 section with respect to plan year 2026 or 10 a subsequent plan year, the manufacturer 11 shall enter into such agreement not later 12 than a calendar quarter or semi-annual 13 deadline established by the Secretary. 14. 2. Provision of appropriate data. Each 15 manufacturer with an agreement in effect under this 16 section shall collect and have available appropriate 17 data, as determined by the Secretary, to ensure that 18 it can demonstrate to the Secretary compliance with 19 the requirements under the program. 20. 3. Compliance with requirements for program. Each Manufact 21 Administration 22 tourer with an agreement in effect under this section 23 shall comply with requirements imposed by the seconds 24 Rotary, as applicable, for purposes of administering 25 the program, including any determination under ERN 223359K1 SLC. 173 1 Subparagraph, A, of subsection, C, 1, or procedures to established under such subsection, c. 1. 3, 4, length of agreement for, a. In general an agreement under 5 this section shall be effective for an initial PE6 riot of not less than 12 months and shall be 7 automatically renewed for a period of not less 8 than 1 year unless terminated under subpara 9 graph, b. 10, b. Termination 11, I. By the Secretary. The seconds 12 Rotary shall provide for termination of an 13 agreement under this section for a knowing 14 and willful violation of the requirements of 15 the agreement or other good cause shown. 16 Such termination shall not be effective year 17 later than 30 days after the date of notice 18 to the manufacturer of such termination. 19 The Secretary shall provide, upon request, 20 a manufacturer with a hearing concerning 21 such a termination, and such hearing shall 22 take place prior to the effective date of the 23 termination with sufficient time for such 24 effective date to be repealed if the seconds 25 Rotary determines appropriate. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 174 1, 2. By a manufacturer a manufacturer may terminate an agreement 3 under this section for any reason. Any for such termination shall be effective, with re-5 spec to a plan year 6, I, if the termination occurs B7 for January 31st of a plan year, as of 8 the day after the end of the plan year, 9 and 10, 2, if the termination occurs on 11 or after January 31st of a plan year, as 12 of the day after the end of the SUC 13 seating plan year. 14, 3. Effectiveness of term I-15 nation. Any termination under the sub-16 paragraph shall not affect discounts for 17 applicable drugs of the manufacturer that 18 are due under the agreement before the F19 effective date of its termination. 20, 5. Effective date of agreement and 21 agreement under this section shall take effect at the 22 start of a calendar quarter or another date specified 23 by the Secretary. 24, c. Duties described. The duties described in 25 the subsection are the following, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 175 12, 1. Administration of program. Administering the program, including 3, a. The determination of the amount of for the discounted price of an applicable drug of a 5 manufacturer, 6, b. The establishment of procedures to 7 ensure that, not later than the applicable number 8 per of calendar days after the dispensing of a 9 applicable drug by a pharmacy or mail order 10 service, the pharmacy or mail order service is 11 reimbursed for an amount equal to the diff 12. Difference between 13 14 15, I. The negotiated price of the applicable drug, and, 2. the discounted price of the Apli-16 cable drug. 17. C. The establishment of procedures to 18 ensure that the discounted price for an Apli-19 BLE drug under this section is applied before any 20 coverage or financial assistance under other 21 health benefit plans or programs that provide 22 coverage or financial assistance for the per 23 chase or provision of prescription drug. Coverage 24 on behalf of applicable beneficiaries as specified 25 by the Secretary, and earn 223359K1 SLC. 176-1, d. Providing a reasonable dispute resolution mechanism to resolve disagreements between manufacturers, prescription drug plans 4 and MA, PD plans, and the Secretary. 5. 2. Monitoring compliance. The second Secretary shall monitor compliance by a manufacturer 7 with the terms of an agreement under this section. 8. 3. Collection of data from Prescript-9 drug plans and MA, PD plans. The second Secretary may collect appropriate data from Prescript-11 drug plans and MA, PD plans in a time frame 12 that allows for discounted prices to be provided for 13 applicable drugs under this section. 14. D. Administration 15, 1. In general subject to paragraph 2. 16. The Secretary shall provide for the implementation of 17. This section, including the performance of the duties 18 described in subsection C. 19. 2. Limitation in providing for the implementation of this section. The Secretary shall not receive or distribute any funds of a manufacturer 22 under the program. 23. E. Enforcement earn 223359K1 SLC. 177-1, 1. Audits. Each manufacturer within 2 agreement in effect under this section shall be subject to periodic audit by the Secretary. 4. 2. Civil money penalty 5. A. In general, a manufacturer that 6 fails to provide discounted prices for applicable 7 drugs of the manufacturer dispensed to applicable 8 BLE beneficiaries in accordance with such agreement shall be subject to a civil money penalty 10 for each such failure in an amount the seconds 11 Rotary determines is equal to the sum of 12, I. The amount that the manufacturer would have paid with respect to such 14 discounts under the agreement, which will 15 then be used to pay the discounts which 16 the manufacturer had failed to provide, 17 and 18, 2, 25% of such amount. 19. B. Application. The provisions of 20 Section 1128A, other than subsections A and 21, B, shall apply to a civil money penalty under 22. This paragraph in the same manner as such 23 provisions apply to a penalty or proceeding 24 under Section 1128A, A. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 178-1, F. Clarification regarding availability of 2 other covered Part D drugs. Nothing in this SEC 3 shall prevent an applicable beneficiary from purchasing a covered Part D drug that is not an applicable 5 drug, including a generic drug or a drug that is not on 6 the formulary of the prescription drug plan or MA, PD7 plan that the applicable beneficiary is enrolled in. 8-9, G. Definitions in this section. 1. Applicable beneficiary. The term 10 applicable beneficiary means an individual who, on 11 the date of dispensing a covered Part D drug 12, 13, 14, 15, A, is enrolled in a prescription drug plan or in MA, PD plan, B, is not enrolled in a qualified retiree prescription drug plan, and 16, C, has incurred costs, as determined in 17 accordance with Section 1860D, 2, B, 4, C, for 18 covered Part D drugs in the year that exceed 19 the annual deductible specified in Section 1860D, 2, B, 1. 21, 2, applicable drug. The term applicable 22-23 drug, with respect to an applicable beneficiary, A, means a covered Part D drug 24, I, approved under a new drug Appli 25 cation under Section 505, C, of the Federal Earn 223359K1 SLC. 179 1 Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act or, in the case of a biologic product, licensed under 3 Section 351 of the Public Health Service 4 Act, and 5.2 I, if the PDP sponsor of the prescription drug plan or the MA organization 7 offering the MA, PD plan uses a 4.8 malary, which is on the formulary of the 9 prescription drug plan or MA, PD plan 10 that the applicable beneficiary is enrolled 11 in, 12.2, if the PDP sponsor of the pre-13 prescription drug plan or the MA organization 14 offering the MA, PD plan does not use a 15 formulary, for which benefits are available 16 under the prescription drug plan or MA 17 PD plan that the applicable beneficiary is 18 enrolled in, or 19.3, is provided through an acceptation or appeal, and 21.b, does not include a selected drug, as 22 referred to under Section 1192, c, during a 23 price applicability period, as defined in Section 24.1191, b, 2, with respect to such drug. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 181, 3, 2 days. The 3 days means 4, 5, 6 applicable number of calendar term applicable number of calendar, A, with respect to claims for reimbursement submitted electronically, 14 days, and B, with respect to claims for reimbursement submitted otherwise, 30 days. 8, 4, discounted price 9, A, in general the term discounted 10 price means, subject to subparagraphs, B, and 11, C, with respect to an applicable drug of a 12 manufacturer dispensed during a year to an AP 13 applicable beneficiary 14, I, who has not incurred costs, as to 15 determined in accordance with Section 16-1860 D, 2, B, 4, C, for covered Part D 17 drugs in the year that are equal to or x18 the annual out-of-pocket threshold 19 specified in Section 1860 D, 2, B, 4, B, I, 20 for the year, 90% of the negotiated 21 price of such drug, and 22, 2, who has incurred such costs, as 23 so determined, in the year that are equal 24 to or exceed such threshold for the year, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 181 180% of the negotiated price of such 2 drug. 3, B, phase in for certain drugs dis 4 pence to list beneficiaries 5, I, in general in the case of an 6 applicable drug of a specified manufacturer 7, as defined in Clause 2, that is marketed 8 as of the date of enactment of the sub-9 paragraph and dispensed for an applicable 10 beneficiary who is a subsidy eligible Indi 11 individual, as defined in Section 1860 D 1214, A, 3, the term discounted price 13 means the specified list percent, as to 14 find in Clause 3, of the negotiated price 15 of the applicable drug of the manufacturer. 16, 2, specified manufacturer 17, I, in general in the sub-18 paragraph, subject to subclause 2, 19 the 20 means a manufacturer of an applicate 21 BLE drug for which, in 2021 term specified manufacturer 22, A, the manufacturer had 23 a coverage gap discount agreed 24 meant under Section 1860 D, 14A, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 182 1, BB, the total expenditures 2 for all of the specified drugs of 3 the 4 such agreement or agreements 5 for such year and covered under 6 this part during such year Rep 7 resented less than 1% of 8 the total expenditures under this 9 part for all covered Part D drugs 10 during such year, and manufacturer covered by 11, cc. The total expenditures 12 for all of the specified drugs of 13 the manufacturer that are single 14 source drugs and biological prod 15 UX covered under Part B during 16 such year represented less than 17.1% of the total expendi 18 tours under Part B for all drugs 19 or biological products covered 20 under such part during such 21 year. 22, 2, specified drugs 23, A, in general for 24 purposes of this clause, the term 25 specified drug means, with re-earn 223359K1 SLC. 183 1 spec to a specified manufacturer, for 2021, an applicable 3 drug that is produced, prepared, 4 propagated, 5 worked, or processed by the manufacturer. 7. BB, compounded, con aggregation 8 rule all persons treated as a 9 single employer under subsection 10, A, or, B, of Section 52 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986-12 shall be treated as one manufacturer for purposes of this sub-14 paragraph. For purposes of MAC 15ing a determination pursuant to 16 the previous sentence, and agree 17 meant under this section shall re-18 quire that a manufacturer pro 19 vide and attest to such information as specified by the Secretary 21 as necessary. 22. 3. Limitation the term 23 specified manufacturer shall not in 24 include a manufacturer described in 25 subclause I, if such manufacturer is earned 223359K1 SLC. 184 1 acquired after 2021 by another Manu 2 facturer that is not a specified Manu 3 facturer, effective at the beginning of 4 the plan year immediately following 5 such acquisition or, in the case of an 6 acquisition before 2025, effective Jan 7 January 1, 2025. 8. 3. Specified list percent in 9 the subparagraph, the specified list per 10 cent means, with respect to a year 11, I, for an applicable drug dis 12 pence for an applicable beneficiary 13 described in clause, I, who has not in 14 incurred costs, as determined in Accord 15 ans with Section 1860 D, 2, B, 4, C, 16 for covered Part D drugs in the year 17 that are equal to or exceed the annual 18 out-of-pocket threshold specified in 19 Section 1860 D, 2, B, 4, B, I. For the 20-year 21, A, for 2025, 99%, 22, BB, for 2026, 98%, 23, CC, for 2027, 95%, 24, DD, for 2028, 92%, 25 and earn 223359K1 SLC. 185 1, EE, for 2029 and each 2 subsequent year, 90%, and 3, 2, for an applicable drug dis 4 pence for an applicable beneficiary 5 described in clause, I, who has in 6 incurred costs, as determined in Accord 7 ans with Section 1860 D, 2, B, 4, C, 8 for covered Part D drugs in the year 9 that are equal to or exceed the annual 10 out-of-pocket threshold specified in 11 Section 1860 D, 2, B, 4, B, I, for the 12-year 13, A, for 2025, 99%, 14, BB, for 2026, 98%, 15, CC, for 2027, 95%, 16, DD, for 2028, 92%, 17, EE, for 2029, 90%, 18, FF, for 2030, 85%, 19 2021 and, GG, for 2031 and each subsequent year, 80%. 22, C, phase in 23 manufacturers for specified small 24, I, in general in the case of an 25 applicable drug of a specified small Manu earn 223359K1 SLC. 186 1 facturer, as defined in clause 2, that is 2 marketed as of the date of enactment of 3 the subparagraph and dispensed for and for applicable beneficiary. The term discounted 5 price means the specified small manufacturer percent, as defined in clause 3, of 7 the negotiated price of the applicable drug 8 of the manufacturer. 9, 2, specified 10 small manufacturer 11, I, in general in the sub-12 paragraph, subject to subclause 3, 13. The term specified small manufacturer means a manufacturer of an 15 applicable drug for which, in 2021-16, a. The manufacturer is a 17 specified manufacturer, as 18 find in subparagraph, b. 2, 19 and 20, bb. The total expenditures 21 under Part D for any one of the 22 specified 23 drugs of the manufacturer that 24 are covered by the agreement or 25 agreements small manufacturer under section ERN 223359K1 SLC. 187 1860D, 14A of such manufacturer for such year and covered 3 under this part during such year 4 are equal to or more than 80 per 5 cent of the total expenditures 6 under this part for all specified 7 small manufacturer drugs of the 8 manufacturer that are covered by 9 such agreement or agreements 10 for such year and covered under 11 this part during such year. 12. 2. Specified 13 facturer drugs 14. A. In small manu general for 15 purposes of this clause, the term 16 specified 17 drugs means, with respect to a 18 specified small manufacturer, for 19-20-21, an applicable drug that is 20 produced, prepared, propagated, 21 compounded, converted, or PROC 22 essayed by the manufacturer. 23, bb. Small manufacturer aggregation 24 rule all persons treated as a 25 single employer under subsection ERN 223359K1 SLC. 188 1, a, or, b, of section 52 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 3 shall be treated as one manufacturer for purposes of this sub 5 paragraph. For purposes of Max 6ing a determination pursuant to 7 the previous sentence, an agreement under this section shall require that a manufacturer pro ten vitae and attest to such informa 11 as specified by the Secretary 12 as necessary. 13. 3. Limitation the term 14 specified small manufacturer shall 15 not include a manufacturer described 16 in subclause I. If such manufacturer 17 is acquired after 2021 by another 18 manufacturer that is not a specified 19 small manufacturer, effective at the 20 beginning of the plan year im 21 dietly following such acquisition or, 22 in the case of an acquisition before 23-2025, effective January 1, 2025. 24, 3. Specified 25% in small manufact this subparagraph, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 189 1 The term specified small manufacturer per 2 cent means, with respect to a year 3, I, for an applicable drug dis 4 pence for an applicable beneficiary 5 who has not incurred costs, as deter 6 mind in accordance with section 7 1860d, 2, b, 4, c, for covered Part D 8 drugs in the year that are equal to or 9 exceed 10 thresholds specified in section 1860d 11 2, b, 4, b, I, for the year the annual out-of-pocket 12, a, for 2025, 99%, 13, bb, 4, 2026, 98%, 14, cc, for 2027, 95%, 15, dd, for 2028, 92%, 16 and 17, ee, for 2029 and each 18 subsequent year, 90%, and 19, 2, for an applicable drug dis 20 pence for an applicable beneficiary 21 who has incurred costs, as determined 22 in accordance with section 1860d 23 2, b, 4, c, for covered Part D drugs 24 in the year that are equal to or exceed 25 the annual out-of-pocket threshold ERN 223359K1 SLC. 191 specified in section 22, b, 4, b, I, for the year 1860 D3, a, for 2025, 99%, 4, bb, for 2026, 98%, 5, cc, for 2027, 95%, 6, dd, for 2028, 92%, 7, E, for 2029, 90%, 8, FF, for 2030, 85%, and 9, GG, for 2031 and each 10 subsequent year, 80%. 11-12, D, total expenditures for per 13 poses of this paragraph. The term total expend 14 ICHRs includes, in the case of expenditures with 15 respect to Part D, the total gross covered pre-16 scription drug costs as defined in Section 17-1860 D, 15, B, 3. The term total expenditures 18 excludes, in the case of expenditures with Re 19 spec to Part B, expenditures for a drug or bio 20 logical that are bundled or packaged into the 21 payment for another service. 22, E, 23 claims 24-25 special, I, IBL in claims case for certain spanning deduct the case where the entire earn 223359K1 SLC. 191 1 amount of the negotiated price of an individual claim for an applicable drug with respect to an applicable beneficiary does not fall above the annual deductible specified 5 in Section 1860 D, 2, B, 1, for the year. The 6 manufacturer of the applicable drug shall 7 provide the discounted price under this 8 section on only the portion of the nego 9 tiated price of the applicable drug that 10 falls above such annual deductible. 11, 2, claims spanning out of POC 12 ET threshold in the case where the 13 entire amount of the negotiated price of an 14 individual claim for an applicable drug 15 with respect to an applicable beneficiary 16 does not fall entirely below Oregon entirely 17 above the annual out-of-pocket threshold 18 specified in Section 1860 D, 2, B, 4, B, I, 19 for the year. The manufacturer of the AP20 applicable drug shall provide the discounted 21 price 22, I, in accordance with subparad 23 graph, A, I, on the portion of the NE24 negotiated price of the applicable drug 25 that falls below such threshold, and earn 223359K1 SLC. 192 1, 2, in accordance with subparad 2 graph, A, 2. On the portion of such 3 price of such drug that falls at or for above such threshold. 5. Manufacturer. The term manufacturer means any entity which is engaged in the production, preparation, propagation, compounding, 8 conversion, or processing of prescription drug Prod 9 UX, either directly or indirectly by extraction from 10 substances of natural origin, or independently by 11 means of chemical synthesis, or by a combination of 12 extraction and chemical synthesis. Such term does 13 not include a wholesale distributor of drugs or a Re14 tail pharmacy licensed under state law. 15, 6, negotiated price. The term nego 16 tiated price has the meaning given such term for 17 purposes of Section 1860 D, 2, D, 1, B, and, with Re 18 spec to an applicable drug, such negotiated price 19 shall include any dispensing fee and, if applicable, 20 any vaccine administration fee for the applicable 21 drug. 22, 7, qualified retiree prescription drug 23 plan. The term qualified retiree prescription drug 24 plan has the meaning given such term in Section 25 1860 D, 22, A, 2. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 193 12 SEC 1860 D, 14D. Selected Drug Subsidy Program. With respect to covered Part D drugs that would 3 be applicable drugs, as defined in Section 1860 D 414C, G, 2, but for the application of subparagraph, B, 5 of such section, the Secretary shall provide a process 6 whereby, in the case of an applicable beneficiary, as to 7 find in Section 1860 D, 14C, G, 1, who, with respect to 8 a year, is enrolled in a prescription drug plan or is enrolled 9 in an MA, PD plan, has not incurred costs that are equal 10 to or exceed the annual out-of-pocket threshold specified 11 in Section 1860 D, 2, B, 4, B, I, and is dispensed such a 12 drug, the Secretary, periodically and on a timely basis. 13 provides the PDP sponsor or the MOT organization offering 14 the plan, a subsidy with respect to such drug that is equal 15 to 10% of the negotiated price, as defined in Section 16 1860d, 14c, g, 6, of such drug. 17, 2. Sunset of Medicare coverage gap. Dis 18 count program. Section 1860d, 14a of the SO 19 Child Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 114a, is amend 20 ed. 21, a, in subsection, a, in the first sentence, 22 by striking the Secretary and inserting 23 subject to subsection, h, the Secretary, and 24, b, by adding at the end the following new 25-26 subsection, h, sunset of program EARN 223359K1 SLC. 194 1. In general, the program shall not to apply with respect to applicable drugs dispensed on 3 or after January 1, 2025, and, subject to paragraph 4, 2, agreements under this section shall be terminate as of such date. 6. 2. Continued application for Applica 7 BLE drugs dispensed prior to sunset. The 8 provisions of this section, including all responsible 9 IDAs and duties, shall continue to apply on and after 10 January 1, 2025, with respect to applicable drugs 11 dispensed prior to such date. 12. 3. Selected drug subsidy payments from 13 Medicare prescription drug account. Section 14 1860d, 16, b, 1, of the Social Security Act, 4215 U.S.C. 1395 W, 116, b, 1, is amended 16 17 18 19 20 21, a, in subparagraph, c, by striking n at the end, b, in subparagraph, d, by striking the period at the end and inserting, n, and, c, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph, 22, e, payments under Section 1860d, 14d 23, relating to selected drug subsidy payments. 24, d, Medicare Part D Premium Stabilization EARN 223359K1 SLC. 195 1, 2024 through 2029. Section 1860d, 13(2) of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 113, 3 is amended 4, a, in subsection, a, 5, I, in paragraph, 1, a, by inserting 6 or, 8, as applicable, after paragraph 7, 2, 8, 2, in paragraph, 2, in the matter 9 preceding subparagraph, a, by striking 10 the base and inserting subject to 11 paragraph, 8, the base, 12, 3, in paragraph, 7, 13, I, in subparagraph, b, 2, by 14 inserting or, 8, as applicable, after 15 paragraph, 2, and 16, 2, in subparagraph, e, I, by 17 inserting or, 8, as applicable, after 18 paragraph, 2, and 19, 4, by adding at the end the following 2021 new paragraph, 8, Premium Stabilization 22, a, in general the base beneficiary 23 premium under this paragraph for a prescript 24tion drug plan for a month in 2024 through 2029 shall be computed as follows, EARN 223359K1 SLC. 196 1, I, 2024 the base beneficiary pre-2 MIAM for a month in 2024 shall be equal 3 to the lesser of 4, I, the base beneficiary pre-5 MIAM computed under paragraph, 2, 6 for a month in 2023 increased by 6-7%, or 8, 2, the base beneficiary pre-9 MIAM computed under paragraph, 2, 10 for a month in 2024 that would have 11 applied if this paragraph had not been 12 enacted. 13, 2, 2025 the base beneficiary pre 14 miam for a month in 2025 shall be equal 15 to the lesser of 16, I, the base beneficiary pre 17 miam computed under clause, I, for a 18 month in 2024 increased by 6 per 19 cent, or 20, 2, the base beneficiary pre 21 miam computed under paragraph, 2, 22 for a month in 2025 that would have 23 applied if this paragraph had not been 24 enacted. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 197 1, 3, 2026 the base beneficiary 2 premium for a month in 2026 shall be 3 equal to the lesser of 4, I, the base beneficiary pre 5 miam computed under clause, 2, for 6 a month in 2025 increased by 6 per 7 cent, or 8, 2, the base beneficiary pre 9 miam computed under paragraph, 2, 10 for a month in 2026 that would have 11 applied if this paragraph had not been 12 enacted. 13, 4, 2027 the base beneficiary 14 premium for a month in 2027 shall be 15 equal to the lesser of 16, I, the base beneficiary pre 17 miam computed under clause, 3, for 18 a month in 2026 increased by 6 per 19 cent, or 20, 2, the base beneficiary pre 21 miam computed under paragraph, 2, 22 for a month in 2027 that would have 23 applied if this paragraph had not been 24 enacted. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 198 1, v. 2028 the base beneficiary pre 2 miam for a month in 2028 shall be equal 3 to the lesser of 4, I, the base beneficiary pre 5 miam computed under clause, 4, for 6 a month in 2027 increased by 6 per 7 cent, or 8, 2, the base beneficiary pre 9 miam computed under paragraph, 2, 10 for a month in 2028 that would have 11 applied if this paragraph had not been 12 enacted. 13, 6, 2029 the base beneficiary 14 premium for a month in 2029 shall be 15 equal to the lesser of 16, I, the base beneficiary pre 17 miam computed under clause, v, for a 18 month in 2028 increased by 6 per 19 cent, or 20, 2, the base beneficiary pre 21 miam computed under paragraph, 2, 22 for a month in 2029 that would have 23 applied if this paragraph had not been 24 enacted. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 199 1, b. Clarification regarding 2030 and years the base beneficiary 2 subsequent 3 premium for a month in 2030 or a subsequent 4 year shall be computed under paragraph, 2, 5 without regard to this paragraph, and 6, b, in subsection, b, 3, a, 2, by striking 7 subsection, a, 2, and inserting paragraph 8, 2, or, 8, of subsection, a, as applicable. 9, 2, adjustment to beneficiary premium 10% for 2030 and subsequent years 11 Section 1860d, 13, a, of the Social Security Act, 4212 U.S.C. 1395 W, 113, a, as amended by paragraph 13, 1, is amended 14, a, in paragraph, 3, a, by inserting, or, 15 for 2030 and each subsequent year, the percent 16 specified under paragraph, 9, after 25.517%, and 18, b, by adding at the end the following new 19 paragraph, 20, 9%, specified 21, a, in general subject to subpart 22 graph, b, for purposes of paragraph, 3, a, 23 the percent specified under this paragraph for 2030 and each subsequent year is the percent 25 that the Secretary determines is necessary to earn 223359K1 SLC. 201 ensure that the base beneficiary premium compute under paragraph, 2, for a month in 2033 is equal to the lesser of 4, I, the base beneficiary premium 5 computed under paragraph 8a, 6, for a 6-month in 2029 increased by 6%, or 7, 2, the base beneficiary premium 8 computed under paragraph 2, for a 9-month in 2030 that would have applied if 10 this paragraph had not been enacted. 11, b, floor the percent specified under 12 subparagraph a, may not be less than 20 per 13 CENT. 14, 3, conforming amendments 15, a, section 1854, b, 2, b, of the Social 16 Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 24, b, 2, b, is 17 amended by striking section 1860 D, 13, a, 2, 18 and inserting paragraph 2, or 8, as applica 19 bli, of section 1860 D, 13, a. 20, b, section 1860 D, 11, g, 6, of the Social 21 Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 111, g, 6, is 22 amended by inserting, or, for 2030 and each 23 subsequent year, the percent specified under 24 section 1860 D, 13, a, 9, after 25.5%. Earn 223359 K1 SLC. 201, c, section 1860 D, 13, a, 7, b, I, of the 1-2 Social Security Act, 423113, a, 7, b, I, is amended USC 1395 W4, I, in subclause, I, by inserting, or, 5 for 2030 and each subsequent year, the 6% specified under paragraph 9, 7 after 25.5%, and 8, 2, in subclause 2, by inserting 9, or, for 2030 and each subsequent year, 10 the percent specified under paragraph 11, 9, after 25.5%. 12, d, section 1860 D, 15, a, of the Social SE 13 Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 115, a, is amend 14 ed 15, I, in the matter preceding paragraph 16, 1, by inserting, or, for each of 2024-17 through 2029, the percent applicable as a 18 result of the application of section 1860 D 1913, a, 8, or, for 2030 and each subsequent 20 year, 100% minus the percent specie 21 fied under section 1860 D, 13, a, 9, after 2274.5%, and 23, 2, in paragraph 1, b, by striking 24 paragraph 2, of section 1860 D, 13, a, earn 223359 K1 SLC. 202 and inserting paragraph 2, or 8, of SEC Tuition 1860 D, 13, a, as applicable. 345, e, conforming amendments, 1, section 1860 D, 2 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 102, is amended 6, a, in subsection, a, 2, a, I, by striking 7, or an increase in the initial and inserting 8 or, for a year preceding 2025, an increase in 9 the initial, 10, b, in subsection, c, 1, c, 11, I, in the subparagraph heading, by 12 striking at initial coverage limit, 13 and 14, 2, by inserting for a year preceding 15/20/25 or the annual out of pocket threshold 16 specified in subsection, b, 4, b, for the 17 year for 2025 and each subsequent year 18 after subsection, b, 3, for the year each 19 place it appears, and 20, c, in subsection, d, 1, a, by striking or 21 an initial and inserting or, for a year pre-22 seeding 2025, an initial. 23, 2, Section 1860d, 4, A, 4, B, I, of the Social 24 Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 104, A, 4, B, I, is earned 223.359 K1 SLC. 203 1 amended by striking the initial and inserting for 2 a year preceding 2025, the initial. 3, Section 1860d, 14, A, of the Social Security 4 Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 114, A, is amended 5, A, in paragraph 1, 6, I, in subparagraph C, by striking 7 the continuation and inserting for a 8-year preceding 2025, the continuation, 9, 2, in subparagraph D, 3, by strike 10 ing 1860d, 2, B, 4, A, I, and insert 11 ing 1860d, 2, B, 4, A, I, and 12, 3, in subparagraph E, by striking 13 the elimination and inserting for a 14-year preceding 2024, the elimination, and 15, B, in paragraph 2, 16, I, in subparagraph C, by striking 17 the continuation and inserting for a 18-year preceding 2025, the continuation, 19 and 20, 2, in subparagraph E, by striking 21 1860d, 2, B, 4, A, I, and inserting 22 1860d, 2, B, 4, A, I, for a year 23 preceding 2024. 24, 4, Section 1860d, 21, D, 7, of the Social SECU 25 Righty Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 131, D, 7, is amended earn 223359 K1 SLC. 204 1 by striking Section 1860d, 2, B, 4, B, I, and inserting Section 1860d, 2, B, 4, C, I. 3, 5, Section 1860d, 22, A, 2, A, of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 132, A, 2, A, is 5 amended 6-7, A, by striking the value of any discount and inserting the following, the value of, I, 4 years prior to 2025, any dis 8-9 count, 10, B, in clause, I, as inserted by subpara 11 graph, A, of this paragraph, by striking the PE12 riot at the end and inserting, and 1314, C, by adding at the end the following new clause, 15, 2, for 2025 and each subsequent 16-year, any discount provided pursuant to 17 Section 1860d, 14c. 18, 6, Section 1860d, 41, A, 6, of the Social SECU 19 Righty Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 151, A, 6, is amended 20, A, by inserting for a year before 2025 21-22 after 1860d, 2, B, 3, and, B, by inserting for such year before the 23 period. 24, 7, Section 1860d, 43 of the Social Security 25 Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 153, is amended earn 223359 K1 SLC. 205 1234, A, in subsection, A, I, by striking paragraph, 1, and inserting the following, 1, participate in 5, A, for 2011 through 2024, the Medicare 6 Coverage Gap Discount Program under Section 7 1860d, 14a, and 8, b, for 2025 and each subsequent year. 9. The manufacturer discount program under SEC Tension 1860D, 14C, 11, 12, 13, 2, by striking paragraph 2, and inserting the following, 2, have entered into and have in effect 14, a, for 2011 through 2024, and Agreement 15 described in subsection, b, of Section 1860D 1614A with the Secretary, and 17, b, for 2025 and each subsequent year. 18. An agreement described in subsection, b, of SEC 19 and 1860D, 14C with the Secretary, and 20, 3, in paragraph 3, by striking 21 such section and inserting section 22 1860D, 14A and 23, b, by striking subsection, b, and insert 24ing the following, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 206.1, b, effective date paragraphs, 1, a, 2, a, 2 and 3, of subsection, a, shall apply to covered Part D3 drugs dispensed under this part on or after January 1, 2011, and before January 1, 2025, and paragraphs 1, b, 5 and 2, b, of such subsection shall apply to covered Part 6D drugs dispensed under this part on or after January 7, 2025. 8. Section 1927 of the Social Security Act, 4289 U.S.C. 1396 R. 8, is amended 10, a, in subsection, c, 1, c, I, 6, by in 11 inserting before the period at the end of Fall 12 lowing, or under the manufacturer discount 13 program under Section 1860D, 14C and 14, b, in subsection, k, 1, b, I, v, by in 15 inserting before the period at the end of Fall 16 lowing, or under Section 1860D, 14C. 17, f, implementation for 2024 through 2026. 18. The Secretary shall implement this section, including the 19 amendments made by this section, for 2024, 2025, and 2020-26 by program instruction or other forms of Program 21 guidance. 22, g, funding. In addition to amounts otherwise 23 available, there are appropriated to the Centers for Medi-24 Care and Medicaid Services, out of any money in the Trees 25 URI not otherwise appropriated, $341 million for fiscal ERN 223359K1 SLC. 207 1-year 2022, including $20 million and $65 million to carry out the provisions of, including the amendments 3 made by, this section in fiscal years 2022 and 2023, respectively, and $32 million to carry out the provisions of, 5 including the amendments made by, this section in each 6 of fiscal years 2024 through 2031, to remain available 7 until expended. 8. SEC 11202. Maximum monthly cap on cost sharing 9 payments 10 plans and MA, PD plans. 11. Under prescription drug, a, in general Section 1860D, 2, b, of the Social 12 Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 102, b, is amended 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 1, in paragraph 2, a, in subparagraph a, by striking n, d, and inserting d, and e, and b, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph e, maximum monthly cap on cost-sharing payments 20, I, in general for plan years B21 beginning on or after January 1, 2025, each 22 PDP sponsor offering a prescription drug 23 plan and each MA organization offering an 24 MA, PD plan shall provide to any enrollee 25 of such plan, including an enrollee who is ERN 223359K1 SLC. 208 1. A subsidy eligible individual, as defined in 2 paragraph 3, of Section 1860d, 14, a. 3. The option to elect with respect to a plan for year to pay cost sharing under the plan in 5 monthly amounts that are capped in AC 6 accordance with this subparagraph. 7. 2. Determination of maximum 8 monthly cap for 9 plan year for which an enrollee in a pre-transcription drug plan or an MA, PD plan has 11 made an election pursuant to clause I. 12. The PDP sponsor or MA organization shall 13 determine a maximum monthly cap, as to 14 find in clause 4, for such enrollee. 15. Each month in the 3. beneficiary monthly pay 16 ments with respect to an enrollee who 17 has made an election pursuant to clause 18, I, for each month described in clause 2. 19. The PDP sponsor or MA organization shall 20 bill such enrollee an amount, not to exceed 21 the maximum monthly cap, for the out of 22 pocket costs of such enrollee in such 23 month. 24-25, 4. Maximum find in monthly cap to the subparagraph, the term earn 223359K1 SLC. 209 1. Maximum monthly cap means, with respect to an enrollee 3, I, for the first month for which the enrollee has made an election per 5 suant to clause I, an amount deter 6 mind by calculating 7, a, the annual 8 pocket 9 paragraph, 4, b, minus the incurred costs of the enrollee as to 11 scribed in paragraph 4, c, did 12 divided by 13 threshold out of specified in bb, the number of months 14 remaining in the plan year, and 15. 2, for a subsequent month, and 16 amount determined by calculating 17, a, the sum of any remaining out-of-pocket costs owed 19 by the enrollee from a previous 20 month that have not yet been 21 billed to the enrollee and any add 22 additional out-of-pocket costs in 23 incurred by the enrollee, divided by 24, bb, the number of months 25 remaining in the plan year. Earn 223359K1 SLC. 210-1, v. Additional requirements to the following requirements shall apply 3 with respect to the option to make an election pursuant to clause I, under this sub 5 paragraph, 6, I, secretarial responsible 7 itas the secretary shall provide 8 information to Part D eligible individuals on the option to make such election through educational materials, in 11 cludding through the notices provided 12 under section 1804, a. 13. 2. Timing of election and 14 enrollee in a prescription drug plan or 15 and MA, PD plan may make such an 16 election 17 18 19, a. prior to the beginning of the plan year, or, bb, in any month during 20 the plan year. 21, 3. PDP sponsor and MA responsibilities 22 Organization 23 Each PDP sponsor offering a pre-24 scription drug plan or MA organize a 25 shan offering and MA, PD plan earn 223359K1 SLC. 211-1, a. May not limit the option for an enrollee to make such 3 an election to certain covered for Part D drugs. 5, bb, shall, prior to the plan 6 year, notify prospective enrollees 7 of the option to make such an 8 election in promotional materials. 9, cc, shall include inform attention on such option in enrollee 11 educational materials. 12, dd, shall have in place a 13 mechanism to notify a pharmacy 14 during the plan year when an N15 enrollee incurs out-of-pocket costs 16 with respect to covered Part D 17 drugs that make it likely the N18 enrollee may benefit from making 19 such an election. 20, e. shall provide that a 21 pharmacy, after receiving a NOTI 22fication described in item, dd, 23 with respect to an enrollee, in 24 forms the enrollee of such notify 25 cation, earn 223359K1 SLC. 212-1, ff, shall ensure that such an election by an enrollee has number 3 effect on the amount paid to 4 pharmacies, or the timing of 5 such payments, with respect to 6 covered Part D drugs dispensed 7 to the enrollee, and 8, gg, shall have in place a 9 financial reconciliation process to 10 correct inaccuracies in payments 11 made by an enrollee under this 12 subparagraph with respect to 13 covered Part D drugs during the 14 plan year. 15. 4. Failure to pay amount 16 billed if an enrollee fails to pay 17 the amount billed for a month as re-18 under the subparagraph 19, a. The election of the N20 enrollee pursuant to clause I, shall 21 be terminated and the enrollee 22 shall pay the cost-sharing other 23 wise applicable for any covered 24 Part D drugs subsequently dis 25 pence to the enrollee up to the EARN 223359K1 SLC. 213 1 annual out-of-pocket threshold 2 specified in paragraph 4, b, 3 and 4, bb. The PDP sponsor or 5 MA organization may preclude 6 the enrollee from making an election pursuant to clause I, in a 8 subsequent plan year. 9. V. Clarification regarding 10 past due amounts. Nothing in this 11 subparagraph shall be construed as 12 prohibiting a PDP sponsor or an MA 13 organization from billing an enrollee 14 for an amount owed under the sub 15 paragraph. 16. 6. Treatment of unset 17 TLED balances. Any unsettled BAL 18 ANSWERs with respect to amounts owed 19 under the subparagraph shall be 20 treated as plan losses and the seconds 21 retiree shall not be liable for any such 22 balances outside of those assumed as 23 losses estimated in plan bids, and 24, 2, in paragraph 4, EARN 223359K1 SLC. 214 1. A. In subparagraph C, by striking sub 2 paragraph E, and inserting subparagraph 3 E, or subparagraph F, and 4-5 B, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph 6 F, inclusion of costs paid under 7 maximum monthly cap option in applying 8 subparagraph A, with respect to an enrollee 9 who has made an election pursuant to clause I, 10 of paragraph 2, e, costs shall be treated as 11 incurred if such costs are paid by a PDP SPON 12 SOR or an MA organization under the option 13 provided under such paragraph. 14, b, application to alternative prescription 15 drug coverage section 1860d, 2, c, of the Social SE 16 Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 102. C, is amended by add 17ing at the end the following new paragraph, 18, 4, same maximum monthly cap on cost 19 sharing the maximum monthly cap on cost chart 20ing payments shall apply to coverage with respect to 21 an enrollee who has made an election pursuant to 22 clause, I, of subsection, B, 2, E, under the option 23 provided under such. Subsection 24, C, implementation for 2025 the Secretary 25 shall implement this section, including the amendments EARN 223359K1 SLC. 215 1 made by this section, for 2025 by program instruction or 2 other forms of program guidance. 3. D. Funding in addition to amounts otherwise for available, there are appropriated to the Centers for Medi-5 Care and Medicaid Services, out of any money in the Trees 6 URI not otherwise appropriated, $10 million for fiscal 7 year 2023, to remain available until expended, to carry out the provisions of, including the amendments made by, 9 this section. 10 Part 4 Repeal of Prescription Drug 11 Rebate Rule 12 SEC 11301. Prohibiting implementation of Rule Re 13 relating to eliminating the Anti-Kick 14, back statute Safe Harbor Protection 15 for prescription drug rebates. 16 Section 90006 of Division I of the Infrastructure in 17 Investment and Jobs Act, 42 U.S.C. 1320A, 7b Note, as 18 amended by Section 13101 of Division A of the Bipartisan 19 Safer Communities Act, is amended by striking, prior 20 to January 1, 2027. EARN 223359K1 SLC. 216 1-2 Part 5 Miscellaneous SEC. 11,401 Coverage of adult vaccines Rec. 3 amended by the Advisory Committee 4 on Immunization Practices under Medi-5 Care Part D. 6. A. Ensuring treatment of cost sharing and 7 deductible is consistent with treatment of VAC 8 Cines under Medicare Part B Section 1860 D, 2 of 9 The Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W, 102, as 10 amended by Sections 11,201 and 11,202, is amended 11, 1, in subsection, B, 12, A, in paragraph, 1, A, by striking the 13 coverage and inserting subject to paragraph 14, 8, the coverage, 15 16 17, B, in paragraph, 2, I, in subparagraph, A, by inserting N paragraph, 8. After N, E, 18, 2, in subparagraph, C, I, in the 19 matter preceding subclause, I, by striking 20 paragraph, 4, and inserting para 21 graphs, 4, and, 8, and 22, 3, in subparagraph, D, I, in the 23 matter preceding subclause, I, by striking 24 paragraph, 4, and inserting para 25 graphs, 4, and, 8, earn 223359K1 SLC. 217-1, C, in paragraph, 4, A, I, by striking 2 the coverage and inserting subject to para 3 graph, 8, the coverage, and, D, by adding at the end the following new 4-5 paragraph, 6, 8, treatment of cost sharing for 7 adult vaccines recommended by the Advisory 8 Committee 9 consistent with treatment of vaccines under 10 Part B on immunization practices Con 11, A, in general for plan years begin 12 ning on or after January 1, 2023, with respect 13 to an adult vaccine recommended by the ADV 14 SARI Committee on Immunization Practices, as 15 defined in subparagraph, B, 1617, I, the deductible under paragraph, 1, shall not apply, and 18, 2, there shall be no co-insurance or 19 other cost sharing under this part with re-20 spec to such vaccine. 21, B, adult vaccines recommended by 22 the Advisory Committee on Immunization 23 practices for 24 the term adult vaccine recommended by the 25 Advisory Committee on Immunization purposes of this paragraph, earn 223359K1 SLC. 218 1 TISAS means a covered Part D drug that is a 2 vaccine licensed under Section 351 of the Public 3 Health Service Act for use by adult populations for and administered in accordance with Rec. 5 emendations of the Advisory Committee on 6 Immunization Practices of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and 8, 2, in subsection, C, by adding at the end the following new paragraph, 9, 5, 10 treatment of cost sharing for 11 adult vaccines recommended by the Advisory 12 Committee 13 coverage is in accordance with subsection B 8. 14 B conforming amendments to cost sharing 15 for on immunization practices the low income individuals section 1860 D 14 A 16 of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1395 W 114 A as 17 amended by Section 11201, is amended 18, 1, in paragraph, 1, D, in each of clauses, 2, 19 and, 3, by striking in the case and inserting 20 subject to paragraph, 6, in the case, 21, 2, in paragraph, 2, 22, A, in subparagraph, B, by striking A23 reduction and inserting subject to Section 24 D, 2, B, 8, a reduction, earn 223359K1 SLC. 219 B, in subparagraph, D, by striking the 2 substitution and inserting subject to para 3 graph, 6, the substitution, and 4, C, in subparagraph, E, by striking and 5 subsection, C, and inserting, paragraph 6, 6 of this subsection, and subsection c, and 7, 3, by adding at the end the following new 8 paragraph 9, 6, no application of cost sharing or 10 deductible for adult vaccines recommended 11 by the Advisory Committee on Immunization 12. Practices for plan years beginning on or after 13 January 1, 2023, with respect to an adult vaccine 14 recommended by the Advisory Committee on Immunization practices, as defined in Section 1860D 16.2, b, 8, b, a, the deductible under Section 1860D 17.18.2, b, 1, shall not apply, and, b, there shall be no cost sharing under 1920 the section with respect to such vaccine. 21, c, temporary retrospective subsidy Section 22 1860D, 15 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 W 23 115, is amended by adding at the end the following new 24 subsection, ERN 223359K1 SLC. 221, H, temporary retrospective subsidy for reduction in cost sharing for adult vaccines Rec. 3 amended by the Advisory Committee on Immunization practices during 2023 5, 1, in general in addition to amount 6 otherwise payable under the section to a PDP Spon 7 SOR of a prescription drug plan or an MA organization offering an MA, PD plan, for plan year 2023, 9. The Secretary shall provide the PDP sponsor or MA10 organization offering the plan subsidies in an 11 amount equal to the aggregate reduction in cost 12 sharing by reason of the application of Section 13 1860D, 2, b, 8, for individuals under the plan during 14 the year. 15, 2, timing the Secretary shall provide a 16 subsidy under paragraph 1, as applicable, not later 17 than 18 months following the end of the applicable 18 plan year. 19, d, rule of construction nothing in this SEC 20 shall be construed as limiting coverage under Part D 21 of Title 18 of the Social Security Act for vaccines that 22 are not recommended by the Advisory Committee on IM23 immunization practices. 24, e, implementation for 2023 through 2025-25 the Secretary shall implement this section, including the ERN 223359K1 SLC. 221 1 amendments made by the section, for 2023, 2024, and 2025, by program instruction or other forms of Program 3 guidance. 4 SEC 11402. Payment for biosimilar biological Prod 5 UCTS during initial period. 6 Section 1847A, c. 4, of the Social Security Act, 42-7 U.S.C. 1395 W, 3A, c. 4, is amended 8, 1, in each of subparagraphs, A, and, B, by 9 redesignating clauses, I, and, 2, as subclauses, I, 10 and, 2, respectively, and moving such subclauses to 11 EMS to the right, 12, 2, by redesignating subparagraphs, A, and 13, B, as clauses, I, and, 2, and moving such clauses 14 to EMS to the right, 15 16 17, 3, by striking unavailable. In the case and inserting unavailable. A. In general subject to subpara 18 graph, B, in the case, and 19, 4, by adding at the end the following new sub 20 paragraph, 21, B, limitation on payment amount 22 for biosimilar biological products STR 23 ing initial period in 24 similar biological product furnished on or after 25 July 1, 2024, during the initial period described the case of a bio-ERN 223359K1 SLC. 222 1 in subparagraph, A, with respect to the bio-2 similar biological product, the amount payable 3 under this section for the biosimilar biological 4 product is the lesser of the following, 5, I, the amount determined under 6 clause, 2, of such subparagraph for the 7 biosimilar biological product. 8. 2. The amount determined under 9 subsection, B, 1, B, for the reference bio 10 logical product. 11 SEC 11403. Temporary increase in Medicare Part B 12 payment for certain biosimilar bio 13 logical products. 14 Section 1847A, B, 8, of the Social Security Act, 4215 U.S.C. 1395 W, 3A, B, 8, is amended 16, 1, by redesignating subparagraphs, A, and 17, B, as clauses, I, and, 2, respectively, and moving 18 the margin of each such redesignated clause to EMS 19 to the right, 2021-22, 2, by striking product. The amount and inserting the following, product. A, in general subject to subpart 23 graph, B, the amount, and 24, 3, by adding at the end the following new sub 25. Paragraph, earn 223359K1 SLC. 223-1, B, temporary payment increase to, I, in general in the case of a 3 qualifying biosimilar biological product 4 that is furnished during the applicable 5-year period for such product, the amount 6 specified in this paragraph for such prod 7 uct with respect to such period is the sum 8 determined under subparagraph, A, X9 sept that clause, 2, of such subparagraph 10 shall be applied by substituting 8% 11 for 6%. 12, 2, applicable 5-year period 13 for purposes of clause, I, the applicable 14 5-year period for a qualifying biosimilar by 15 ological product is 16, I, in the case of such a product 17 for which payment was made under 18 this paragraph as of September 30, 2022, the 5-year period beginning on 20 October 1, 2022, and 21, 2, in the case of such a prod 22 uct for which payment is first made 23 under this paragraph during a cal 24 and dark quarter during the period B25 beginning October 1, 2022, and ending earn 223359K1 SLC. 224 1 December 31, 2027, the 5-year period to beginning on the first day of such cal 3 and dark quarter during which such pay for ment is first made. 5. 3. Qualifying biosimilar bio-defined 4 per 6 logical 7 poses of this subparagraph, the term 8 qualifying biosimilar biological product 9 means a biosimilar biological product 10 scribed in paragraph 1, c, with respect to 11 which product 12, I, in the case of a product 13 scribed in clause 2, I, the average 14 sales price under paragraph 8, a, I, 15 for a calendar quarter during the 5-16-year period described in such clause is 17 not more than the average sales price 18 under paragraph 4, a, for such 19 quarter for the reference biological 20 product, and 21, 2, in the case of a product 22 scribed in clause 2, 2, the average 23 sales price under paragraph 8, a, I, 24 for a calendar quarter during the 5-25-year period described in such clause is earned 223359K1 SLC. 225 1 not more than the average sales price 2 under paragraph 4, a, for such 3 quarter for the reference biological 4 product. 5 SEC 11404. Expanding eligibility for low-income 6 subsidies under Part D of the Medi 7 Care Program. 8 Section 1860D, 14, A, of the Social Security Act, 42-9 U.S.C. 1395 W, 114, A, as amended by Section 11201, is 10 amended 11, 1, in the subsection heading, by striking in 12 individuals 13 and inserting certain individuals, 14 and all that follows through line, 2, in paragraph, 1, 15, a, by striking the paragraph heading and 16 inserting individuals with certain low in 17 comes, and 18, b, in the matter preceding subparagraph 19, a. By inserting, or, with respect to a plan 20-year beginning on or after January 1, 2024, 21 150%, after 135%, and 22, 3, in paragraph 2, 23, a. By striking the paragraph heading and 24 inserting other low-income individuals, 25 and earn 223,359 SLC. 226 1, b. In the matter preceding subparagraph 2, a. By striking in the case of a subsidy and 3 inserting with respect to a plan year begin forning before January 1, 2024, in the case of a 5 subsidy. 6 SEC 11405. Improving access to adult vaccines 7, 8, 9, 10 under Medicaid and CHIP. A. Medicaid, 1. Requiring coverage of adult vaccinations, a. In General Section 1902, a. 10, a. 1112 of the Social Security 1396 a. 10, a. Is amended in the matter pre-14 seating clause, I. By inserting, 13, b. After 15, 5. 16, b. Medically Act, 42 U.S.C. Needy Section 17-1902, a. 10, c. 4, of such Act, 42 U.S.C. 1813-96 a. 10, c. 4, is amended by inserting, 19, 13, b. After, 5. 20, 2. No cost sharing for vaccinations 21, a. General cost sharing 22 Section 23 Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 is amended 24 Limit a 1916 of the Social Security, I. In subsection, a. 2, earn 223,359 K1 SLC. 227, I. In subparagraph, g. By inserting a comma after state plan, 2, in subparagraph, h. By 3-4 striking 5 comma, or and inserting a 6, 3, in subparagraph, I. By 7 striking, and inserting, or, 8 and, 4, by adding at the end the fol 9 lowing new subparagraph, 1011, j. Vaccines described in Section 12-1905, a. 13, b. And the administration of such 13 vaccines, and 14, 2, in subsection, b. 2, I. In subparagraph, g. By in 1516 inserting a comma after state plan, 2, in subparagraph, h. By 1718 striking 19 comma, or and inserting a 20, 3, in subparagraph, I. By 21 striking, and inserting, or, 22 and 23 24, 4, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph, earn 223,359 K1 SLC. 228 1, j. Vaccines described in Section 2-1905, a. 13, b. And the administration of such 3 vaccines, and 4, b. Application to alternative cost 5 sharing Section 1916 a, b, 3, b, of the So-6 Jail Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 1, b, 3, b, 7 is amended by adding at the end the following 8 new clause, 9, 14, vaccines described in Section 10-1905, a, 13, b, and the administration of 11 such vaccines. 12, 3, increased FMAP for adult vaccines 13 and their administration Section 14 the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 d, b, is 15 amended 16-17-1905, b, of, a, by striking n, 5, and inserting, 5, 18, b, by striking services and vaccines to 19 scribed in subparagraphs, a, and, b, of sub-20 section, a, 13, and prohibits cost sharing for 21 such services and vaccines and inserting Serv 22 ICEs described in subsection, a, 13, a, and 23 prohibits cost Sharing for such services, EARN 223359K1 SLC. 229-1, c. By striking medical assistance for two such services and vaccines and inserting Med3 ICL assistance for such services, and 4, d. By inserting, and 6, during the first 5/8 fiscal quarters beginning on or after the effective date of this clause, in the case of a State 7 which, as of the date of enactment of the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, provides medical 9 assistance for vaccines described in subsection 10a, 13b, and their administration. And Pro 11 prohibits cost sharing for such vaccines, the Fed 12 aerial medical assistance percentage, as deter 13 mind under this subsection and subsection, y, 14 shall be increased by 1 percentage point with 15 respect to medical assistance for such vaccines 16 and their administration before the first PE 17 Riad. 18, b, Chip 19, 1, requiring coverage of adult vaccinations Section 2103, c, of the Social Security Act 2142 U.S.C. 1397 cc, c, is amended by adding at the 22 end the following paragraph, 23, 12, required coverage of approved, 24 recommended adult vaccines and their AD25 administration regardless of the type of coverage EARN 223359K1 SLC. 231 elected by a state under subsection a, if the state 2 child health plan or a waiver of such plan provides 3 child health assistance or pregnancy-related assist for ANS, as defined in section 2112, to an individual 5 who is 19 years of age or older, such assistance shall 6 include coverage of vaccines described in section 7/1905, a, 13, b, and their administration. 2. No cost sharing for vaccinations 8-9 section 2103, e, 2, of such act, 42 U.S.C. 101397 cc, e, 2, is amended by inserting vaccines to 11 scribed in subsection, c, 12, and the administration 12 of such vaccines, after in vitro diagnostic prod 13 UX described in subsection, c, 10, and administer 14 of such products. 15, c, effective date. The amendments made by 16 this section take effect on the first day of the first fiscal 17 quarter that begins on or after the date that is 1 year 18 after the date of enactment of this act and shall apply 19 to expenditures made under a state plan or waiver of such 20 plan under Title 19 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 21 1396 through 1396 W, 6, or under a state child health plan 22 or waiver of such plan under Title XXI of such Act, 4223 U.S.C. 1397A through 1397 mm. On or after such effect 24 tiv date. EARN 223359K1 SLC. 231 2 Subtitle C Affordable Care Act Subsidies 3 SEC 12001. Improve affordability and reduce pre-4 MIUM costs of health insurance for 5 consumers. 16, a, in General Clause 3, of Section 736b, b, 3, a, of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is 8 amended 9, 1, by striking in 2021 or 2022 and inserting 10 after December 31, 2020, and before January 1, 11 2026 and 12, 2, by striking 2021 and 2022 in the heading 13 and inserting 2021 through 2025. 14, b, extension through 2025 of rule to allow 15 credit to taxpayers whose household income 16 exceeds 400% of the poverty line sector 17 and 36b, c, 1, e, of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 18 is amended 19, 1, by striking in 2021 or 2022 and inserting 20 after December 31, 2020, and before January 1, 21 2026 and 22-23, 2, by striking 2021 and 2022 in the heading and inserting 2021 through 2025. ERN 223359K1 SLC 232(1), c. Effective date. The amendments made by to this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2022. 456 Subtitle D Energy Security SEC 13001. Amendment of 1986 Code. Except as otherwise expressly provided, whenever in 7 this subtitle an amendment or repeal is expressed in terms 8 of an amendment to, or repeal of, a section or other Prov 9 Zion, the reference shall be considered to be made to a 10 section or other provision of the Internal Revenue Code 11 of 1986. 12 Part 1 Clean Electricity and Reducing 13 Carbon Emissions 14 SEC 13101. Extension and modification of credit 15 for electricity produced from SER 16 tain renewable resources. 17. A. In general, the following provisions of SEC 1845 d are each amended by striking January 1, 1920-22 each place it appears and inserting January 1, 2020-25-21, 1, paragraph 2, A. 22, 2. Paragraph 3, A. 23, 3, paragraph 6. 24, 4, paragraph 7. 25, 5, paragraph 9. ERN 223359K1 SLC 233, 6, paragraph 11, B. 1, B. Base credit amount section 45 is amend 23 ed. 1, in subsection A. 1, by striking 1.5 cents for and inserting 0.3 cents, and 5, 2, in subsection B. 2, by striking 1.5 cent 67 and inserting 0.3 cent. 8, c. Application of extension to geothermal 9 and solar section 45, d. 4, is amended by striking 10 and which and all that follows through January 1, 11, 2022 and inserting and the construction of which begins 12 before January 1, 2025 13, d. Extension of election to treat qualified 14 facilities as energy property section 1548, a. 5, c. 2, is amended by striking January 1, 2022 16 and inserting January 1, 2025 17 18, e. Application of extension to wind facilities 19, 1, in general section 45, d. 1, is amended 20 by striking January 1, 2022 and inserting Janu 21 Ari 1, 2025. 22 23 24 25, 2, application of phase-out percent electricity product age, a. Renewable TION credit section 45, b. 5, is amended by ERN 223359K1 SLC 234-1 inserting which is placed in service before Jan 2 Ari 1, 2022 after using wind to produce 3 electricity. 4, b. Energy credit section 548, a. 5, e. is amended by inserting placed in 6 service before January 1, 2022, and before 7 treated as energy property. 8, 3, qualified offshore wind facilities 9 under energy credit section 48, a. 5, f, I, is 10 amended by striking offshore wind facility and all 11 that follows and inserting the following, offshore 12 wind facility, subparagraph, e, shall not apply. 13, f, wage and apprenticeship requirements 14 section 45, b, is amended by adding at the end the fall 15 lowing new paragraphs, 16 17, 6, increased credit amount for qualified facilities 18, a, in general in the case of any 19 qualified facility which satisfies the required 20 ments of subparagraph, b, the amount of the 21 credit determined under subsection, a, deter 22 mind after the application of paragraphs, 1, 23 through, 5, and without regard to this part 24. Graph, shall be equal to such amount multiplied 25 by 5. ERN 223359K1 SLC. 235-1, b. Qualified facility require 2 ments. A qualified facility meets the require 3 ments of the subparagraph if it is one of the 4 following. 5. I. A facility with a maximum net 6 output of less than 1 megawatt, as me 7 yard in alternating current. 8. 2. A facility the construction of 9 which begins prior to the date that is 10 days after the Secretary publishes GUID 11 ANS with respect to the requirements of 12 paragraphs, 7, a, and 8. 13. 3. A facility which satisfies the Re 14 requirements of paragraphs, 7, a, and 8. 15. 7. Prevailing wage requirements 16, a. In general the requirements to 17 scribed in the subparagraph with respect to 18 any qualified facility are that the taxpayer shall 19 ensure that any laborers and mechanics M20 employed by contractors and subcontractors in, I, the construction of such facility, 21, 22 and 23, 2, with respect to any taxable year, 24 for any portion of such taxable year which 25 is within the period described in subsection ERN 22335. 9K1 SLC. 236-1, a, 2, a, 2, the alteration or repair of 2 such facility, 3 shall be paid wages at rates not less than the 4 prevailing rates for construction, alteration, or 5 repair of a similar character in the locality in 6 which such facility is located as most recently 7 determined by the Secretary of Labor, in AC 8 Court Ants with Subchapter 4 of Chapter 31 of 9 Title 40, United States Code. For purposes of 10 determining an increased credit amount under 11 paragraph, 6, a, for a taxable year, the Re 12 requirement under Clause 2 is applied to such 13 taxable year in which the alteration or repair of 14 the qualified facility occurs. B. Correction and penalty related 15-16 to 17 ments failure to satisfy wage require 18. I. In general in the case of any 19 taxpayer which fails to satisfy the required 20 ment under subparagraph a, with respect 21 to the construction of any qualified facility 22 or with respect to the alteration or repair 23 of a facility in any year during the period 24 described in subparagraph a, 2, such 25 taxpayer shall be deemed to have satisfied ERN 223359K1 SLC. 237-1 such requirement under such subparagraph 2 with respect to such facility for any year if 3 with respect to any laborer or mechanic 4 who was paid wages at a rate below the 5 rate described in such subparagraph for 6 any period during such year, such tax 7 payer 8, I, makes payment to such law 9 borrower or mechanic in an amount equal 10 to the sum of 11 12, a, an amount equal to the difference between 13, a, the amount of 14 wages paid to such laborer. 15 or mechanic during such PE 16 Riad, and 17, bb, the amount of 18 wages required to be paid to 19 such laborer or mechanic 20 pursuant to such subparad 21 graph during such period, 22 plus 23, bb, interest on the 24 amount determined under item 25, a, at the underpayment rate ERN 223359K1 SLC. 238-1 established under section 6621-2, determined by substituting 3 percentage points for 3% for age points in subsection a, 2, 5 of such section, for the period 6 described in such item, and 7, 2, makes payment to the seconds 8 retary of a penalty in an amount 9 equal to the product of 10, a, $5,000, multiplied by 11, bb, the total number of Law 12 borrowers and mechanics who were 13 paid wages at a rate below the 14 rate described in subparagraph 15, a, for any period during such 16 year. 17, 2, deficiency procedures not 18 to apply subchapter 19, relating to deficiency procedures for in 20 cum, estate, gift, and certain excise taxes. 21 shall not apply with respect to the assessed 22 ment or collection of any penalty imposed 23 by this paragraph. 24-25, 3, intentional B of Chapter 63 disregard if the Secretary determines that any failure earned 223359 K1 SLC 239 1 described in Clause I, is due to intentional 2 disregard of the requirements under sub 3 paragraph A. Such clause shall be AP4 plied 5, I, in subclause I, by sub 6 stituting 3 times the sum for the 7 sum, and 8, 2, in subclause 2, by sub 9 stituting $10,00045,000 in item 10, A,